Young America Films, constantly blamed for their own disadvantages by Boomer America Films. Bicycle Safety? They didn't even bother to actually title the short, they just named it after the short genre? Oh god, is this a Friedberg and Seltzer spoof? Oh, my mistake, it seems to be Alice Hitchcock Presents.
What can compare with the thrill of a brand new bike?
Such
Those
thrill.
long days of wishing and waiting are finally over, and the proud new owner can look forward to enjoying his bike in many ways.
Well, the one way, but you know.
For bicycling is a healthy, active sport, enjoyed by almost everyone.
Except those party-pooping
It
paraplegics.
provides vigorous outdoor exercise, but it means quick, easy transportation to and from school.
Wait, I'm homeschooled. Where the hell am I going?
It's a nice, fast way of getting from one place to another.
Bike as fast as you want, kid. You'll never escape the boring narrator.
And it may even be a means of earning money.
You can sucker your bike into your MLM.
You're taking a lot of responsibility in owning and riding a bicycle, for you are now an operator of a wheeled vehicle.
Well, technically, the same way we YouTubers are technically comedians.
You are the automobile driver of tomorrow.
Automobile driver of tomorrow!
Often turn out to be the best drivers.
That's an excessive design for a bike.
Pilot would think of flying an airplane that was not in perfect condition. He knows that his very life depends upon his plane, so he inspects it carefully before flying.
Where the hell did I leave the keys?
So you should check your vehicle, your bike, to see that everything is in good condition. If you don't know how to check your bike, get a bike mechanic to help you.
Who am I kidding? This'll never fly.
Check to see that the handlebars, grips, and pedals are tight.
Make your bike look like a rejected design from Our Real Monsters. Vroom, vroom.
Adjust the seat so that your knee is slightly bent when the pedal is all the way down.
Then stand motionless for several seconds.
Be sure that the chain and sprocket are well guarded.
In fact, just rebuild your bike from scratch each time.
No check is complete unless spokes are tight.
A spoke shouldn't spoke unless speaking to.
Every bicycle should have a bell or horn for use as a warning signal.
Or just scream at the top of your lungs.
If your bicycle is to be ridden at night, it should have a headlight which is visible for at least 500 feet.
And make sure it's bright enough to blind every motorist who crosses your path.
And it should have a tail light, or at least an approved reflector.
Be sure to check your reflector with reflector approval appraisal.
And finally, your bike must have good brakes.
Come on, big money, big money!
Depend on it several times a day.
Jerry Mathers as the Beaver.
Bike in top condition is only the beginning. Cars, trucks, buses, and bicycles all are vehicles.
Yeah, close-up directed by Coleman Francis.
Traffic laws. Keep to the right side of the road or street. That side is for slowly moving vehicles.
Really milking that slowly moving identity, huh?
When riding in a group, ride in single file at the extreme right of the roadway. Be sure to keep a safe distance behind the bike ahead of you.
Wow, it really looks like they're biking all by themselves. Jim Henson could do anything.
Before riding out of alleys or driveways,
Check for product
be
placement.
sure the way is clear.
The light is good. You have no fear, nor no one should.
When crossing heavily traveled streets or highways, it's better to dismount and walk across with your bike. This precaution gives you a much better chance of avoiding the passing cars.
Uwe Boll decided to mash up Frogger and Paperboy into a single film.
Turning left at a busy intersection is a problem for the bicyclist.
If he's Derek
The
Zoolander.
way is to ride across the intersection and stop at the far right corner. Then, as soon as the light changes, turn and ride off in the new direction.
You can't spell biking without almost spelling boring.
Every bicyclist should know the proper hand signals and should
Up
use them
yours,
when
Dillweed!
turning or stopping. Be sure you know what the correct signals are in your community and use them at all times.
Let's just follow this kid home in real time. It's not going to be less interesting than the rest of the short.
Before turning left, be sure to look behind you. This will keep you from turning into the side of a passing automobile.
Or the side of a beautiful house with a beautiful wife.
Then make the turn with both hands on the handlebars.
That means you, Flowbots.
Even stops require signals while you're on the street.
Okay, this is just for me, but the narrator sounds way too much like the guy who left Diane in the Cheers pilot. Your depth frightens me.
Carry parcels or books in a basket or luggage carrier. You need both hands free for proper operation of your bike. Never carry anything which obstructs your view of the road.
In these days, bicycle safety was the backbone of the American economy.
Your bicycle was made to carry one person.
Dan Fogelberg.
More is not only bad for the bike, it's downright dangerous.
At least they're not wearing hideous monkey masks.
Never, never hitch a ride.
Never redundantly state the same thing in text and voiceover.
We throw this boy into the path of an automobile. This is illegal in most communities, and for good reason.
But it's mandatory in Hill Valley.
If you want to do tricks like these...
Illusions, Michael.
Stunting and racing should be done in vacant lots or protected areas, away from pedestrians and traffic.
So, you said you were going to show us some tricks, or...
Too much speed makes your bike harder to control.
Only use downers to control your bike.
Riding down a steep hill.
Meanwhile, in Pottersville...
When riding at night, be sure to wear light-colored clothing, so motorists can see you more easily.
Make it easier for the creepy perverts who come out at night to film you from the car.
Park your bike in a safe, proper place, standing upright. This is better for your bicycle, and it keeps people from stumbling over it in the dark.
There, right on top of Mom's flower bed.
A lock on your bicycle is good protection against thieves.
Be even better if you locked it to something, but...
There's more to safe bicycle riding than just remembering the rules. You must be alert. This young
Whoa,
man is not
we almost had to give him a biking funeral.
He's in danger because he's unconscious.
No, seriously unconscious. He's been in a coma for 5 years and he's just been dreaming about biking.
Learn to be an alert bicycle rider. You'll find that it helps you to avoid accidents.
Yeah, well, he's constantly looking both ways. He rams headfirst into a wall in front of him. So are these those tricks we were supposed to see?
Is asking for trouble. He confuses the motorist.
Yeah, but the existence of turn signals confuses most motorists. Star Wars wipe, a Star Wars wipe.
You'll know what these riders are doing wrong.
Not wearing helmets, which is true of every biker you've shown us.
What's wrong with the way this cyclist signals for a left turn?
She forgot to tighten her spokes.
Do you think the parents of this boy would be proud of the way he's learned to ride his new bike?
Well, sure, no hands is impressive no matter who you are.
Will this girl's mother be happy when she sees her coming home with the groceries? If she gets there?
If she's not hunted down by the grocery Gestapo?
Why is this young man likely to spend some time in the hospital soon?
Because he has pancreatic cancer, you insensitive bastard.
This is Johnny's dad coming home with the groceries.
Wait, now there are characters in this thing?
Allowance raised.
Ah, there's no indignance better than 50s educational film Dad Indignance. Humph. Humph.
As a bicycle owner and rider, you have a responsibility to care for your bike properly.
Feed your bike twice a day.
It's your duty to obey the traffic rules, to be alert and quick-witted, to look out for the other fellow as well as for yourself.
Yeah, looking out for the other fellow isn't exactly America's strong
As
suit.
a good, safe bicyclist, you'll be respected by the people of your community. For you are proving to your friends...
No, keep your hands on the handlebars! Hello, safe biker! Man, that kid is such a freaking square. Centron reminds you that the only truly safe bicycle is a dismantled bicycle. Good night, everybody. Such sinister music. Is it the laboratory of some mad scientist? Oh, yeah, pretty much. This film's so old, back then they were just Captain Electric. Goodbye to garbage, goodbye to rubbish, goodbye to ragtime trash. Apparently it's a long goodbye. There's a dull, brown, tedious tomorrow.
Has this ever happened to you?
Has a commercial ever asked you if something's happened to you? We hope not, we're trying to be original.
It makes a soggy package, but...
Do not Google soggy package.
At least you hope you will. And then...
You're distracted by an orchestra hit.
all over a nice, clean kitchen. Exasperating, isn't it?
Well, mildly inconvenient, but sure.
Living would be easier, and your work in the kitchen a lot less messy, if you never had to worry about a garbage can.
Or if somebody just invented, you know, a bag.
Wouldn't it be fun to never have to wrap a bit of garbage? Never have to do anything to get rid of garbage, except to twist a top like this.
Wouldn't that be fun, kids? I know you youths love your top twistin'.
And another thing, about a General Electric super grind disposal.
Another thing? Did we skip a few pages?
This appliance is completely out of your way, virtually invisible.
Yeah, tell that to your kid now that you've ruined their favorite hide-and-seek spot.
And now let's take a look at a cutaway photo of the model we see here.
Or just this cross-section of a
This
Dalek.
is what the inside's like.
You're looking a little flaccid on the right
Here's
there.
the twist top. It serves as the on and off switch, too. The 2-quart capacity hopper,
Capacity, that's Doc Hopper's first
the
name.
shredding ring,
Named after the wedding rings you'll
the
lose in
flywheel,
here.
and the impellers.
The power of GE impels you.
And here's how all these look in the actual disposal unit.
Dispose all units.
Under the hopper being removed now is the shredding area of the disposal. And in the heart of this shredding area is a stainless steel flywheel.
The flywheel of stainless
As this
steel.
flywheel rotates more than 700.
That was a deep cut news radio reference.
It acts to force food waste into the shredding ring.
This Sunday in the shredding ring.
Here in the ring, food waste is reduced to the tiniest of particles by the carbaloy cutter.
Watch the carbaloid cutter destroy food waste in the shredding ring.
This cutter grinds any type of waste with ease.
It grinds any waste with the greatest of ease.
Too. These are the 2 impellers that hold food wastes against the shredding ring until waste is ground finely enough to be washed down the drain. And watch this.
Watch this. Are you watching? Are you
If a
watching?
bone,
Mom, you're not
or any type of
watching.
really coarse particle should try to jam the unit. The jam-resistant impellers back away and rotate to clear the jam.
Oh, yeah, I'm really glad I watched that. Mommy's trying to read, honey.
This is the fruit flipper.
My favorite Penny Arcade character.
On the flywheel, it tumbles articles like grapefruit rinds over and over within grinding reach of the shredder ring.
Oh, anything's grinding reach if you have a long enough torso.
These are the shredder ring openings through which, once all of it has been finely ground, food waste is carried by centrifugal action to be washed down the drain by the running water.
Yeah, I don't need to see how every
Here are
part of it works,
slow-motion
okay?
scenes of how a General Electric super grind disposal works. See how it's cutting these grapefruit halves down to size and never giving them a chance to escape from the cutting action of the carbaloy cutter.
They beg for mercy, but the disposal is an unjust god.
How coarse particles like corn cobs get the works inside a General Electric disposal. In almost less time than it takes to tell you about it,
So like
they'll be
10 seconds
whittled
that feel
down
like
to
8 hours?
size or smaller, and given a one-way ticket down the drain.
Hey, at least someone can travel this year.
The ease with which you can dispose of food wastes like corn cobs,
Who are not owned.
watermelon, grapefruit, and other rinds is one of the greatest joys of owning a General Electric disposal.
Honestly, with the way this year's gone, I crave the simple pleasure of rind destruction.
Think this bone can stop a General Electric disposal?
Sounds like a trick question.
Remember what I told you about that carbaloy cutter? The bone doesn't have a chance. And remember, too, what happened when that other bone tried to jam a disposal.
Should we really be ascribing intent to the actions of these bones?
They'll do the same thing here.
I know he was a monster to work with, but Kubrick really knew how to use slow-mo.
That's life with a General Electric disposal under your sink.
Life with a General Electric disposal under your sink, Tuesdays on CBS.
Are over. General Electric disposals require a minimum of attention.
Just like your family.
Less to operate than an electric clock. Will even work on a septic tank. There's a model to exactly fit your needs. Yes, goodbye to garbage. That's what this happy woman might be saying about
What she's actually saying is, please free me from this oppressive nightmare of a kitchen commercial.
For a more gracious way of living, brought to you by General Electric.
General Electric, we built Disney rides, we bought and sold Universal, next we'll just put a power plant in SeaWorld or something. Oh boy, a movie from a car company. This'll be even more fun than all those video games from fast food places. Achievement USA, the story of patting yourself on the back for doing the bare minimum. The achievement clearly wasn't creative font choice. Not that I'm one to judge.
It looks like an ordinary day in the USA.
That bad, huh?
In the city of Flint, Michigan, all is excitement.
Yeah, half minute in, this is already aged awkwardly. Thanks, 50s.
And the older boys and girls are let out of school. Oh, this is a day. The whole town's a bustle.
Better adjusted, Irene Dunn.
There's going to be a parade, too. And what's a parade without festive bunting and gala decoration?
You call that bunting festive? Looks like a funeral procession. Must keep corporate branding formation.
And all over town, the final...
In the old days, the cars stayed still and the drive-thrus came to them.
For this parade is going to be a mile long.
Don't go making claims you can't prove to Judge Al Lewis. Beep, beep, get off the road, Soundsational.
And in the town auditorium, a troupe of Broadway and Hollywood artists.
Well, shouldn't the GM Futurama be played on holophoner?
Symbolizing the teamwork and progress of GM people everywhere.
Who invited the discount Donald O'Connor back there?
Of very important guests. Hundreds of guests. Many of whom will arrive in Flint on a train pulled by a glistening diesel. A golden engine for a golden day.
Sneaking some train propaganda into our car propaganda film.
Coast to coast on this day, everywhere General Motors people are at work. For today in the USA,
the Warriors come out to play.
Family is playing host, with open house at every plant. For this is a special day.
A lot of hubbub for your nephew's bar mitzvah.
A day of achievement for the whole USA. For on this day, General Motors is building its 50 millionth car.
Yeah, big deal. I just ate my 50 millionth tater tot.
So no wonder celebration is in the very air.
I think that carnival pun forever poisoned the mind of a young John Lasseter.
The red carpets are out.
Red carpet designed by Brian De Palma.
The signs of welcome are proudly displayed. Mothers are bringing the children to town. For on this day of days, parking is no problem.
Just park the children in the back alley.
The stomping ground for the cowboy and diaper set.
Do not Google cowboy and diaper set.
And Buick's general manager, Ivan Wiles, drops in.
Played by Don Lake.
And now on the Chevrolet production line, an historic event is about to occur.
We're gonna teach this car to swim.
Millions of predecessors marching before, and the first of more millions following behind. A golden chassis arrives at the body drop.
I've got a golden chassis.
Well, this day in American progress, for the scurrying clock of history is striking 10. This Tuesday morning of November 23rd, 1954.
Swingin' Teddy Cara.
Swings the golden body of a car that's been 46 years in the making.
You'd think after 50 million they'd learn to make them faster.
Feat of the teamwork of American productive achievement. Unmatched anywhere, at any time.
Except for by that guy on TikTok who trained his monkey to open mail.
Of 50 million motor cars.
This film has 50 million mentions of the phrase 50 million.
Achievement by a great nation. By the 160 million free people of that nation.
Okay, if we all get some of the credit, can we all get some of your next bailout?
General Motors working together. Must be added the work of the countless thousands who supply GM. And the countless tens of thousands who supply them.
Wait, is GM a pyramid scheme?
Thousands of dealers and salesmen and servicemen
who bring the executives their Coke.
For GM products. And the investors who entrust savings and earnings to GM. And the millions upon millions of customers.
And the billions of sea creatures who died in the oil spills on the way to fuel our cars.
And this event. So with pride, shared by every GM man and woman everywhere, Chevrolet's general manager, T.H. Keating, marks the occasion with General Motors President Harlow H. Curtis.
Both played by William H. Macy.
It is a real honor and a privilege for Chevrolet to produce the 50 millionth car for General Motors. It is a history-making achievement.
Okay, if you pat yourself on the back any harder, you'll give yourself a hernia.
It is a pleasure for me, Mr. Curtis, to present to you the key to the 50 millionth car.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keating.
But my license was revoked a week ago.
Men of Chevrolet and
Fisher Stevens, my guest of honor.
sincere congratulations. You have just helped accomplish something that has never been accomplished before.
Satisfying my wife.
You have produced the 50 millionth car built by General Motors in the United States
Bob Cummings' grandpa.
since 1908.
Before 1908, all bets were off.
This is a milestone
Okay, who melted Dwight
in
Eisenhower?
the world's industrial history. It was the vision
And Wanda.
of a bare handful of men here in Flint that launched General Motors.
And that lost our minds.
The automobile industry was a struggling infant at that time.
I had an onion on my seatbelt, which was the style at the time.
Same vision existed. Vision of the automobile
Driven by circus bears.
as an essential means of transportation,
So screw that train from earlier.
as a creator of jobs.
And a destroyer of
The result has
environments.
been the development of an industry that makes the greatest single contribution of any to the strength of the national economy.
This guy calls himself a car manufacturer. He hasn't slandered anyone who's rescuing children.
Principal source of our country's dynamic growth. The 50 millionth General Motors car produced in this country
In other countries, all bets are off.
as a symbol of vision of accomplishment to date. It also is a symbol of progress for the future.
Quick, cheer loudly so nobody will notice how boring he was.
So hoist those flags on high, blow those whistles.
Smash the ceremonial taillight. We pay tribute to these wonderful cars with Walking on Foot. Oli, the wooden Seljas. Oh, great. More pollution.
Ah, this is a day.
Yes, we've firmly established that this is a day.
Listening new models of the famous five.
It would take another 50 million cars before they'd invent a back seat.
GMC truck and coach with surging power for the wheels of progress.
Nah, that's not my bus either. I'm gonna be late to work.
Electromotive with the revolutionary power for the wheels of steel. That
The Paint the Day parade is less impressive.
Iron horse. Fisher body.
I hardly know her body.
From the days of demure Miss 1908 to modern as tomorrow Miss 1955.
Miss 2020 is just a housecoat filled with 6 rabid badgers.
UAW-CIO.
E-I-E-I-O.
100,000 members of the mighty GM team.
Well, I'm sure this positive relationship between GM and the union will never be threatened.
AC Spark Plug.
From Saved by the Bell? Yeah. Yeah! It's McGruff's burnout cousin.
To make this nation strong. And here's General Motors Institute.
And a bunch of flashers. Still less sketchy than the goat and the dog.
Achievement. And Turnstile that puts GM's hardware out in front.
Mom, over here, I saved you a seat. Mom!
And of course, little did they dream it, here's the very first GM car.
They hadn't figured out how to make cars drive yet, so they all had to be carried around on parade floats.
In all history. And GM's Million, a 1919 Oldsmobile.
Same price as a roast beef at the Dubonnet Club.
5 million. A Pontiac from way back in 1926.
Bill Pontiac cutting a rug there. That was partially another Deep Cut News Radio reference.
Buick of only 3 years later, 1929.
The float clearly says 28, you gaslighting narrator.
Million. A Chevrolet of only yesterday, 1940.
A Chevrolet of yesterday.
Oh, it's a great day, all right. A salute to Mr. and Mrs. America.
But mostly all nations. Wait.
Who as one people have pioneered and protected the way of life that is the USA.
And we're confident that this depiction of a stable middle class will always be accurate.
Proudly symbolized here today by this unparalleled achievement that marks a milestone of progress, pointing the way towards still greater things.
Like even more cars.
Everywhere to share.
Teamwork, teamwork,
The boss gets rich off our teamwork.
and no doubters and scoffers.
I could have sworn I parked over here. This is exactly where I left my truck. Somebody stole all our cars during the parade.
Seen nothing yet.
I gotta say, Roger and Me is a lot less hard-hitting than I remember. Ah, that coronet seal of approval. Get ready to be bored, kids. Learn to argue effectively, how to speak fast enough that idiots mistake your non sequiturs for facts and logic. With a name like Utterback, you have to be a good arguer. Uttering back, I don't know, there's something there. What do you want from me? I'm gonna argue with you!
The story of an arguer. Jeff loved to argue about anything and everything.
After all, the Vikings were here before Columbus, and so were the Indians.
I mean, outdated labels aside, he's right about this, so are we supposed to take his side?
And you say Jonesville won the tournament last year? Oh,
Yes, those were equally important subjects of debate.
worse. You must be crazy to eat that stuff.
Maybe he should try arguing with
I've ever heard.
people?
10 cars that'll hold the road better. We don't need to enter a new conference. That's just the coach's idea. He wants a better job next year.
If
That's
you
all.
like to argue so much, Jeff Field, why don't you go out for debate and learn something about it? Look,
Good question, talking bulletin board. Debate squad in color. Oh, now they can afford an extra. I'm going to argue with that curtain.
All this stupid. Now, what's a puppet theater have to do with debating?
Puppets are neat, though.
hey, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Alice. We've an interesting gadget here.
It's a Rescue Rangers puppet show?
Now, we're here today to find out how to argue. Is that so difficult?
Well, is it?
Well,
Debate
it's
me!
easier to become skilled in argumentation. Okay, Alice. Now, first of all, what subjects are worth arguing about?
The gender of Ghostbusters?
Now, let's see how many of us can recognize suitable subjects for arguments.
So we can sell one to Michael Palin.
Oh, Judy, where are you? Judy, my love.
That's a terrible Cary Grant.
You silly. Well, now you're here. Listen, I went out to the farm yesterday. You did, and what for? Oh, look at the animals, and I saw a purple cow, and Purple cow?
And that was the day when Lady Elaine snapped and decided to murder Lord Fairchild.
Why with my mouth, silly? Answer my question. I know you talk with your mouth, but that's not what I mean. Well, then say what you mean.
I'd argue with my spouse, too, if we had the exact same voice.
Now, who said anything about talking to a cow? Why don't you listen? You interrupt all the time. Now, look here. You take that, and that, and that. Talk to a cow.
Well,
Domestic abuse is fun.
good subject for argument. What was the argument about? Yes?
I guess it was whether Punch talked to a cow.
You can feel her mourning her own dignity saying that line.
If there's no evidence available on your subject, why argue?
Have you met
What would
people?
be a better subject for them to argue?
Well, Judy might try to convince Punch that there is no such thing as a purple cow.
A purple cow?
She might write.
What is a good subject for argument?
What counts as cinema?
Thought about that one.
Then he imagined a
Remembered
purple
some
cow.
arguments he'd had.
You say Jonesville won the tournament last year?
Pointless to argue about a fact.
I mean, you'd think so, but here we all are.
Oh, liverwurst. You must be crazy to eat that stuff.
Pointless, too, to argue about matters of personal taste. They're seldom changed by argument.
But your taste is wrong.
That's the silliest opinion I've ever heard. Why, there are 10 cars that'll hold the road better.
Arguments about opinions can be purposeful, for argument often does change opinions.
But not opinions about taste, apparently.
We don't need to enter a new conference.
And arguments about proposed actions can be purposeful.
If
If
the
they
talking
make their
bulletin
points.
board doesn't interrupt first.
Yes, Jeff thought about these things.
And wondered why smarmy coronet teacher was creeping in the
If
back.
it's a subject on which we can influence what others believe, argument has purpose. If not, why argue? Agreed? Fine.
No time to argue. Moving on.
Another question. Assuming that we have a good subject for argument, how should we argue?
With as much ad hominem as possible.
Oh, well, where do you think you're going? Well, I'm going to Garden City next year with the team. We're going to join the new athletic conference, you know. Huh. Just because everybody wants to take a trip, we have to join a new athletic conference.
Sound familiar, Jeff? Yeah, the bulletin board told me about your little chat.
Garden City, Garden City.
Ah, Alice cloned her own voice somehow.
Everybody knows you're just trying to take a nice...
Pick a little, talk a little, pick a little, talk a little.
Yeah, beat. Well, anyway, you'll agree we should try to put our school on the map if we can. Sure, if we can.
Murmur, murmur, hubbub, hubbub.
We've done okay, so now there's...
Well, let's not have the same kind of argument that they had.
Then don't show us imitatable behavior. We learned it from watching you.
We chose it because it is a real issue here in our school right now.
People's lives are on the line, kids.
Subject for argument, agreed? The question is, how can we make that argument profitable?
How can we monetize the argument?
So as to change opinions. Now, let's repeat this Punch and Judy argument.
That should pad out the film.
Whenever you see anything that keeps it from being profitable, we'll stop the show.
We'll tear the whole thing down if we have to.
All right, Alice.
We're ready to kiss Flo's grits.
Oh, well, where do you think you're going? Oh, I'm going to Garden City next year with the team.
I didn't ask where you're going next year, dumbass.
Wait a minute.
There's something wrong there.
We haven't decided whether to join the new conference or not. Punch doesn't seem to know what he's talking about.
And you feel you have to know what you're talking about to argue profitably.
I'll see.
Well, you'll never make it on Twitter.
1.
They have to cut away for the stunt handwriter.
Inform. Know your subject.
I totally wrote that all by myself, you know.
How to argue profitably. All right, Alice.
Ha! Just because everybody wants to take a trip, we have to join a new athletic conference. Well, this is our big chance. We'll put our school on the map. Garden City, Garden City.
This is actually how they make love.
What do you think we're doing, Leo?
Punch and Judy aren't listening to each other. How can Punch convince Judy if he doesn't know what Judy thinks, and vice versa?
Good point. That's step 2.
Read your opponent's thoughts with the mind meld.
Listen and understand. You can't argue profitably until you know what your opponent believes.
No matter how stupid their beliefs are.
Well, anyway, you'll agree we should try to put our school on a map if we can. Oh, sure, if we can. Well, why can't we?
Isn't there something there?
Something sweet and almost kind?
Well, sometimes when you're arguing, you waste time over points you really agree on. At least Punch was trying there.
Good point. I wondered whether anyone would catch that.
Wondered if any little punk would take Punch's side.
Find common ground.
No one will be seated during the staring at a teacher writing on the chalkboard scene.
They have to, or else the argument won't convince anyone of anything.
And if you know where you agree, you can see more clearly where you disagree. Isn't that important in argument?
Bach.
Find the issues.
Wow, our teacher really knows how to write on a chalkboard in front of an audience.
Once you know exactly where you disagree, then you know exactly where to apply your information and reasoning. So, find the issue.
Find the issue, step in time.
Work on them? Oh, I'll work on you. I'll work on you.
These Wilkins coffee ads were so violent.
After that, Jeff thought about subjects for argument, about methods of argument. He watched himself, too.
Oh, that's silly. The rehearsal couldn't be at 7 o'clock. Miss Alquist can't.
Miss Alcott can't get there by 7.
The most annoying shoulder demons ever.
Jan?
What'd you say?
I'm just losing my tenuous grip on my mind and reality itself. Don't mind me.
He tried to save his arguing for topics worth argument. Opinions. Proposed actions where his argument might make a difference.
Like petitions to keep Splash Mountain racist.
He tried to be informed, getting knowledge that would be useful to make his arguments profitable.
Who am I kidding? No matter how hard I study, I'll never understand the plot of Tenet.
To understand his opponents and their positions. He tried to find common ground
with his own therapist. Worked better than his previous attitude of, I dare you to fix me.
He tried to find the issues.
I'm telling you, with the curtain this big, the puppets lurking back there must be huge. Don't mess with them.
It took time to learn to argue effectively.
Time that could have been spent doing anything else with his life.
But one day, not long ago...
Listen, gang, ticket sales are going swell. So I guess we'll have to reserve the gym for our party.
This is the most depressed I've ever heard anyone sound about anything.
That's rather expensive, isn't it?
No, it isn't. Besides, think of all the... Do you know how much they charge for the lodge?
Uh-oh, he's using his disappointed dad voice.
Well, we want our party to be informal, don't we?
That's right.
We could have a good informal time at the lodge. We could decorate there. And then
Young Morrissey and younger Elizabeth Taylor.
That's a wonderful idea.
So don't you think we should first find out the cost of the lodge and then decide?
Yes, Jeff is still an arguer.
But that one guy is hidden by a lamp.
To make his arguments purposeful and profitable. How well do you argue?
Apparently not well enough if you couldn't argue your way out of watching this. Good night, everybody. McGraw-Hill, purveyor of fine nationalist propaganda. A co-production of Van Gogh's Ear and Peter Falk's Eye. How to Use Classroom Films, a guide to teaching while hungover. Correlated with, but not necessarily causated by. Oh man, a James Brown-Richard Lewis collaboration? The theme song must be I Feel Neurotic.
The room lights are dimmed, the projector is running.
The students are sleeping.
Become a setting for use of a very effective teaching tool,
hypnosis.
Classroom film.
Wait, I got a workplace film by mistake. Hope you like Achievement USA.
And how well they learn it rests largely with how the film is used.
It should be fed to them intravenously.
We've constructed an electric motor from a few simple materials. Let's review what happens by looking at a diagram.
The world's first Let's Play of Pong.
Like all magnets, it has a north pole and a south pole.
So we're just going to watch an educational film inside this informational film? Educationception?
An electromagnet.
Played by Jamie Foxx, Andy, and McKellen at the same time.
The wire is attached to wires leading to a dry cell.
Dry cell is just a myth.
When current starts to flow, the coil becomes an electromagnet with north and south poles.
I don't believe in north and south poles. I'm a flat magnet.
These poles of the electromagnet are attracted by the poles of the permanent magnet, and the block of iron turns.
The block of iron turns.
The current in the coil, by changing the dry cell connections, the north and south poles in our electromagnet reverse. This puts two north poles together.
I'm seeing double. 4 Santas.
Since like poles repel each other, the electromagnet rotates until opposite poles are attracted to one another.
Yeah, when does Dr. Hauber throw the ping pong balls?
If we add the automatic switch to our diagram, it will look like this.
Hold on, I'm barely handling this and you're adding things?
Connected to the dry cell, the motor will continue to rotate in one direction.
And we rotate all night to the best song ever. Man, was Bill Nye always this boring?
Class concerned with how an electric motor works.
They're really concerned. It's keeping them up at night.
A complex process in simple, understandable terms.
Yeah, those kids definitely look like they understand what's going on.
Has proved itself an effective and valuable teaching aid. This is particularly true when the film has been carefully selected for content.
Gotta make sure they don't have cuss words.
Correctly prepared for viewing the film. Activities which follow the film are also important.
An after-film kegger.
Such as a post-film discussion.
Now,
Christian Brune.
Can someone explain to me the function of one of the basic parts of the electric motor? Danny.
Yeah, I'm in the wrong class. I thought this was English lit.
That automatic switch, the part called the commutator, the motor would make a complete revolution.
Do you all agree with Danny's statement?
You're gonna side with that idiot?
Yes, I do.
I'm Spartacus.
You could see that the commutator reverses the current. If it didn't, the motor action would stop.
All right, now, from what we've seen in the film and talked about, can someone give me the definition of a commutator?
A communist commentator?
A commutator is a device for reversing the direction of a current.
I'm not going to dignify that with a response, Sharon.
Information and to stimulate deductive thinking.
But it won't stimulate interest.
The of content is as much a part of using a film as the actual showing of it. For a film,
Tell me, do I look more like Peter Lorre or John Aston?
only a teaching tool and depends for its greatest effectiveness on how it is used by the teacher.
Meanwhile, on the set of a Flip Wilson
Begins
sketch,
days, perhaps even weeks prior to the showing, when the teacher selects the film. The director of her local instructional materials center can often provide helpful advice about which of several films in the same subject area will best suit the teacher's purpose.
I don't think The Great Dictator is appropriate for children. Let's show them Birth of a Nation.
Of course, one may have to rely on the resume in a catalog to determine a film's content.
Let's see, film. Your resume says you worked for 6 years at the ArcLight. Looks like even films need redundant cover letters with their resumes.
Not a hit or miss affair, but keyed to a lesson plan and made on the basis of the best information available about a film. The next step you, as the teacher, take in using a film is to become familiar with it yourself.
Intimately.
If the film is available to you for only a short time, you may have to limit your own preparation to studying the teacher's guide for the film if it is available.
But that's still paying closer attention to a film than CinemaSins does.
Here you will find usually a more complete description of the film's content than is possible in a catalog or file, along with the questions you may want to ask following the showing of the film.
God, I hate her.
Comments from previous users of a particular film, if they are available, are also helpful.
Be sure to browse the film's reviews on Letterboxd.
An ideal way to study a film and prepare to use it with your class is to preview it, with pencil in hand, taking notes as the film progresses. It can be a real help to have one or more
Hey, Kristen Wiig as Gilly.
room with you. As they watch from a viewpoint which is different from yours,
ignore them. You're the grown-up.
Unusual words or situations which may require explanation before the film is shown to the group. They may also reveal interests a teacher may use to motivate the entire class.
All right, thanks for coming to the test screening. Please fill out your comment cards.
You didn't understand? Well, I don't understand why the farmers and cattlemen had to fight so much.
The farmer and the cowman should be friends.
And plant their crops in the areas where the cattlemen were located.
How about you, Mary? Any words you didn't understand?
Well, blooded something.
Blood on the saddle.
I think it was.
Creative teachers have many ways of developing class readiness for seeing a film. Preparation often starts the day before. Unusual words may be defined beforehand.
These are all perfectly cromulent words.
You recall that yesterday we talked about the problems of settling this large area of our country known as the Great Plains. Today we're going to see a film.
A very racist film.
Problems very clearly. Of course, when the Great Plains were being settled in the 1850s and 1860s, the movie camera had not yet been invented.
So this film was crafted by a woodpecker who turned to the audience and said, "It's a living."
And drawings made by artists who were there at the time. Now, Kathy, do you recall the problem about the Plains area that we discussed yesterday?
Well,
the biggest problem was the lessons erasure of the genocide involved in the so-called settling. There really should be some sort of critical theory to put this stuff in a more complete context.
We decided that this situation kept many people away who might otherwise have come and helped to settle the Great Plains.
Yes. Very good summary, Kathy.
I think I wasn't listening.
We're going to learn about some other problems that faced these people.
Mostly hygiene-related. It was an ugly time.
Afterwards, I want you to be able to identify and discuss the problems and to describe how the eventual solution of these problems affected our country's history. All right, let's have the film.
I hope this film never stops showing us other films.
It wasn't like the days when cowboys fought Indians. Between cattlemen and farmers, nobody had the what-for to make the difference.
What?
Both had 6 shooters, and both could use them.
Yes, because both had guns, nobody had the what-for to make that genocide difference this time.
Some tried a thorny hedge.
Not to be confused with the horny The Edge. Always chasing those U2 groupies.
Pig tight, horse high, and bull strong.
God, Bravo Farms isn't this folksy.
Others tried just plain old wire.
Plain wire or cinnamon raisin wire or maybe an everything wire.
And the search continued. The search for a fence that would combine the low cost of wire with the thorns of a hedge.
The haunting acoustic barbed wire theme. And here's a rack of ninja throwing stars. Okay, here's Elwood. Now where's Jake's contribution?
In 1874,
The Philadelphia Zoo opened. We could be looking at much more interesting animals than cows.
granted a patent for a barbed fence wire that worked. The following year, Jacob Haish received...
So these illustrations are teaching us how to braid friendship bracelets?
Wire. Both methods were practical and inexpensive. The West got its fencing.
Yeah, just get to the part where Ben Franklin shakes Mark Twain's hand.
To the railroads. And there were some who resisted the changes on the plains brought about by barbed wire.
Mysterious mechanical monster loots bank. House of Jewels exhibit opens today.
Fence cutters. But the bark of six-shooters diminished. Laws were passed to protect both sides.
Both white sides.
Barbed wire turned out to be a blessing to the cattlemen, too. They had built their industry on the native Texas longhorn, a tough, mean, ornery critter, as tough on the table as he was on the range.
Yes, but were there purple cows?
The cattlemen could separate their herds, introduce blooded stock, and supply the demand for better beef.
Just waiting for the invention of impossible meat.
The railroad, the Colt revolt.
Trains and guns, the only things that worked at opening day Disneyland.
New ways of farming dry land.
Dry land is just a... Oh, wait, I already referenced that.
Enabled our country to settle a vast interior, to turn what was once the great American desert into rich, fertile farmland.
Sorry you had to see that, kids. I don't know what I was thinking.
Give me some reasons why the invention of barbed wire was so important to the development of the Great Plains.
Well, it stole the MST3K movie's advertising budget.
Well,
are all these kids Reagan impersonators? Stop starting sentences with well.
Supposed to be, and the farmers could do more farming and less fighting.
Yes. And this was the only kind of wire fencing ever invented that could do the job, wasn't it?
You tell us, teacher.
Wooden fences. Karen?
There wasn't.
Of course, one of those boomer students was named Karen.
Karen? Now I think it might be interesting to find out why there was no wood available in the Great Plains area. This will take some research. So Karen, you, Betty, Tom, and Alan prepare a report on this.
The high of watching a movie in class and the low of preparing a group project back to back.
Who would like to find out more about the benefits the barbed wire fencing made possible for the cattlemen? Bob?
Help me, I'm in a different dimension.
You mentioned something about separating the herds and introducing blooded stock. I'd like to know more about this.
Okay, Bob. You team up with George, Bessie, Elaine, and Frank on that question.
3 Seinfeld characters and one of the cows from the film.
Activities profitably. The objective should always be to use the film as a springboard to learning, understanding, and creating. Assigning a research project on a topic related to the film will help the student to form relations of ideas, concepts, and facts, and thereby provide creative learning experiences.
It's no use. I'll never learn to draw Snoopy.
In any review of effective use of...
Take your seats. Jimmy's going to tap dance to Elvis.
Overlook the importance of physical details. For example, proper arrangements for seating, lighting, ventilation, and placement of equipment.
There you go, kids. Directly downwind of the asbestos pile.
Also, if you plan to run the film yourself, check ahead of time to make sure you are familiar with the projector and its operation, how to thread it, and how to operate the controls.
Okay, somehow I accidentally forwarded the film to my entire contacts list.
Where these details are handled by a student projectionist, it is still important for you to make sure that these arrangements are made beforehand. All these physical details may contribute or detract from the showing, and hence
they find their task is not a grind.
Tool. Remember also that since using a film is part of a creative process,
you should hire Shirley MacLaine here to run the projector. Now the film is showing itself again.
At which you put your creativity to work is in the selection of the film, choosing it for your purposes on the basis of your evaluation of it for the effectiveness with your students.
So what film did the people showing this film have to watch to teach them how to show this film?
The second point is the key to all the steps following it, your own preparation for showing the film. This is the point where you decide whether you will show the film all at one sitting or use only an excerpt which applies to the particular topic being studied.
Let's just break this film up into a Quibi.
This is the point at which you make final plans for how to use this teaching tool.
which you're supposed to be teaching us.
At the third point, class motivation.
Motivate some class solidarity. Teach your kids to unionize.
Maybe a simple procedure of telling your students the title of the film.
Title of the film.
Of what they are expected to learn from it. Or it may be as elaborate as using other teaching techniques over several periods leading up to the showing.
Figure it out yourself. What, you want us to teach you how to use classroom films?
The showing of the film.
This is me and the bull, and I think that's the bull's cousin. He's a Cebu.
Your guiding role, particularly if you decide to repeat the showing of the film or to shut off the projector at a certain spot for a predetermined reason.
Or just on a whim.
At point 5, the creative teaching aspect comes into full.
Play matchmaker with your kids and assign them prom dates.
All the follow-up activities which round out your purpose in using the film. Discussion, testing for content, research work, report writing, problem solving. Any or all of these post-film activities, plus many, many more that you will think of.
So stop asking us already.
And it is your contribution which is the single most important factor in using a classroom film.
And remember, always end your classroom films abruptly as hell. Good night, everyone. Yeah, your gas company presents an assault on your ears. Apparently, my gas company wants to make a sandwich with me. Still not as weird as the time my water company invited me bowling. Well, this dramatic, serious, possibly patriotic music is sure putting me in the mood for a sloppy Joe.
The sandwich is practically an American institution.
That we stole from the British, but they stole everything too.
Parties and picnics. As far as these boys are concerned, well, hamburgers and hot dogs.
Yeah, they're taking the hot dog is a sandwich side. Bold move.
But there are sandwiches and sandwiches.
Very distinct options.
When Sally Gasco and her mother bring guests home for a late snack after a movie,
the Gasco family's name was changed at Ellis Island from the Utilities Co. family.
Sally calls it tuna rarebit. Let's watch how she makes it.
Be very, very quiet. I'm making rarebit.
This is a sandwich for fork.
Not fit for humans.
Space creation, in other words, with a cheese, milk, and tuna fish mixture on top.
It tastes the same way going down as it will coming back up.
The basis will be rye bread.
Or the Kaiser.
She found that the spicy caraway flavor made a good contrast to the bland fish and cheese.
Or you could just use better toppings.
Won't harden and curl when toasted, and so they'll be easier to eat later. She cuts them lightly with a knife.
Oh, she uses a knife to cut. I've been using the stand mixer.
Sally puts a cube, about a square inch, of butter into the top of a double boiler.
And drinks it raw.
Butter finds its way into a great many dishes in this kitchen.
At the King of Town's command.
But as a blending agent.
Blending agent, man. My children suck. I hate them so much. Oh, good work, honey. Very good work.
Part of the trick to entertaining unexpected guests is keeping on hand certain generally useful foods.
And spending an hour preparing them.
Cheese of an easy melting type, which Sally is going to use as a base for the rarebit. To speed the melting, she cuts this into slices in the milk and butter mixture.
Just desperately waiting out those last 2 years for the invention of Cheese Whiz.
The simmer flame keeps the water boiling gently while the cheese is melting, so that Sally can go on to other tasks.
I thought sandwiches were supposed to be easy.
Canned chunk-style tuna fish, and notice that she uses a wooden spoon to avoid discoloration of the mixture. Although the tuna rarebit is fairly substantial food in itself,
using all those words loosely,
add something for variation in color and texture.
Let's make things that aren't sandwiches.
Celery, radishes...
No! Celery, apples, walnuts, grapes!
Sally adds potato chips to the menu. They used to be exclusively picnic fare.
But finally, potato chips have broken through that glass ceiling.
Foods which make entertaining so much easier and more fun for teenagers.
Boy, we've been stuck here forever. Rotate to the next era already. Great big beautiful tomorrow.
Quickly in the broiler. And the rarebit is nearly ready to serve.
Just 8 more hours of preparation.
Let's see. What will be the beverage?
You tell us!
Mother thinks she'll give the guests a choice of Coke or milk.
Cake or death?
When you can offer guests a choice easily, it's a gracious gesture.
But they do not get to choose a better sandwich.
Now it's time to serve.
Sally adds the deadly nightshade, and phase 2 of the plan begins.
And the filling, or perhaps we should say covering, goes on top.
These boomers just slathering crap on top of rye, and then they blame us for avocado toast.
Dishes with extra caution.
and effective carelessness here is no asset.
Yeah, wouldn't want to make that look ugly.
Mother is a great believer in the aesthetic value of parsley.
She attends the church of the aesthetic value of parsley every week.
Now, a touch of Tabasco for color and a taste surprise.
Parsley and Tabasco doing a lot of heavy lifting here.
A la Sally Gasco. As we said, there are sandwiches and sandwiches.
And nothing in this film was a sandwich.
Using good techniques and equipment and
the boys are just still eating burgers because if they ate the tuna rarebit, the filmmakers would have to give them hazard pay. Your gas company reminds you to just shove parsley in your guests' mouths. Boy, I really expected them to make a sandwich in Let's Make a Sandwich. The camera speaks. The galaxy has heard a mysterious broadcast, a threat of revenge in the sinister voice of the late Emperor Palpatine. Oh, good. Story by the cinematographer of Birth of a Nation. Great. Hello, friends. I'm your Vitagram of Vegemin girl. Why the Babes in Toyland score?
Pop. Hello, Bill. Say, Pop, do you mind if I park my camera in your room tonight?
Pack the camera in the hammer yamra?
Thanks a lot. Go ahead, Joe. Right over there in the corner.
Nobody puts camera in a corner.
Kind of late tonight. Yeah, we were down at the opening of the Cocktail Parade.
Cocktail Parade is my Rat Pack cover band.
What a crowd. Cocktail Parade sounds like the good old days. Say, Bill, get a load of the cigar box. They used to call it camera.
Wait, is it September 17th? Australian Citizenship Day?
You really took moving pictures with that thing, do you? If that camera could speak, it'd tell you plenty.
And it'd give this film a premise.
Good night, Pop. Good night. So long, Pop.
Hey, Chief.
Ah, Zordon.
Say, Chief. Yeah? How do those young punks get that way?
Don't let that get on your skin.
This year's Halloween overlay for Mystery Lodge kinda sucks.
Gadgets and sissy trimmings can't stand the gaff like you did. You'll always be ace high with me.
Thanks, Chief.
Roy Disney?
When they talked about covering the opening of that new picture, The Cocktail Parade, it brought back memories of the time we shot the grand opening of that first Prohibition picture, John Barleycorn.
Grandfather of Drew Barleycorn.
Yeah. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people went other places.
The earliest known Family Guy cutaway.
Away in droves. There were a few curious ones, however, who attended this powerful warning against the evils of bending the elbow.
An anti-aerobics film? Oh, it's not a real Jack London movie unless it stars Harrison Ford and a CGI Beethoven.
I'll never forget those intelligent-looking faces.
They were somewhere behind these idiots. It's a movie theater in 1914 and people are already lining up for Phantom Menace. Anyway, showing people outside a theater playing John Barleycorn is more interesting than showing scenes from John Barleycorn.
I'll never forget it.
I don't see how you can remember anything. You were full of firewater.
Really? This guy seems so sober.
Not to change the subject, but do you remember the time we shot the Fireman's Parade at Newburgh?
But we did not shoot the Deputies Parade.
And how the mayor burnt down the city hall and they're on it.
That was some day.
Help us! We got lost on the way to Achievement USA! Boy, Firehouse Subs delivery goes all out. This is really cheerful for a fireman funeral. Still a better parade than Fun in Balloon Land. What's all this then? What's all this then? What's all this then? What's all this then? Yes, it's the Backdraft High Marching Band. That little kid there has been in the department for 38 years. And they all trample Sideshow Bob.
It was only shortly after that we were assigned to feature productions.
They were the best days of my life, Chief. Meeting all those stars.
All 120 stars, rescuing Princess Peach.
Got a kick out of it.
And they liked you, too. Remember the time Dorothy Dalton carved her initials on your back?
Yeah.
He's Gary Buseying.
And I've got dozens of other autographs, too. Look 'em over.
Check out my sweet tats.
Bessie Barriskin. And look,
Gloria Swanson and Bobby Vernon. And here's an initial carved by Charlie Ray when he played with Dorothy Dalton. One of his first pictures.
Now this film is riffing other films. I have once again lost my job to automation.
Charlie's on his way to meet Dorothy Dalton.
She's the tall one.
The voluptuous sweetheart of the old-time cinema.
The first drive-through car wash.
Why did I vacation to the dead marshes?
Charlie is in love with Dorothy. She certainly has him on the run. In fact, she has him in the air.
Pizza Run!
Too comfortable, is waiting for Charlie in the swamp.
Charlie in the Swamp, the original Billy on the Street.
He is now burning with passion. I hope his celluloid collar doesn't catch on fire. Don't forget your rubbers, Charlie.
A message from the Safe Sex Council. Nosferatu's living cousin, Yesferatu.
And a pain in the stomach. You couldn't tell whether it was love or indigestion.
That's what Cool Shop is for.
And there they were.
The backside of water.
Idols of the masses. Standing.
That's where Norman Bates sank Marion Crane's body.
Knees. Too bad the water wasn't deeper.
Man, this ghost haunting this camera is sadistic. And baby makes 3.
I wonder if Gloria Swanson remembers her slapstick days when her clothes were furnished by Sears Roebuck instead of a Parisian modiste.
Look, if Sears Roebuck is good enough to sponsor Mr. Rogers, it's good enough for you.
But even then, Gloria showed signs of the glamour she possesses today.
So dogs will give you an axe, but not keys.
Hey, who was that guy Houdini?
That was Ulan Kalufid's 4th book.
There she is trying to put on the dog. I said try.
Before animal or child safety was invented.
No, it was only a Swanson dive. The whole place is leaking. I hope the baby's all right.
Ugh, why did that sound so much more sinister than his desire to drown that young couple in love?
And Teddy caught it and took it to our hero, Bobby Vernon.
Wait, no, this is a ventriloquist dummy of Edward G. Robinson.
Going places in those days. And made a big splash doing it.
Come on, gang, back into the small world boat. Yeah, that's the face of a woman who wants to be kissed.
They were a great bunch of troopers.
When TikTok filters go horribly wrong.
They had everything. Romance, drama.
Reality shows about housewives.
Comedy.
But no Mae West.
No Mae West?
No Mae West.
1 a penny, 2 a penny, no Mae West.
Don't you remember Louise Glom? She was the Mae West of the vampire age.
That age only lasted a weekend.
She was the vampiest vamp of them all. That is, horizontally speaking.
The Sunset Boulevard prequel, Midday Avenue.
And many a fool there was longing to get caught in her web.
I hate it when the dub doesn't match the subtitles. Come with me and you'll be in a world of slavish degradation.
Don't worry, folks. That's not passion. Just a little acid.
Oh, the Hays Code won't like that either because it implies gluttony.
Pardon me, Mrs. Vampire. There's a fool outside to see you. The old-time movie vamp always liked to have a little fool around.
Hey, you can't say fool around back then. The answer, an example of the spider's prowess. He who was John Morton? Correct. I'll take movie vamps for 600.
A businessman until he met Louise. After that, just a businessman. Exhibit A. He looks more like L.
I don't get it, but he actually looks like PFT.
I used to get a great kick out of those fiery speeches.
Remember William Jennings Bryan?
Do I?
He was delicious.
It's funny. The very thing he fought for is now a major item in the present-day recovery plan.
What's that?
Silver.
Joel Silver. The economy can only be saved by the producer of Xanadu.
I can picture Bryan now.
Asking out Strong Bad.
silver-tongued orange.
Oh man, I knew we were too late to get a good spot for World of Color.
You gotta admit, I played this stinking city like a harp from hell. Oh God, is he still pretending he won the Scopes Monkey trial?
It was here that William Jennings Bryan said, "The populist platform adopted by the National Convention of 1892 contained these words:
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Coinage of silver and gold at the present legal ratio of 16-1.
That's funny.
Funny that I'd set an alarm for such an obscure time just for a bad pun. Well, time to prove my Australian citizenship. Vitaphone has officially run out of old footage, so good night. Pepper Potts directed this? Man, the MCU really is inescapable. The fabulous Mr. Alfred Hitchcock is about to escort you to the prom. All your dreams are coming true. Psycho trailer. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Good afternoon.
Couldn't wait for evening, huh, Hitch?
Here we have a quiet little motel, tucked away off the main highway.
For people who can't ride it all night long.
And as you see, perfectly harmless looking. When in fact,
it's a travel lodge run for the hills.
Known as the scene of the crime.
Odd rebrand for a motel, but everyone needs a gimmick.
This motel also has, as an adjunct
professor of religious studies,
an old house
in Paris, all covered in vines.
Which is, if I may say so, a little more sinister looking.
Yeah, and behind that there's a big plane crash, and behind that they're supercharged. The disasters just get worse and worse.
The most dire, horrible events took place.
A gender reveal party. There were no survivors.
I think we can go inside because the place is up for sale. Although I don't know who's going to buy it now.
Who knew the H in HGTV stood for Hitchcock?
In that window on the second floor, the single one in front.
Ah, yes, Alfred Hitchcock's front window.
Was first seen. Let's go inside.
I am digging this new direction for MTV's Cribs. We had another one of these on the East Coast, but some purple dinosaur dances on its grave.
You see, even in daylight, this place still looks a bit sinister.
Just a bit, not all the way sinister.
I was at the top of these stairs.
To the top of the wall, now dash away.
Murder took place. She came out of the door there and met the victim at the top.
For dinner and drinks.
Of course, in a flash, there was the knife, and in no time, the victim tumbled and fell with a horrible crack.
And horrible rear projection.
Hit the floor. It's difficult to describe the way that... The
Rubik's Cube is solved, but it's something like this.
I won't dwell upon it. Come upstairs.
Oh, fancy seeing you here.
Or should I say victims, hadn't any conception as to the type of people they would be confronted with in this house, especially the woman. She was the weirdest and the most... Well, let's go into her bedroom.
Weirdest like Weird Alfred Yanko Hitchcock?
Here's the woman's room.
It's always so much fancier than the men's room.
Beautifully preserved. And the imprint of her figure on the bed where she used to lay.
Boy, that memory foam remembers everything.
I think some of her clothes are still in this wardrobe.
My mistake, it's just a passage to Narnia. Be glad I'm not showing you this in color. All the pastels to make it look good in black and white would overwhelm anyone but Wes Anderson.
Bathroom.
Do not go in there. Whoa.
This was the son's room, but we won't go in there because
he's busy playing Fortnite.
Was the little parlor behind his office in the motel. Let's go down there.
Look, Hitch, you can keep showing us around the Universal lot, but if you don't start flying, I want my money back.
This young man, you had to feel sorry for him.
Being recast with Vince Vaughn?
Dominated by an almost maniacal woman was enough to drive anyone to the extreme of, well, let's go in. Well, I suppose you'd call this his hideaway.
You lucky people, you.
His hobby, as you see, was taxidermy. Crow here.
Oh, snap, it really is the tiki room.
An important scene took place in this room. There was a private supper here.
The young man said, one of you will betray me.
Oh, by the way, this picture has great significance.
Apparently not enough significance to warrant a close-up so we can make out what the picture is.
Let's go along to cabin number 1. I want to show you something there.
Oh my God, Hitch, finish a sentence or get tested for ADHD.
All tidied up.
But if the maid thinks I'm leaving a tip, she's crazy.
The bathroom.
Well, this one's unoccupied.
Well, they've cleaned all this up now. Big difference. You should have seen the blood.
Chocolate syrup everywhere.
The whole place was, well, it's too horrible to describe. Dreadful. And I'll tell you, there's a very important clue was found here. Down there.
Val Kilmer popped his head out when trying to escape a German prison.
The murderer, you see, crept in here. Very slowly, of course, the shower was on, there was no sound. And,
Wait a minute. Either these curtains go or I do. It was a screamer video this whole time. Damn pranksters. And Janet Leigh as the Beaver. Oh man, I was hoping this movie would defy our preconceptions of linear time. A Paramount picture that Universal's gonna spend the rest of its life taking credit for.
Thank you so much, Dinah.
Not Dinah Shore, he's thanking the cat from Alice in Wonderland.
You can do all your Christmas shopping under one roof.
Take it from me, the hybrid of Gail Gordon and John
Shopping
Waters.
headquarters for cars with a choice of 13 different models.
Here's one model, the mannequin, not the car.
The beautiful Bel Air 4-door sedan.
Perfect for mom getting scared after one little fight.
Can't you just see Aunt Agatha's face when she finds this on Christmas morning?
After she yells at Bertie Wooster. Hey, you're not Kim Cattrall.
It's jet, smooth ride. And here we have the new Corvair Coupe.
You don't know what I got.
New lower price makes this Corvair just the thing if you have a wide circle of friends to remember.
He said that suggestively, but I have no idea what he's suggesting.
Your sister-in-law will be visiting you with all her, delightful children.
We all hate our relatives, right?
This might be nice. Chevy's Brookwood 9-passenger station wagon. She'll be so anxious to drive it. The children will be so eager to enjoy the rear-facing third seat. They may leave early.
And if we leave it open like this, they'll fall out and die. Hooray!
Appropriate for, safety your child's favorite teacher.
We've really milked this premise as far as it can go. We're running out of acquaintances to joke about giving cars as a stocking stuffer.
In the rear. And with the engine here, she can count on magnificent traction through snow and ice.
And a killer explosion once rear-ended.
And up front?
A cardboard snowman. Unfortunately, the only thing you're allowed to park near.
A lockable trunk. Very practical for all those apples she gets.
I'd like to see a doctor even try to come near her.
Been wondering what to get the boss for Christmas?
How about a resignation letter?
Wonder? No more. This Impala convertible will show him that...
You see him as a modern Vlad the Impaler.
Arguments. You still think the world of him.
Yeah, I'll buy my boss a car. Great. An obscure brand from deep in the past.
You're beautiful. You make me feel my Barbie doll is really real.
Nope, you just imagined having toys.
Small and so petite.
clothes and figure look so neat.
She'll cause disorders when I eat.
At parties she will cast a spell. Purses, hats, and gloves galore. And all the gadgets gals adore.
Gadget Gal Gadot, a robot who sings Imagine?
Her lovely fashions range from $1 to $5.
This has been the voice of the patriarchy making my cameo appearance.
Someday I'm gonna be exactly like you.
Yep, no harmful messaging here.
I know just what I'll do.
Cry a lot.
Barbie, beautiful Barbie. I'll make believe that I am you.
And all the murders will be in your name. I expected more from Greta Gerwig. Wait, don't pull back. I'm trying to see the magic guy.
Just nothing like ice skating.
Except rollerblading, I guess.
Fun way back in our grandparents' day, and it's still the favorite winter recreation.
Are those two on a date in Mr. Ed's barn?
Everywhere. Now, time hasn't changed the fun of ice skating.
What has is breaking both legs crashing into a Zamboni.
Rest up and refresh. And for fast refreshment, there's just nothing like a frosty bottle of Coca-Cola.
Skate around on the precarious ice holding a glass bottle. What could go wrong?
Sparkle. Coke has a distinctive flavor that's never been equaled.
Don't listen to us when we change our tune on that in the 80s.
Refreshed so quickly. For Coke offers a bit of wholesome energy.
It's drugs, the wholesome energy of drugs.
Just when you need it. In any season, enjoy bracing, ice-cold Coca-Cola.
And threaten to burn the place down if they ask if Pepsi is okay.
There are times every day as you work or you play when a pause would be welcome to you. And it's
so does this jukebox have any songs that aren't commercial jingles, or...
We'll do 50 million times a day.
And if you're counting Vanilla Coke, a good 20 or 30 million of those are me.
There's nothing like a Coca-Cola, nothing like a Coke.
You hear that, RC? I can feel my teeth rotting.
Yes, 50 million times a day. At home, at work, or on the way.
On the way to the doctor to treat your severe dehydration from only drinking soda.
Coca-Cola. The most asked for soft drink in the world.
There's nothing like a Coca-Cola, nothing.
So this is what that polar bear looks like when you shave his fur, huh? Cindy Brady?
When I grow up, I want to be a mommy.
What Ben Shapiro dreams of children dreaming of.
Right now, with Ideal's Betsy Wetsy. Betsy Wetsy cries real tears.
She feels real neglect.
Her own bottle, just like a real baby. And you'll love the soft touch of her baby pink skin.
Baby pink skin is no longer found in a pack of Crayolas.
Betsy Wetsy wets and needs to be changed.
You knew what you were getting into, kid.
All the fun you'll have giving Betsy Wetsy her bath and shampooing her rooted saran hair.
Such thrill.
Your mommy to get you Betsy Wetsy. And then you can be a mommy, too.
Start saving for your doll's college fund.
Ideal comes complete with layette in 4 sizes.
All of which are too big to fit in your playroom.
You'll find Betsy Wetsy and lots of other wonderful Ideal toys at your favorite toy department now.
I know we got some real selective toy department connoisseurs watching.
It's Ideal.
'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house...
When up from the ground came a bubbling crude. This is totally unbelievable.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with...
Oh, light bulb just went off in the heads of the Sherman brothers.
St. Nicholas soon would be there.
Just gonna say it, Miss Hathaway can do better.
Nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
Dancing sweets make me hungry for bland cereal.
He sprang to his sleigh.
Skipped a few pages there, Jethro.
Gave a whistle, and away they all flew.
Is he doing an ASMR video now? The Beverly Hillbill ASMR?
Exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Oh, I needed a happy ending like that ever since Mama Pearl mysteriously vanished, never to be seen again. But Kellogg's of Detroit wishes you nothing.
Chatty Cathy, all the tales famous talking down.
A doll that will never be ruined by effective and terrifying parodies.
And you say 11 different things. Let's play house.
You can be Robert Sean Leonard.
Please change my dress.
And make my bed and brush my teeth. Do it, slave.
Now you got a wardrobe full of pretty clothes.
Yeah, kind of an underwhelming follow-up to the talking.
For nursery school, you're crisp and cool.
Kids love being crisp.
For summer, there's a playtime set.
A K-Town stretch?
In winter, your collar's fur. cute as you can get.
In that cold that Stephen King can get? Sing clearer.
Love your mamas, and they love you sleepy time pajamas.
Just pull the ring. You never know what she'll say next.
Tell me a story.
You never know what she'll say, you just know it'll be demanding.
Is a Chatty Cathy's made by Mattel.
You'll find Chatty Cathy and her costume set.
Whether you want to or not.
You can tell it's Mattel, it's swell.
Hell.
Kodak suggests a give and take Christmas.
They also suggest Epcot not build a Mount Fuji roller coaster, so why should I listen to them, Harriet? Can I just see the camera you used to take the picture of these cameras instead?
Kodak gifts for Christmas.
Okay, stay right there while I gather blackmail on you.
Does this hat make me look enough like Carl Reiner?
Give Kodak gifts for Christmas.
Back when cameras were their own thing and not just an expected add-on of literally every device.
The merriest Christmas.
Was that the Don DeFore? Kodak suggests give us money and we'll take it.
I'm sure all of us enjoy having Christmas pictures.
Even though last time I tried to take one, David and Ricky ran away so fast they knocked over the tree and started a fire.
That gift to those you loved, so they can take pictures they'll always treasure.
Or boring, forgettable ones like this.
Ozzy's just so proud he figured out how to push a button.
Happiest holiday season you'll ever remember.
Christmas decoration even more flammable than candles. No, more bicycle safety?
Hey, it's Hasbro. Hasbro makes toys.
I love my corporation friends.
Hasbro?
Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head with their own cars and trailers. That's what's new.
Pink.
See, Mr. Potato Head.
Although, to be fair, I can still imagine Rickles' voice coming out of that thing.
And shopping trailer for his wife, Mrs. Potato Head.
I have many questions, but shopping trailer?
Easy. Like this. Take any fruit or vegetable.
Grapes should work, right?
Eyes, then ears, and then the mouth.
What about the nose, head, shoulders, knees, and toes?
Looking people in the whole world.
Yes, do my dark bidding.
People look different every time you make them.
Until we realize it's more marketable to sell the body, too.
Trailers come in $1 and $2 sizes.
Size labeled by price, and people say the Starbucks sizes are confusing.
A vanity case with toy cosmetics and beautiful accessories and real-looking doctor and nurse kits.
Can't wait for Michael Bay to make those movies.
Toys. It's fun to play with Hasbro.
Finally, somebody made playing fun. Lucky Strike, the third series after Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies. Oh, Porky's looking good.
Friends,
Romans.
Here's a wonderful Christmas gift for anyone who smokes.
An inhaler.
Because it says, Merry Christmas and Happy Smoking 200 times.
If that backseat of the car didn't kill those kids, give them this. It'll do it.
Luckies. All done up for Christmas in a beautiful carton created just for Lucky Strike by the famous designer, Mr. Raymond Loewy.
Well, pardon me all the hell.
Bright and colorful under your Christmas tree.
Just trust us on that.
A welcome gift to anyone who enjoys a good smoke.
Or 200 at once.
Smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste.
Bad taste.
And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. Cleaner?
Well.
Fresher? Smoother.
Which was Raymond Loewy's deadliest design? Lucky Strike, Air Force One, or every oil company?
Christmas cartons of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky.
Wow, Marnie Nixon phoned that one in.
This year.
That's all, smokes. Miracles from Manicules. True Boardman, much better director than False Boardman. Ooh, Bill Melendez. It's a man-made miracle, Charlie Brown. Was John Sutherland trying to build his brand in a Walt Disney-esque way? Was his ultimate goal Sutherland Land? This was a bold direction for United Artists to take with Lord of the Rings.
My name is Dan Ferguson. I'm a writer.
I carry a badge.
My assignment was to explore one of the nation's leading research centers and show the effect of the work done there on all our lives.
Which was an odd assignment, since I write for Cat Fancy.
I got out of my car and started toward the entrance.
Well, the film noir narration is certainly putting me in the mood for an industrial film.
Into the research headquarters of one of the leading rubber companies in the world. And I didn't even know what made a ball bounce.
I think it's sing-alongs.
I knew I'd find the answer before I left this place.
Well, time to enter control headquarters.
The vice president of research was to be my guide in this adventure.
Bill Melendez's animation is way more lifelike than I remember.
An assignment. What can I do to help?
Doctor, I'm here to uncover some of your man-made scientific miracles.
For example, magnets. How do they work?
In school, I'm a babe in the scientific woods, if ever there was one.
I am very much not enjoying how much this guy looks like Matt Gates.
Very open and at the moment very empty.
I'm what the kids call a himbo.
How to start my story.
Here's one possibility.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
Sobering thought. But if it hadn't been for what you hold in your hand, we might have lost our national neck in World War II.
Synthetic rubber?
Precisely. The battle to make man-made rubber.
The Battle of the Bounce.
The greatest example of industrial teamwork in our nation's history.
This rubber guy is the Negaverse version of the plastics guy from The Graduate.
Example of our way of life at its working best.
As I sat there listening to the doctor's words,
I zoned out profusely because nothing is more boring than the history of rubber.
Fortunately for America, one rubber company had been working long before World War II.
The smoke's moving like a wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man.
General-purpose man-made rubber.
This plant produced bouncing ball tests for young animation students.
Was producing general-purpose man-made rubber.
Luigi's Flying Tires didn't succeed because that was car-made rubber.
Important as it was just a molehill alongside the 650,000 long tons of rubber the nation used in 1941.
Well, no wonder Spielberg went so over budget.
97% came from the Far East.
Oh, how racist is this about to get? It is the Far East, and Japan is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon.
The enemy's goal was the rubber lands, and she got them in a few short weeks. The rubber ships stopped coming. Not only our war effort...
No, that's just Butte, Montana disguised as the capital by Boris Badenov.
Sam faced the most critical period of his life. From Washington,
Uncle Sam works the mixing board at a megachurch.
And industry answered. The men in rubber...
Men in rubber, alien a clubber.
And in chemicals, formed a combat team to fight the battle for man-made rubber. It was a battle we had to win.
Yeah, that line didn't age well over footage of people running into the Capitol.
And at home. It was only 20 months after Pearl Harbor that the largest plant for making man-made rubber went into full operation at Port Neches, Texas. With the rubber we needed...
The rubber industry has its own mecha Koopa?
High gear. And we struck back all over the globe.
Ah, yes, rubber was the weapon that ended the war. I am become rubber bouncer of worlds.
We didn't know if we'd make it on time.
Doctor, I see what you mean.
It was all about rubber. That Hitler was just some nobody.
Here in my hand. But my next question is, how did you do it?
You might say the answer to that is right here.
This is the famous wall that Pink Floyd warned us about.
Man-made rubber grew out of our work with this material.
Just what is it?
It's Corroseal.
Corroseal. The entire planet is one big city.
You might call it a kind of cousin of rubber.
Rubber's the maybe, and Corroseal is the George Michael.
Related. Oh, come along. I believe we can show you what I mean.
Hey, it's a teenage Alfred Yankovic.
A good deal of the information you want in this film.
Ah, not since How to Use Classroom Films has an educational film so clearly shown us a different educational film. They're cousins. They're chemical cousins all the way.
Polyvinyl flexible materials and man-made rubber are closely related in many ways.
Through marriage.
The first of these, polyvinyl materials, comes from very simple beginning.
Hey, this real film ripped its art style off from his daydream.
Limestone and coke.
Pepsi is unacceptable.
The manufacturing process,
oh, it's a descendant of Little Caesar.
Water,
Rabber.
plus electricity produce hydrogen and chlorine gases.
After work, this scientist is going to go get harassed by the Pink Panther.
Coke and limestone are combined.
That's how they made Ginger Lime Diet Coke.
These two gases are then combined in...
Remember, kids, always vacuum up your gases and then touch it up with a blowtorch.
And cool. And thus converted to liquid form.
To be drunk raw by contestants on Fear Factor.
Vinyl chloride.
The preferred audio format of hipster chloride.
A single drop contains literally billions of molecules.
Billions of molecules. Okay, I'm done referencing that. Looks like an orgy at Mr. DNA's house.
The catalyst, like
Tom Hooper's catalyst,
who never joins the rookie ranks, still gets plenty of action.
All right, you guys, fall in on the double.
Come on, soldiers, take me seriously, please.
The catalyst makes these molecules grow and hook together in long, strong chains.
Which Fleetwood Mac refuses to break.
This is known as polymerization.
Nothing wrong with polymerization as long as you're open and honest with your partners about it. They fuse into Stretch Armstrong.
And return. In this case, the process of polymerization results in the material polyvinyl chloride.
Polyvinyl foamylate.
But of no practical use until a plasticizer is added. The plasticizer's softening influence makes these viable and workable. Thus was created a new material known as Geon.
Geon, Warrior Princess.
Products are made. A material which
you are getting very sleepy. Not from that hypnosis spiral, just from watching this film.
Products which contribute to the safety, comfort, and the beauty.
Wasn't enough to watch humans watch this cartoon. Now we're watching cartoons watch this cartoon.
New flexible materials enabled research scientists and engineers to develop further their chemical cousin and to put man-made rubber into a host of constructive services for mankind.
Is this haunted glove actually stretching?
Man-made rubber has brought improvements.
We've injected you with 20 cc's of rubber. Your blood is basically a basketball now.
Surgical uses. Lighter, higher pressure hoses are on our first line of defense against fire.
Fires caused by our other chemicals.
Sturdy, longer lasting rubber are constantly.
God, Splash Mountain's lift hill is in terrible shape. This revamp is long overdue.
But despite the literally hundreds of other products for which rubber is used today,
as seen in this random tourism ad,
production goes into tires.
Yes, tires, providing a population for strong Badia.
Over 40 million cars ride the nation's highways.
It'll take 10 million more for it to be quite the achievement, USA.
And road safety is greatly advanced.
That tire damage doesn't look severe at all. I'm gonna go enter a paid parking lot through the exit.
The nation's trucks, tractors, giant construction equipment ride on heavy-duty tires.
Heavy-duty tires roll
than ever before. And jet planes land safely on carrier decks thanks to aircraft tires.
This isn't so much Top Gun Maverick as it is bottom knife conformist.
There are other advances almost beyond number, and always the work goes on to discover.
Meanwhile, at the Disney Ink and Paint department,
improve. Here in this
why is the lab staffed entirely with flashers?
Some of the true pioneers of our time.
These rubber scientists will all die of dysentery.
Microscope, assaulting the horizons of the
No,
unknown.
they shut down Horizons.
And each of their discoveries becomes another milestone on a road which has no end.
Much like this film.
They continue their task of converting the dreams of yesterday to the realities of tomorrow.
Welcome to the realities of tomorrow.
Thank you, Frank.
Wrong Yankovic.
Did you find enough ideas to get a start on your story?
If I ever had any doubts about the importance of research, you've taken care of them once and for all.
Well, I'm glad.
Yeah, I also get super agreeable when I have to pretend I was paying attention.
Well, there's one thing I can't impress on you too strongly.
Rubber's really boring.
Only on the threshold in almost every scientific field. So see if you can light even more fires of scientific enthusiasm in our young people.
Light the building on fire, that's an order.
In the research scientist of the future lies our great hope.
Medicinal science is trivial compared to fake rubber science.
Don't worry, Doctor. That'll be in the story and letters that high.
We kill an entire forest for each issue of this paper.
You've been most helpful.
My pleasure.
Oh, I almost forgot. There was one final question.
This guy's a terrible Columbo.
What makes a ball bounce?
Well, I'll tell you. We've learned to make a plane fly faster than sound.
Quit evading the question.
To create all sorts of new products and materials. Some of us have even learned to split the atom. But there's one thing not one of us knows. What makes a ball bounce? Do me a favor.
What's that?
If you find out, let me know.
That's the deal. Goodbye, then.
Goodbye.
Yeah, sucker, we know what makes a ball bounce, but I'll never tell him. Hey, where the hell did my kid go?
Sponsored by B.F. Goodrich, but without the decency to have Harry Von Zell annoying George Burns. Oh boy, a film forced on you by a door-to-door salesman. Okay, is this the fantabulous emancipation of one Harley Quinn, or is this the 2002 TV series that was trying to be Buffy in Gotham? Wasn't William Finley the mad scientist from Nightmare Before Christmas?
Among the birds of prey are the owls, the vultures, the eagles, and the hawks.
Well, good night, everyone.
Hawks and vultures are often seen soaring majestically high in the sky.
The other two just tumble through the air awkwardly.
All birds of prey are carnivorous.
No, really?
Other animals. The strong talons of hawks and owls help them to catch and to carry their prey.
But you ask one to help you move, and you'll just get a bunch of excuses.
The birds of prey have hooked beaks that are well suited for tearing flesh.
Or on a lazy night, opening a can of Chef Boyardee.
As the American eagle, nest in high places.
But some won't move out of their parents' basements. The end? Oh.
The barn owl sometimes nests in a hollow tree trunk.
Next to his neighbor, Henrietta Pussycat.
Sleeps at home during the day.
Oh, sweet, you got an Atari?
Barn owls are rarely seen, although they are found throughout most of the United States.
Found but not seen. We just sort of feel them while moving our hands around blindfolded.
They usually hunt their prey under cover of night.
Out of the night, when the full moon is bright, comes a barn owl known as Barn Owl.
Are set so that it can look in only one direction without moving its head.
Once they move their head, they can look Backstreet Boys.
The barn owl has keen eyes.
It has canines?
It can see mice or other prey at great distances.
It can even see that they're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Its highly sensitive ears.
Hey, you're burying the lead that it has fingers.
Of a field mouse far away.
So it's got fantastic vision and fantastic hearing? Geez, what a Mary Sue.
Have a soft fringe.
Just like the top of Curly Surrey.
Wings make no noise in flight. Thus, the prey has no warning.
All the cute critters are doomed. Enjoying the film, children? That is clearly a baby Skeksis.
And quite helpless. Later, a white down appears.
A white down, not to be confused with an Olympus Fallen.
The mother barn owl starts sitting as soon as she lays the first egg.
But even then, her shift lead tries to force her to stand.
Is 12 days older than the smallest.
That's the way they all became the barn owl bunch.
Baby barn owls are always hungry.
Yeah, so am I. Baby barn owls aren't special. The clacking of the Tiki Room animatronics is drowning out the music.
When half grown, the young still have the downy white coat.
Made of Dalmatians.
Later, wing feathers appear. And also the head feathers.
The head feathers connect to the wing feathers.
7 again, a few days later.
Is this the real life?
When 6 to 8 weeks old, barn owl young are ready to leave the nest.
Yeah, it's easy when you're not saddled with student loan debt.
The great horned owl.
From the Black Cauldron?
Found in all parts of North and South America the year round.
No matter how many times you ask them to leave.
The ear tufts resemble horns. Hence the name, Great Horned Owl.
So we're just listening to this guy read the encyclopedia.
Large, powerful, and ferocious.
Ferocious? Well, gee, Josaphat. The cactus is also horned. Roll with us here.
It is often called the tiger of the air.
Tiger of the air, chicken of the sea, narwhal of the cliffside, water buffalo of the surface of Jupiter.
Has hatched its 2 young in an old abandoned hawk nest.
All birds of prey believe in squatters' rights.
Here in the Southwest,
seats aren't assigned and the flight attendants tell bad jokes.
Often catch rabbits to feed their young.
Oh no, Bean, Oswald, Bugs, Roger, Fiver, run for it! Is that owl winking at me? Buy me a drink first.
They are ever on the alert for dangers. If a stranger approaches,
starring Charles Durning,
lowers and spreads its wings as if ready to attack.
This owl would later teach everyone else in the 100-acre wood how to be too smart for strangers.
The screech owl is found in all parts of the United States.
Stalking the Lisa Turtle owl. Grandmother Willow?
This one has a nest in a hollow fir tree. Its plumage matches the bark.
So, does the plumage match the bark? In this picture, there are 40 screech owls. They cannot be seen.
The baby screech owl has a coat of down.
A coat of down, 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 down.
It is well feathered.
Every fade to black gives me a tiny bit of hope, and every fade back in crushes it.
The snowy owl.
Companion of the Tintin owl, called the Milou owl in the original Belgian.
Only during severe winters do these owls go southward as far as the United States.
What does an owl consider severe?
Usually only as far as the northern states.
They're really only interested in seeing the Mall of America.
The snowy owl is white, except for dark markings.
Listen, film, no matter how much you tempt me with owls and dark marks, I refuse to make a Harry Potter joke.
The vulture is a scavenger, feeding mainly on decayed
That's not turkey vulture. That's emu vulture.
It is often seen circling high in the sky above a carcass.
But only one specific carcass. Can you guess whose?
The young turkey vulture has a white coat of down.
Seen it.
Which is later replaced by black feathers.
And all the fans rant on Twitter about the redesign.
During summer, turkey vultures are found throughout most of the United States, but they move southward in winter.
Yeah, that one up there moved all the way south to Ohio. Meanwhile, in the same country,
the black vulture is found only in the southeastern United States and southward.
South by Southeast, directed by Nega Alfred Hitchcock.
The black vulture also is a scavenger.
Look, this will go faster if you just list things that are different about these birds.
Head and upper neck are bare.
It's a bear, too? What is this Dr. Moreau crap?
Young black vultures have coats of gray down. But this will be replaced by black feathers when they are 3 months old.
And finally, they can live up to their name. Nominative determinism wins out.
Sparrowhawk is one of the smallest hawks.
Well, I figured if they're not calling it the mammoth hawk. Turkey vulture, sparrowhawk, seagull parrot, let's mash them all up.
The sparrowhawk nests throughout the United States and Canada, but many migrate to southern United States and as far south as Central America in winter.
Central America? What, like Nebraska?
The sparrowhawk commonly nests in a hollow tree.
Some of these eggs were later thrown at Michael Eisner in France.
This sparrowhawk has just hatched.
Let's bother it.
Feathers appear as it grows older, but the brightly colored feathers do not appear until the second year.
It's got to fulfill its freshman prereqs before it gets approved for brightly colored feathers. Man, can you believe this? Am I the only one seeing this? Come on, people.
The marsh hawk,
Fluffy Puff Marsh Hawk,
weeds and marshes throughout the northern and western parts of the United States and north to the Arctic Circle. The winter home extends from the United States to South America.
We could show you a map of South America to demonstrate, but we're not sure what it looks like.
During the nesting season, the parents are busy providing food.
The children demand McDonald's, but the parents insist they have food at home. Oop, almost lost my balance there. These talons are great for grabbing, less great for standing.
Marsh hawks live almost entirely on field mice.
But they occasionally enjoy a city mouse.
The mother holds the mouse in her claws and with her beak tears the flesh.
Hey kids, Mickey went to live on a farm upstate, but he's still under copyright for the next 150 years.
The rough-legged hawk winters almost entirely within the boundaries of the United States, but in summer migrates northward to nest in Canada.
Just because the warmer it gets, the more they really crave Tim Hortons.
The rough-legged hawk sometimes nests on a high cliff.
Who gave Clavin weed?
A brood usually consists of 3 or 4 young. These young are nearly grown.
And these olds are still pretty young. Who needs labels?
The parent birds often bring rabbits or squirrels to the nest. But when food is scarce, they may attack other birds.
This is turning into an avian TMZ.
Are tearing apart the remains of a sparrowhawk.
Take that, sparrowhawk. That's what you get for shoehorning yourself into the Hawks of the Caribbean ride.
The red-tailed hawk is found in all parts of the United States.
Especially your attic.
In mountainous country, the red-tailed hawk often nests on a high ledge.
Where it spends its free time pretending to be Batman. There, now this is a proper Birds of Prey short.
The red-tailed hawk preys largely on small animals, including snakes and fish.
This bird eats Satan and Jesus. Total religious anarchy.
2 months after hatching, these young red-tails are nearly full grown, and they are learning to fly.
Thank God they're not being taught by Raoul. Been a while since we've heard from the Eagles, so I guess they're busy taking the ring to Mordor. Okay, I guess the filmmakers had to cut this short before they just started throwing baby birds off of a cliff. And still more closure than DC gave their Birds of Prey franchise. McGraw-Hill Text Films, come gather around and watch a book. The mouth and the nose never get their own movies. All right, we've already learned how to use the classroom film, and now we've got to figure out which one to choose. Since I'm a math teacher, I think I'll choose Aronofsky's Pi.
Can't wait to see how many times this short uses the word well.
The lens of a motion picture projector is a brilliant, penetrating eye.
A great eye, lidless, wreathed in flame.
On the screen, the barrier of size can be surmounted.
Or just get a microscope.
Microscopic subjects enlarged to the point of easy visibility.
Beyond the realm of normal magnification.
Circumvented, as an extended process appears to be speeded up through the use of time-lapse photography.
But it'll still feel like it takes hours to watch.
Or as the past is recreated and brought vividly to life for your student.
I didn't know you could plow with the catawampus.
Barriers to understanding are removed as complex subjects unfold in simplified detail through the use of animation, which can diagram happenings that often cannot be seen in any other way.
Until Disney greenlights the live-action remake.
The eye of the motion picture projector cuts through the barrier of distance to let students observe people and places half a world away.
And develop really reductive views of their cultures.
Witness the drama while they consider the problems of our times. And finally, students can see through the use of classroom films what they need to understand as they develop their skills for the future.
So this one's a sex ed film, or?
The lens of a motion picture projector is an eye.
Yeah, established. Move on.
Stimulate.
Oh, it is sex ed.
Motivate. Educate your students.
Take it from me, the love child of Phil Collins and Gene Hackman.
Like any eye, it must be pointed in the right direction.
I think you need to watch a film on eyes.
Activity. Behind the eye, there must be a brain.
Well, now you're asking too much.
Making the selection. Choosing the perspective that serves your goals.
A film that serves Dave goals, I mean. Gotta make sure there's a meaty role for Gonzo.
In your student.
I feel like printing the word goals on a screen was a waste of department resources.
The classroom have several purposes.
It lets you sit in the back and take a nap.
The film to know that there is a connection.
It's all connected, man.
Film and the techniques used to achieve that purpose.
Illegal back alley techniques.
We'll consider the first of various purposes for which classroom films are designed.
To stall for time while you write the next test.
To communicate information.
So to teach,
now,
like in a class.
Techniques are most often employed in information films. Well, one technique, obviously, is a factual presentation, with the camera documenting actual events so that they become visual experiences.
Like a vlog about dinosaur robots in a mall?
From two films, which illustrate distinctive techniques for imparting vividness and immediacy to factual material. The first film documents life in a woodlot.
Oh, the woodlot. I know my generation's nostalgic for it, but I just don't like baseball movies. I am reasonably certain I already riffed this last month. Well, at least the score's pretty. Trust in me. I swear, if that jerk thinks he can get me to bite from the fruit of knowledge. I'm just looking for Brittany. I want to apologize for giving her hives. Look, I'm out of Sparrowhawk jokes. Show me something new. This tree is going to get struck by lightning and turn into the Bruckheimer logo.
In unchecked supremacy, it was the hawk that got the snake.
In the library with the lead pipe.
The twist which brought death to the snake brought a reprieve to the grouse chick, but a grouse fell prey to a fox.
Oh God, it's somehow both an animal snuff film and vor fetish porn.
The unfit and the foolish.
Sorry, I thought that would be more interesting.
In this story of life in a woodlot, the filmmaker took his camera to the scene of the action. He documented facts carefully and accurately at the moment when they occurred.
Then he shoved a bunch of lemmings off a cliff.
Students see the real thing. But let's take a look at another excerpt from a film in which the subject matter required the substitution of an actual event for one as nearly like it as possible.
We've secretly replaced this film with Filmer's Crystals.
Children of the Wagon Train.
So this is a direct-to-video sequel where the same plot happens to the kids?
In learning, I guess. Sometimes after a day of traveling,
Alfred Molina?
Keep your mind on it.
Linkara? Norman Bates' mother?
We all like the part where Mrs. Crawford reads to us from the book. And I know everybody would like to be able to read from the book, too, someday.
It doesn't have the same effect when she just describes to us where Waldo is.
Tonight we have a real treat. Pa has shot us a prairie chicken, and we have fresh meat for supper.
Sister thinks she can improve on the recipe, but I doubt it. You'll never amount to anything, young Cordelia. That is one sinister-looking wagon.
Singing after supper, but today has been long, and tonight most of us are ready for bed at sundown.
Where was Michael Landon?
In Children of the Wagon Train, historical material was reenacted in its original setting.
We shot this on the actual prairie where Mrs. Crawford died of dysentery.
It is factual information documented as carefully and accurately as the filmmaker can recreate it.
I demand my pioneers have period-accurate feathered perms.
In assessing films, remember that the characteristic of the film to communicate information is quite
extreme close-up.
Whoa! Technique, showing action as it occurs, or an event which has been reenacted so the student can look back into the past.
And make fun of the past on YouTube.
The documentary technique, in its two variations, is the technique most often used in films designed primarily to communicate information. But keep in mind that there is also hardly a classroom film in existence which does not in some way impart information.
Worthless information, but
the techniques you will see later in this film may also be used in informational films. Now, let's consider a second purpose for which films are designed. To change attitudes.
To change attitudes, the least subtly titled propaganda film.
Through which your students can more easily gain a new appreciation of themselves and the factors which shape their lives. Let's take a look at some screen examples. The first is from Understanding Others. It deals with a social situation.
Let's go back to the moment when Ben entered the room. Let's look at this incident again.
We'd need to have seen it the first time.
Are they laughing at me?
Well, I'm the only one here, so they must be laughing at me.
Behind my back. They think I'm odd because my clothes are old and worn, and because I have to spend all my spare time working instead of horsing around like they do.
Them, the horse from horsing around.
My whole life is different from theirs.
I'm 20 years older than them.
I begin to fit into their group. I wish they did like me. Maybe I could just walk over there and let them know that I want to be friendly. No, I'd better not. Why ask for trouble? That Ernie Davis, he'd probably make fun of me.
So even boomers anxiously imagine the worst-case outcome of social interaction.
A bunch of snobs.
Before we comment on this type of attitude film, let's examine a segment from another one.
And forget what we had to say about this one.
We've waited quite a while, and we still don't have a doctor.
Yeah, that's American health insurance for you.
We're willing to do almost anything to get one.
We'll kidnap one tomorrow.
All right. We've got over 40 applications from towns in this state that don't have doctors. We're doing everything we can to find the man, but it's a tough job.
Well, how about these young fellows coming out of the medical schools?
This guy's just irate because he tripped over Johnny's bike.
Yes, most
Mel Cooley's happier brother.
One of those young doctors. But there's even a problem connected with that.
And you'll hear it in our next exciting episode.
Understanding Others presents a look at a social situation in such a way that students can easily put themselves in the place of the film participants.
They, too, can easily imagine bullying that kid.
Yes. But over and above this, well, they tend to have some feelings about those facts.
And it turns out the facts actually care quite a bit about these feelings.
Different reactions helps awaken more mature student attitudes towards problems in human relations.
And that's why Americans handle human relations so maturely.
A common technique used in films to change attitudes
is gaslighting.
Is dramatization.
Oh.
It may be a dramatization in which an ideal reaction is stressed.
These days, my reaction to most things is stressed.
A film which helps shape attitudes by suggesting a suitable course of action. Or it may be that
these pictures were stuck on the cabinets when we bought the place,
which provides evidence of several different attitudes. These two dramatic techniques are somewhat different, but their aims are identical.
To brainwash kids into conformity.
An emotionalized experience to which students can relate. A third purpose for which films are designed is
to give Adam Sandler's buddies a paid vacation.
To develop skills.
The skill of watching films.
Observe how skilled films are constructed. Notice that the camera is usually focused on the work at hand, giving the student watching the film a front row seat.
Which is way too close. Near the back is a better overall show.
To observe the step-by-step process without extraneous or distracting details.
And they only have to rewind the film 8 times to understand the step they skipped.
The technique of woodworking, joining and gluing.
Always joining and gluing, never cheesing or choosing a classroom film.
Develop skills.
Using the tri-square to guide you,
the tri-square area
across both edges of the piece, so that the dado will be straight and true.
And if you start to slide, give a little whistle.
Use a marking gauge to mark the depth of the dado.
Because the dado won't put her hands up and surrender.
Half the thickness of the stock. Using a block guide and back saw, carefully cut the sides of the dado to the proper depth.
You know, if this film's gonna fill time by showing me other films, I wish I could just fill times by playing jokes from other riffers.
Too large for the piece that must fit into it. Use the chisel with a mallet to remove.
Is this an adventure game walkthrough?
Chisel from both sides, leaving the cut high in the center. Smooth the bottom of the dado with a chisel or a router. The piece should fit snugly, but not so tightly that it has to be pounded in.
And that's as erotic as the 50s got.
In a film to develop skills, the technique most often used is one of presenting step-by-step close-ups of the process to be learned.
Wait, what's step-by-step?
We come now to the fourth purpose for which films are designed. To develop interest.
Yeah, A+ work there.
These films may impart information. They may even help change attitudes.
What are you going to do about it?
They are primarily designed to arouse interest. So they make use generally of interesting and unusual techniques. The film Manners in School employs fantasy plus a combination of live action and animation to arouse interest.
Oh, now this is unfair. Showing me a short that Riff Tracks has already covered?
Larry Carson.
Yeah?
It's almost time for recess, Larry.
This week, Spinelli takes Guru Kid's place.
It's your turn to clean the chalkboard.
Oh, Miss Rand, we were gonna play ball at recess. Honest, you better get somebody else. Some girl.
But they love to run around, love to handle everything they see.
Your turn. Class dismissed.
All right, chalkboard, it's just you and me, Pilgrim. I see chalk erasers have always been as effective as mopping up a spill with a rag soaked in chocolate milk. In his free time, Larry designs mascots for local dentists.
Hi, Larry. My name is Chalky.
Look, we need to come up with actual jokes that haven't been done about this scene before, and yet these clowns got so lazy they ended their naming session after Chalky.
And run. And even jump.
Why can't you sit still?
Gosh. Ah, that's nothing. What's important, Larry? I'm here for a purpose. To do something about your manners.
What do you mean? My manners.
Manners like I'm a clown? Like I amuse you?
The use of interest-catching devices is not limited to films designed to develop interest.
I think you've mistaken interest with terror.
The primary purpose of a film, you will often find that the use of unusual camera techniques...
It's animation. It's not like a Vertigo-style dolly zoom.
Sometimes even poetical narration contribute to the film's purpose. The fifth purpose for which classroom films may be designed is to raise problems.
Hey, I don't think my students need any help raising problems.
Initiating and stimulating a class discussion in an area which students can explore and analyze, if not resolve.
Teach them life has no answers.
Such films make use of dramatization, but they have a special technique all their own, as we shall see in this excerpt from The Snob.
Oh, come on. Literally everybody's riffed that one.
Are you satisfied?
Is my hair flat enough for you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do we, since we just got here.
I don't know what business it is of yours if I don't want to dance.
Well, I think you did want to dance. You wanted to dance, all right, but you just couldn't pass up the chance to be a snob.
Ah, snob! That's the secret word! My snobber sense is tingling.
What's the matter?
Richie Cunningham to the rescue.
Sarah? Sarah, come back.
Lost World Jurassic Park is lower budget than I remember.
Why not? What's the matter? Can I do anything?
No. Oh, Ron, they're so mean and hateful. They don't understand anybody who isn't one of their gang.
Those cruel little rascals.
They do. They don't understand.
They didn't mean it. Isn't there something I could...
The snob, hurting everyone, herself, her parents, her friends, other people.
Shut up, I'm trying to snuggle with this tree.
The way she does. Is it a cover-up for some lack she feels in herself?
How do you solve a problem like a Sarah?
Can a friend like Ron help her in any way?
Ron will try to help by suing Disney World.
Is the group justified in judging everything Sarah does as snobbery?
Well, if everyone's doing it, it must be right.
What do you think?
I think I'm glad the 50s ended and introversion was finally legalized. Frickin' McCarthy.
The special technique of the dramatic film designed to raise problems is the open-end technique.
Whoa, you can't be teaching kids about open-end techniques.
Or the unanswered question that grows out of a dramatization. Something to provoke discussion and an exchange of thoughtful opinion on problems which affect your students.
Was that wipe necessary?
2, 3,
Demonstrating counting is the most educational thing we've seen.
5 purposes for which classroom films are designed.
Purposes that mark the difference between a wood grouse and a snob?
Between the techniques used in films and the purposes of those films. You may also have noticed some overlapping in techniques.
It's almost like this whole thing was a redundant waste of time.
The film to raise problems, for example, both employed dramatization. In the one, it was a primary characteristic. In the other, it was secondary to the open-end characteristic. Now, let's return to your goals.
My primary goal is to find public domain footage I can mock through snarky commentary because that's an easy thing to put out week after week.
You probably have already realized your goals are often almost identical with the purposes for which the films are designed. Now here again, overlapping is common.
Clearly, since you've repeated yourself incessantly.
Develop interest. Although you also may want to communicate information.
Okay, at this point, the film scratch lines make it look like he's behind bars. I'm not going to protest.
There is a great deal of flexibility in the ways you can use films. Now, some of this flexibility is the result of overlapping purposes and techniques in the films themselves. But there is even more flexibility possible in your adaptation of those films to meet your particular teaching needs.
And then I can complain when your adaptation cuts out the scouring.
Designed primarily to help develop a skill, such as the joining and gluing film.
Starring Peter Sellers.
Emphasize some special element in it, such as asking students to watch for examples of safety practices. Now, when you do, you're using a
kill switch
skill film
as a sleeping aid.
As an attitude film.
Attitude films like Mountain Dew commercials.
Consider your students and
okay, now they're showing us footage from how to use classroom films. These films are cannibalizing each other.
What you want the film to
Fred McMurray's going to break that kid's glasses with a trumpet.
Ask your students to look for as they view the film. It will also suggest a type of follow-up.
I wish I was as high as this kid.
Going to be needed. You will develop your own skill in evaluating films by learning to recognize some of the film techniques we have demonstrated here.
Like turning the camera on.
The documentary technique, the dramatic technique,
the rom-com technique,
step-by-step close-up technique, the unusual effects technique, and the open-end technique. Now,
yeah, is he going to backhand me?
Essential purpose. But remember, too, that any one of them may serve a secondary purpose.
But there is a two-purpose maximum. If you discover a third purpose, there will be blood to pay.
Proper use of film heightens the importance of the teacher and makes his contribution all the more necessary.
His contribution. All teachers are famously male.
The quality of the film experience ahead for your students should be predictable.
Well, it's boring. That's almost the same thing.
If you develop your skill in both choosing and using the classroom film.
Oh, is this one of those endings where it's the very film we've been watching? Nice of the projector to show us a The End card. Yeah, you sold me. I'm going to rush out and collect these all. Okay, I read the titles. Fade out already. I don't recall being assigned my own Chevrolet dealer, but I doubt they're going to be much help with my Toyota Prius. Well, if it's my Chevrolet dealer, I'm guessing this film isn't a guide to the wonders of public transit. Gale Storm? So it's just going to be a tour of Autopia's special woman driving space? It was the best ride she'd ever had.
know where the Lee Bonnell family of Hollywood is going?
To get their names changed to the Gail Storm family since she gets top billing.
An institution of going new places and doing new things.
Or just hitting up Vegas for an 8th time.
Vacation baggage is all packed and the family car is in tip-top shape.
If you like
all
crap.
Ready to go places. The Bonnells consider themselves experts on how to go places in the family car.
Put them in a different vehicle and they're clueless.
Being an expert is knowing how to get ready to go. Last vacation, this expert left the lawn sprinklers running.
Well, yeah, it's not like the grass came with them.
This expert forgot to leave a note for the milkman.
Milkman, the man with the powers of milk. Where's those Fleischer cartoons?
A checklist. The checklist makes it easy to know what to take. Of course, it also makes it easy to know what not to take.
Save this for a bicycle safety short.
With the family baggage all together, on display, anyone can do a good job of packing.
The emotional baggage will seep up around the 15th hour stuck in the car with the family.
When the things you'll want first are the last to be packed, they'll be easier to find.
Matthew 20:16.
And here's a tip. One bag holding toilet articles, pajamas, and a change of light clothing for the entire family can save a lot of unpacking and repacking.
With these 3 easy steps, you too can sing zippity-doo-dah out of your asshole.
Your space is clear and unobstructed. But even so, blocking that door on the traffic side is a good safety precaution if you're traveling with children. There's a small cushion or two for sleepyheads, and to help stretch distances between stops, a jug of water, some cookies, and dried fruit for between meal snacks without mess and bother.
And a George Foreman grill for paninis on the road. And don't forget the espresso maker.
Last item on the Bonnell's checklist, and a good idea for everyone, a spare key for the car safely tucked away in a magnetic container for emergency.
I'm sure Lee and Gail love that you've told everyone how to break into their car now.
Getting ready to go, a real expert seems to think of everything.
Philip, are you sure you snapped the lock on the front door when you closed it?
Yes, sir, Dad. It's locked. Uh-oh, I just remembered something. My purse.
Where is it?
It's on the dining room table.
Okay, give me the keys. I'll go get it.
Oh, you poor dumb fool.
I hate to tell you this, but that's where all the house keys are. In my purse.
Oh, Susanna. Fortunately, she has a plush taco from Squishable.
The open road at last.
Do you need a break from modern living?
3 small boys with hidden talent for burglary.
Next stop, the Lonely Mountain, where the boys will retrieve the Arkenstone.
And who cares about schedules when they're vacation bound?
Dad, can I have a real gun? Not until you're 12, son.
Does. But stepping on it is not the expert way to make up for lost time.
The hell it isn't. Floor this baby. Hit the nitrous.
Fewer the miles on a tank full of gas. Much of the time he thinks he is saving by extra speed may actually be spent in extra refueling stops. Speed is expensive.
But heroin's on a discount.
Car, driving costs increase rapidly as driving speeds go up. So take it easy, Pop.
Go stand on the corner in Winslow, Arizona.
You'll get there more economically, more safely, and probably just as soon if you drive at an efficient rate.
A smooth 3 miles an hour will have you there in no time.
Reasonable speed will let you cover more miles in a day, relaxed and comfortable.
It's most efficient to drive in a bathrobe drinking a glass of Chardonnay.
Time by watching for ways to avoid business traffic in cities and towns.
And now, Andy Rooney.
Plan their trips to avoid rush hour traffic at morning, noon, and evening in large cities on their route.
But they're from Hollywood, so the only time to avoid rush hour is 2:43 a.m.
Time saver that works 2 ways. Whenever possible, combine all your requirements for service, such as gasoline, regular checks of oil, tires, and cooling system, in a single stop.
But it's not a food stop.
And you have plenty of time to get refreshment, exercise, and local information on highway conditions.
Yeah, so it turns out the highway's being swarmed by giant lizards. You might want to take Coanga. Howdy, folks. Can I interest you in some boysenberries?
Knowing how to get where you are going is one of the most important ways of saving time. But remember, it's so easy to get poor advice from people you just happen to meet along the road. Yep, down that way.
They brought in the ADR team from Manos.
He thinks so. Hey, wait, the t'other way.
I want it t'other way.
Oh, well.
At least it's not like any horror movies begin this way.
I'm confused.
I'm hungry. I'm thirsty.
And I'm Javert.
And I'm positive that old coot told us this was the shortcut to the main highway.
I trust that poorly dubbed man with my life.
I'll get out and see what it says.
It says you should have bought a squirrel.
No matter where you think you are, you are lost.
Well, time to get ready for 6 seasons of mystery boxes.
With a good map, highway navigation can be very simple. Next time you travel, try marking the route with 2 pencil lines enclosing the highway. The arrows call attention to important information.
Of course, the library you borrowed this map from won't be thrilled.
Travelers use the map to make an ingenious guide list of route numbers and key mileages.
Key Mileage, starring Humphrey Bogart and Edward G. Robinson.
Sections, each covering a map or a section of a map.
Boy, before GPS was invented, I would have been dead in a ditch on my way to Baskin
The
Robbins.
steering wheel, you can check off the route changes as you make them. Then you'll always know where you are and what to look for to keep you on the road.
Well, if they had helpful signs the whole time, it wouldn't matter.
A knowledge of direction often helps you get where you are going. Did you know that you can use your watch as a compass if the sun is shining?
I can barely use my watch to tell time.
Point the hour hand directly at the sun. Midway between the hour hand and 12 o'clock is approximately south. That's all there is to it.
Oh, that's all. Just some casual road geometry.
However, you'll find it pays to have a compass if you do a great deal of traveling in open country.
It's not one of those ones that doesn't point north, is it? I refuse to go on another pirate adventure.
When you're going places, knowing how to get ready to go and how to get where you're going are important. But knowing how to relax and have fun while you're going is most important of all.
Just take a nap while you drive.
A good driver becomes steadily more alert and more efficient during the first 3 or 4 hours behind the wheel. After 4 hours of driving, his efficiency usually begins to drop unless he knows how to relax.
Unlike retail workers who thrive on working without breaks for 8 hours at a time. Trust us, your employees love it.
Hands in what the experts call the 10-20 position.
Back then, the 10 and 2 theorists were laughed out of academia, but who's laughing now?
Arrive feeling more refreshed with your back straight and your head up than if you slouch behind the wheel.
Now I gotta watch a posture film too?
Change in the position of the driver's seat also helps you stay comfortable and alert.
Definitely fiddle with that constantly while driving. It's safe. Is Lee being weekend at Bernied?
Cross-country travel can be a rewarding experience for the whole family. But there are times when young passengers need something besides scenery to keep them happy and occupied.
So drug them.
Here is a game that's fun for all. How far is it to that mountain ahead?
Fun for all.
The family guesses, and the closest guess scores a point.
And lords it over his brothers.
Familiar parlor games become more enjoyable because they're played in a parlor on wheels.
Best apartment I can afford.
And guessing games and license plate games.
Yes, the license plate game is no longer relegated to the parlor. You can actually play it in cars now.
On any cross-country vacation trip, the real expert is the one who takes the time to discover America.
Or just take credit for it like that Columbus hack. Meanwhile, in Treasure of the Sierra Madre...
East or west, north or south. The awe-inspiring wonders of the Grand Canyon of the Colorado.
Yeah, until Charlie Day tries to kill you.
The spectacular beauty of Zion National Monument.
Less mechanical than it looked in those Matrix films.
Mighty Niagara.
Slowly I turned.
The sparkling waters of the Atlantic.
Isn't that the bridge from the Truman Show?
The historic Southland.
We are completely lost.
All these and 1,000 more within your easy reach.
Tributes to white supremacy everywhere.
Wonderful. And our vacation is wonderful, too.
We're the boys. We've come hundreds of miles to see all of this. Why aren't they out here to enjoy it?
Oh, they're back in the car planning next summer's vacation. They're reading a book.
Reading a book?
They should be playing their Game Boy.
The title is How to Go to the Moon.
But there's no footage of me on that Tomorrowland attraction, so who cares? Chevrolet reminds you to just get in the car and keep driving. Go on, drive like you've never driven before and don't look back. We'll radio you when the coast is clear. Oh, Jam Handy, where would the art of riffing be without you? An E.B. White film. Hopefully it's a more faithful adaptation than Stuart Little. I believe the term is writing books. In collaboration with Martin Luther and Robert Evans. Ready, you gotta read all 95 of these theses.
This man is an author.
This Barbie is J.D. Salinger.
He has just finished writing a story. He thinks many people will like to read it.
The naive fool.
So he must have the story made into a book.
He simply must.
Let's see how the book is made.
First, he clicks Export to Kindle.
The story goes to the printing shop. This workman is a typesetter.
He's just one of an infinite number of monkeys.
The story so it can be printed. He types the story on this machine, letter by letter.
And the machine keeps thinking he meant to write ducking.
Every time the typesetter touches a key, a mold for a letter slides into this box.
Moldy letters. We gotta get this place treated.
Many molds together make a line.
No, a line segment.
Every time the lever goes up,
an angel gets its wings.
Pours over the letter molds inside the machine.
Why don't we see all this in Stephen J. Cannell's logo?
When the metal cools off, it hardens and makes a line of words.
Careful, you're going to make Eliza Doolittle sick.
It takes many lines like this to make a page.
Which is why I always double space at Arial size 14. So far, my teacher hasn't dinged me for it.
As the typesetter works on new lines, a man takes the finished lines over to a long table.
We're knights of the long table. Our lines are formidable.
Here, he arranges the lines for each page.
Now, these don't have to go in any specific order, do they?
This page is to have a picture.
Oh, they're doing the novelization of Birds of Prey. Damn it, E.B.
The picture takes up the space of many lines.
Well, sure, the exchange rate of words to pictures is like 1,000.
The composer then goes to the next page.
Wondering how his degree in music theory led him here.
The composer marks the end of each page. When many pages like this are ready, a workman takes them to another part of the printing shop.
The incinerator.
Then this workman takes the lines of type for many pages and
Theodore Roosevelt?
Metal frame. He must be careful not to mix them up.
If they go in the wrong order, the book will be incoherent nonsense, and we'll have to credit it to Glenn Beck.
Long and short pieces of metal keep the pages apart.
But medium pieces of metal have no worthwhile function.
This key locks the lines and pictures tightly in the frame.
So Madame Leota will send you to a crypt to get it because Goofy lost it before the parade.
On all sides. Then he evens all the lines so that none of them will stick up.
This job used to be done by Pete Best.
Then all is locked still tighter so that the lines and pages won't come apart.
Then they squeeze it just a little more just for fun. The pages like it that way.
But the words and lines of type are of soft metal.
Mithril.
They would soon wear out in printing. In this shop, they are made into copper. Copper is hard.
Dyeing is easy.
Let's watch how this is done. This operator covers the lines and pages with a plate of wax. Then he pushes it into the press.
While pushing himself into depression.
Down goes the press. And out comes the wax plate, with all the pictures and letters pressed into the soft wax.
How many times a day did these employees silently curse the name of Johann Gutenberg? Been holding on that for a while. Are we supposed to read it all?
Next, another worker dips the wax plate into a large tank which has copper in it.
Copper tank is my favorite sunblock.
It goes into all the places where the letters have pressed into the wax. It forms a solid plate.
Not exceptional, just solid.
It has the same letters and same pictures as before, but it is much stronger.
We can rebuild it. We have the technology.
Many books can be printed from copper plates.
But some only from iron bowls.
Now the plates are cut apart. This sharp saw easily cuts through the hard copper.
And the employee's thumb.
Each of these small plates has the words and pictures for just one page of the book.
But it's a page of Atlas Shrugged, so hopefully it'll get broken before it can go to press.
Next, the plates go over to the printing press. Here, this workman makes the plates ready for printing on this press. That is why they call him the ready man.
Well, he's trying to get everyone to call him that anyway.
The space where you see him now is called the press bed.
Looks more comfortable than any bed at a Travelodge.
64 pages fit on one bed.
One fell off and bumped his head.
The ready man fits every plate tightly to the bed, in the right order.
Wait, you wanted this in the right order? I thought this book was on shuffle.
There are 2 beds on this press, one for each side of the paper.
They're really trying to both sides this paper.
Both press beds of this printing press must be filled with plates before the printing can begin. Now, one push of a button and the big press starts.
Wait, no, it's going to overheat the machine that keeps the Metropolis T-Rex frozen.
Rollers spread the ink evenly over the plates. First, one side of the paper is pressed to one set of plates, then the other side of the paper to the other set.
Did you need that part explained?
Sheet after sheet. The printed pages begin to pile up at one end of the press.
And we keep saying we'll get to the pile up, but you know, weeks go by, suddenly we're out of clean sheets.
This workman now examines the sheets to see if they are nicely and clearly printed.
He's got to speed read the entire thing in about 3 seconds. Good luck. Crap. How do I fold one of these again?
Now let's see what happens to these sheets after they're printed.
Oh, may we?
Here in the bookbinding plant, they first come to the folding machine. Each large printed sheet will be folded until it reaches the size of a single page.
And we want all the pages in this book to be the same size?
And the machine goes on, folding and folding.
Contemplating the futility of life.
Have been folded.
You can't hear it because this was shot MOS, but while the machines work, they're actually dropping some sick beats.
This man checks the folders to make sure that the pages follow each other in the right order.
Let's see, 1, 3, 5, screw it, that's enough for me.
Then all the folders are taken to another part of the bindery. This part is called the gathering room.
It's where we hold parties.
These girls stack the folders in piles and put each pile into its proper bin.
Piles is women's business, everyone knows that.
See to it that there are always folders in every bin.
This thing can kick 10 the cheats every second.
The folders in the right order from the first page to the last page of the book.
It can also flip enough pancakes to feed a megachurch.
One by one, the machine gathers all the folders for one book. At the end of this long machine, the folders are coming out. All the pages for the book.
All this effort for a menu at Cheesecake Factory.
Here, other girls take the assembled folders to other machines.
Ah, the mythical other girls that every main character is not like.
Here, a machine sews them together.
That's a human, not a machine.
And each folder goes into the machine separately. This machine sews the folders together with strong thread. The sewing will keep the pages from coming apart.
Emotionally, the thread is a licensed therapist.
After the books have been sewed, they go on to the trimming shop,
where superfluous subplots go to the cutting room floor.
This machine trims the pages to just the right size with 3 sharp knives.
3 sharp knives. See how they cut.
Side of the book. Then with 2 knives for the 2 short sides.
Man, Rubik's Cubes used to be dangerous. Now the pages ride a train.
But the books are not yet finished. They still need covers.
Like Johnny Cash doing Hurt.
Book covers are made from paperboard. First, the paperboard is cut just the right size.
They're all personally assessed by Goldilocks. I can't wait to see Cillian Murphy in Nolan's biopic of this guy.
Next, cloth from this roll is glued over the paperboard. This makes covers that are strong and good-looking.
What about covers that are frail and dorky? I need my representation.
At last, the name of the book is stamped on the cover in shining gold letters.
And Ready Player 3 is off to stores. Community Theater Stanley Kowalski is on the scene.
To be put inside them.
All right, I'm off to get my t-shirt tightened.
One push, and the book has a cover around it.
One push makes you print.
The cover is glued tight.
And all of these books will be systematically destroyed by Mr. Bean.
Here they go, all finished and ready for shipping to all parts of the world. The story has been made into a book for readers everywhere.
But the author has already spent his entire advance and it never went to second printing, so he's still working the graveyard shift at Del Taco. Good night, everyone. Jingle all the way. Ooh, which one? Tennant? Whitaker? McCoy? Peter Cushing? We can't afford to wait for Irving Russa later. We need Irving Russa now. Music by Gene For Real, Connor's less successful cousin. Before being king of the lemurs, Julian made educational films.
In almost any big city, the centers of medicine and surgery are big too.
Okay, what's this city compensating for?
The hospitals, designed to serve thousands at a time, are equipped with the most modern devices and staffed by specialists and expert technicians.
All to get the billing done.
But what of the small town?
Yes, this small town, which looks exactly as developed as the big city.
No imposing hospitals. No large labs for research.
Modern Beauty Salon is not a great name for a business.
In small towns, doctors like this one must serve all the health needs of the community.
So just no lights in the waiting room, huh?
The man who cares for these people can't specialize in one type of disease.
He's lucky to recognize half a disease.
The rest of the long catalog of sicknesses to other physicians. In a way, though, the small-town doctor is a specialist, too. A specialist in humanity.
Because big city slickers are famously not humans.
To doctors like Dr. John Wade of
They call me Dr. Wade. I'm not a real doctor, but I am a real Wade.
One of the rewards of his calling to watch some of the personalities develop from babyhood.
That's an old baby.
Some of his patients, in turn, have watched him grow and develop.
From behind the bushes.
Young and old, the people in this community are his friends, as he is theirs.
So this is what Katzenberg did before he met Eisner. That calendar hasn't been changed since 1899.
The patients in Dr. Wade's office any morning are a town in miniature.
Like Legoland.
Services and his skill are at the disposal of rich and poor alike.
What is this town in Ohio that had Medicare for all in the 50s? And every day somebody injures themselves tripping on those stairs to the doctor's office.
Mid-morning finds the doctor at one of the town schools. Today is inoculation day for the children of the first grade.
Oh, remember when parents let their kids get vaccinated?
Wiped out smallpox in this area. Inoculations against diphtheria have sharply decreased the dangers of epidemics which once carried off thousands of children every year in this region.
I'm allergic to that. Unimpressed children are most susceptible to disease.
The hypodermic needle means safety for these little boys and girls, and they can believe the doctor when he says it doesn't hurt a bit.
Yeah, the kids definitely believe that.
Dr. Wade's name may never appear in medical journals. He and others like him make their contribution to preventive medicine day after day. They are the link between the research laboratory and the people.
Because the research laboratory and the people are not on speaking terms. What's with the Handmaid's Tale extras?
Progress in his profession and passes his knowledge on to others. Once a week, his crowded schedule crams in a visit to the hospital in a nearby city for consultation.
Because the small town has just one doctor, but the city has none?
He is explaining the use of penicillin, a drug which prevents or halts infection in a matter of hours.
And that wraps up his meeting with the Society of Mary Wicks Impersonators.
So the doctor sprayed penicillin on the children through the sprinkler.
The doctor's 3 children and their friends greet his return in the early afternoon as a big event.
Crap, Dad's home. Hide the contraband. One day I'll learn which 3 of these kids are mine.
Lunchtime gives the doctor a short rest and a chance to talk over the morning's happenings with his wife.
Oh yeah, back when healthcare workers got lunch breaks. Well, the wife knows more about making a sandwich than the characters in Let's Make a Sandwich.
Mrs. Wade, a former graduate nurse, is a great help to her husband.
The office is understaffed with nurses, but it's much more important that she cook his lunch.
And can give instructions on what to do until he arrives. Today, Mrs. Wade knows the doctor can finish his lunch before answering the latest call.
Inhale that food and start running.
The doctor takes his own advice about eating
voyeur cam.
After meals.
Sorry I'm late for the open heart surgery. My wife reminded me to eat slowly.
After his brief luncheon recess, Dr. Wade answers a call from the Bennett farm, a few miles out of town.
House calls in this economy? It's important we watch every step he takes so we really understand.
Mrs. Bennett thought her husband had had a heart attack. And
the Bennetts will both feel better once their daughters are married off to Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy.
She kept him absolutely still, as Mrs. Wade advised, until the doctor came to examine him. Tom Bennett has been doing the work of 3 men lately.
Oh, he was taking care of that baby we saw earlier.
In the Midwestern summer heat, it's no wonder even a strong young man like Tom suddenly found the work too heavy.
A doctor and something being heavy. Wish I could think of a joke for that. Yeah, a thermometer will tell you if you've had a heart attack. No sound is coming out of Dr. Wade's mouth, so Tom has no idea what's happening.
On the farm until Tom gets better.
I don't know how to say this, Tom, but you're pregnant.
A good rest, and Tom will be up and about again in no time.
How can he hear anything through the stethoscope if he's talking at the same time?
Don't worry about. It's just overexertion.
And no doctor has ever been wrong about that. The doctor's next call brought him to Imperceptible Contrast Avenue.
After the visits to new patients, there are follow-up calls to be made.
At the Haunted Mansion.
Mary Sawyer is the first case on the checkup list today.
We think she's been reading at the library, Doctor.
She still hasn't gotten over a long bout with the flu.
Here, let me crack open a glow stick.
Please tell me he washed that.
The new sulfa drugs brought her fever down, but they left her weak and listless.
I wouldn't know what it's like to be listless, because I can always list things while my name begins with a D.
Are afraid she's getting worse.
Okay, is every man in this town Slugworth? Okay, now where's the headphone jack?
I don't remember The Exorcist being this slow.
Without their knowing it, Dr. Wade treats Mary's parents almost like patients themselves.
I mean, he's the only doctor in town, so they are actually his patients, too.
She'll be all right. And the doctor has found that it's a good idea to keep anxious relatives busy with instructions for the care of their patient, so they'll have less time for worry.
Yes, an endless string of tasks to get done certainly reduces stress. The doctor has a black car so that if things don't go well, it can double as a hearse.
Next, the doctor stops in to see the Clark family.
Clark's family? Martha and Jonathan? Wait, no, they don't exist in these riffs. The living with the land boats are always floating by this house. They had a product placement deal with this house, and they get more money the longer we linger on it.
They don't suspect that this is a professional visit to check on Mrs. Clark's heart condition.
Her family has had a history of broken hearts since Grandma Padme.
Except charity. So Dr. Wade lets them think it's just a social call.
He's fooled them into thinking they have a friend, but nobody cares about them non-professionally.
So it goes for the rest of the doctor's long day. Dr. Wade reaches home just in time to play with his daughters a bit before bedtime.
The doctor only has time to read the novelizations of creepy Richard Williams movies.
Sometimes he sees more of other people's children than of his own.
As far as he knows.
He tries always to be there when they say their prayers at night.
After all, the prayer is what they're living on, and they've got to hold on to what they've got. Most children forget to do the dance moves to their bedtime prayers. Good night, Daddy. This 5-minute bedtime visit will surely stave off all the resentment towards you that's been steadily growing inside us. Dr. Nosferatu. Okay, either she's a mime or she just escaped prison.
Usually, his wife has to take care of most of their social obligations.
In fact, his wife should just do all the socialization and he can hole up in his room. Boy, it was really hard to watch movies before projectors were invented. Yeah, this is what porn was like then.
Last year, Dr. Wade managed to get away for a week with his family and some friends. They took movies and never tire of running them.
But their friends sure tire of watching them. Hey, Dad, before you start the movie, I can't open my tin of chewing tobacco. Here, we'll show you my colonoscopy.
This is the hideout where the doctor escapes as often as he can. It has no telephone on doctor's order.
Hey, if you're ever going to be unreachable by phone, could this town get a second doctor? The doctor's favorite pastime is hitting big sticks against bigger sticks. Just out of frame, Frankenstein's monster is tossing a child into the water. Someone was jealous of Superman's ass shot in the circus cartoon.
Perhaps the film technique won't win any prizes.
Oh, you're one to judge.
Revive pleasant memories, and even a reminder of a vacation is relaxing when holidays are rare.
But what about a reminder of the vacation you need from this vacation?
Mrs. Wade feels it's high time the doctor took another day off.
So we can put that overexertion diagnosis to the test.
To get away from home.
Well, now this just turned into how to go places.
Consider this a delightful idea.
You heard it here, kids. Escaping solves all your problems. That driver almost caused him to become a patient himself.
Sometimes ideas don't work as they're intended to. Just when the Bennetts and the Sawyers and the Clarks and all the others can spare Dr. Wade for a day, someone else seems to need him badly.
It's my 180-degree rule, Doc. I think it's broken.
The outing will have to be put off until another day. The surgeon at the hospital where Dr. Wade is a consultant needs immediate help in an emergency operation.
The surgery is an emergency, but they have time to go track down this random town doctor on his day off. And this led to the Hudson Hornets crash. I swear he has different children in every shot.
This isn't the first holiday that's been spoiled. Tough luck for the family, but good luck for the patient on the operating table.
So this is turning into a 90s family film about a dad who works too much. This is an extra depressing episode of MASH. Oh, remember when people in hospitals wore masks? No one but this doctor could assist with this surgery. Just ignore all these nurses.
This is the moment when all the doctor's skill and training are called forth. When one unsure move might mean the patient's death. But the surest of moves can guarantee only another chance at life.
So it's real smart to go with the burned out guy who's desperate for a vacation to do this surgery.
Once, long ago, 10 years, 15?
150 this very night.
How did it go? Whatsoever house you shall enter, it shall be for the good of the sick to the utmost of your power.
You know, if you feel like it.
When he resolved to live by that code, John Wade became what he is today. Doctor of medicine. Servant of humanity.
To serve humanity! It's a cookbook! Dr. Wade was sued for malpractice and lost his license the next month. Okay, no ghosts, so Ray Parker Jr. will be afraid or he ain't afraid. Damn these double negatives! Oh, we got a nice breeze wafting through the credits. Things that refuse to die generally aren't known for haunting.
I can't get away from a vision that
This is the second piece the singing bus auditioned with. Look, one way or another, this is going to get remade with Owen Wilson. Man, George Bailey's got to put in work on this house. Sarah from The Snob is crying by those trees. Oh, the bat signal shining through the window. Where's Hitchcock? Still in the bathroom? So when does Herman come out of those stairs? Okay, so that song was just about a breakup, but now we're getting to the haunted house, right?
It's a ghost. The ghost of a house.
This raises so many questions about house souls.
But it hasn't always been like this.
When it was new, it was the set of the Donna Reed Show.
Happy people lived here.
Like Shirley Temple and Clara Bow.
Of his house. Not a worry in the world. This man's house was his castle.
I guess I gotta admit the castle in Florida is better.
And then the trouble began.
With a capital T and that rhymes with G and that stands for ghosts.
A drawer that wouldn't close. A window that wouldn't open.
It looks open to me.
Greater faults. Things that took
Good thing a Wizard of Oz farmhand was there to fix the door.
The owner could never permanently cure his house of these ailments.
Ailments like all the George Lucas wipes.
More as time went on.
Boingy, boingy, boingy.
Gave up. He realized the trouble was far below the surface. In the foundation under the house.
Okay, so this is a home repair short.
Today, every man's automobile is his house on wheels.
What?
Giving him a roof over his head.
I mean, yeah, in a very literal sense, but is this really the setup you're going with?
Besides moving him about wherever he wants to go. But there are haunted cars.
This first draft of Christine is terrible.
Haunted houses.
Boy, talk about our house in the middle of our street.
The house falls to pieces.
So if a car is a house, what does that make a garage?
Must be built to withstand an earthquake every second or oftener.
Look, I miss the Fleischers on Superman, but I'm not this desperate for their work.
Twisting and turning. If a car does not have a good foundation.
I'm picking up good foundations.
Of ghosts. Body joints loosen up, bringing squeaks and rattles.
So, not
Even
ghosts.
Tires get more wear.
The tires are getting wear and tear because you put a whole house on them.
A car must have a strong foundation.
I mean, foundation is also key with makeup. There were so many places we could go with this.
Few people see the real foundations of their houses, and few owners see the frames of their automobiles.
Man, he is butchering Talking Heads lyrics.
Engineering developments in the modern automobile frame, which aren't apparent when you look at the car.
Because we did a bad job with them.
Automobile frame has to do, and what kind of a frame is required to do the job. This line is the road.
That is not the road. You can't fool me, Wile E. Coyote.
And this is the body.
A dead body?
Now let's look at it from another viewpoint. Looking down on top of the car.
Made it, Ma.
The car is supported at four corners.
Where Rusty Griswold tries to have sex.
We must have a strong, rigid foundation.
That line was written by either Mussolini or E.L. James.
So let's take off the body and build a foundation.
Shouldn't you have built it before putting on the body?
Of steel, which we will call side members.
By the way, I'd like to thank my side members for supporting me on Patreon.
Side members apart and something to hold them together.
The duality of side members.
Two more steel pieces.
What is this, truck amuck?
We call cross members.
Cross members is what I say when I can't remember the word Christian.
Turn those front wheels.
It was bold to have the cue for Haunted Mansion actually lead to World of Motion.
Let's give them all the room they want.
The back wheels would like some room too, but we don't love them as much as the front wheels.
That's better. How about the rear end of the
Hey, ogle on your own time.
One cross member.
Sir, please keep this professional, and you can fantasize about members in rear ends at home.
Support for the gas tank, but we need something stronger than that. Let's put in another one.
Yeah, okay, DJ Khaled.
The frame strong and rigid.
Again, fantasize about strong and rigid members off the clock.
Foundation won't go together in the middle like this. Let's put in another cross member.
What do you mean, let's? I'm not involved in this.
Now we have a frame that you can't pull apart.
Without that beam, a guy could pull it apart with his bare hands.
Pretty good job.
I really am incredible.
Hey there, that won't do.
Well, don't snap at me. You drew it like this. You take the credit, you take the blame.
More steel girders like the letter Y.
As in, why do we care?
Any force applied here will be transferred to the center of the frame.
God, even Bob Gurr's getting bored of
We
this.
don't want to be compelled to make this center crosspiece too heavy.
Who's this we? You're the one doing this.
Spread the strain. Let's put in these members, like the letter K.
And you're going to need KY for the member and the rear end.
We're going to support the front of the engine here.
With a $3 pledge so we can hear the At Home with the Front of the Engine podcast.
To support the rear of the engine. Now we've designed a skeleton frame.
No ghost, but there's a skeleton.
We'll have to do some figuring. And the first thing we want to know is...
What am I supposed to do with this information?
The most severe strain. Or, as engineers would say, where is the point of maximum stress?
The point of maximum stress is my house, which is haunted.
Supported at each end.
From houses to cars to random steel beams.
Center of this piece of steel.
Be sure to tie it with a knot that disappears for a single frame.
Up and down, and it doesn't break.
This whole short is the stuff Adam McKay tells us in a Celebrity Cutaway.
But suppose we fasten a steel box over half the length of the beam and again apply the weight.
And putting a box on a bench will rid my car of ghosts?
It breaks.
This is what happened to Hamsar.
While this end was held rigid by the steel box above it, this point was doing most of the bending. Right here at the edge of the box.
So put another leg there. We've got ghosts to worry about.
As an engineer would say, the stress was localized.
I guess it takes more than cutout animation and heavy weight to make a Monty Python sketch.
The point of greatest strain is here at the front edge of the steel box or body of the car.
All this to program a putt-putt game.
That point is here. The usual way of building this part of the frame.
They keep to the no-ghost promise by ensuring this animator does not suffer a fatal heart attack.
In this frame, we're going to use 2 steel girders.
And like set the whole project severely over budget.
With a heavy steel plate known as a gusset.
A gussie?
This construction gives us rigid strength.
God, Daniel Steele's prose isn't this horny.
Another point of great stress is here.
Did they have to watch this whole tutorial before making each one of the 50 million cars in Achievement USA?
Give us extra strength.
After watching this, I need extra strength Tylenol.
On the frame we have designed, we'll find that there is another point of heavy strain. Here in the hump.
Don't say hump, you dirty old man.
Member up to get over the rear axle. So we'll give it a reinforcement too.
Yeah, just reinforce every strained part. This could have been summarized.
Between the front and rear springs. Knee action.
We are the knights who say knee action.
Let's make the front end of the car as rigid as possible.
I wanted a spooky short, not a kinky short.
Use this sturdy girder of steel.
Sturdy girder. Wasn't that what they called Margaret Thatcher?
It's time to add these brackets, called step hangers, which support the running boards. And now look out for the rivets.
Oh, nothing in this short is riveting. Watch out, Rosie's just pelting them randomly.
219 tough steel rivets to hold our frame together.
And no cutting corners. If you only use 218, the left blinker will explode.
They're in place. Now we have a strong, rigid foundation.
You can hear him leering when he says that.
YK frame.
Should be Y2K for how anticlimactic this feels.
Under the hardest usage for tens of thousands of miles. Strong, heavy side members for support. Sturdy cross members for rigidity.
A male narrator talking about rigid members is the most queer rep we got back then.
Heavy reinforcements at points of greatest strain.
And this is how we build the Ectomobile, and that's why there's no ghosts.
And a strong crosspiece to hold the knee action wheels. Such a frame gives rigid support to the whole car.
Unlike the framing device for this short, which is incredibly shaky.
Have a firm foundation. The body and every part of the car ride on a frame that is solid, strong, and safe.
Cars really are perfectly safe. There's no way someone injured in one would take several months to recover.
On good roads or bad roads.
This will all be redundant when Doc Brown gets us a hover conversion.
Your car has a foundation to protect all vital parts from damaging shocks and strains.
This house looks like it's getting a visit from the wet bandits.
Winters may come and go, but such a house on wheels.
Yes, car models will never come and go.
Creaks and rattles of a haunted house.
House MD had more to do with houses. This spooky music gets me hyped to build a car. Even Jam Handy sounds filthy. Paramount, apparently we sometimes made cartoons that don't have Superman. If they can just preemptively call this cartoon a classic, I'm just gonna preemptively say that this Riff will win a Nobel Prize somehow. We know it comes about once a year, but what time each year does it come? Help us, Mike Love. Buffalo gal, won't you come out tonight? Won't you come out tonight? We could be watching It's a Wonderful Life right now. Oh, our story begins inside one of those model Christmas villages you get at the Knott's Marketplace. Oh, it's Charlie Brown's Tree's dad. This week on Dorm Life, Gopher and Shane's hijinks ruin Steph's Secret Santa party. We're gonna take a whole lot of whistling while we work to clean this place. I've been trapped here all night! Oh, Scrappy Doo's working as a Flintstones appliance.
Merry Christmas, everybody!
I hope we got pants! Yeah, so does Tax Day. These aren't orphans, they're clones of a single Precious Moments figurine. And we are all together. I am the walrus. I can see why they stopped giving Sweet Pea speaking parts. Stocking rifle, real normal. Now Baby Herman's pissed. That doll is too small for me to tell if it's a questionably designed monkey or an unquestionably offensively designed person. Why did this kid get a Red Ryder BB gun? Oh, bang goes new Betsy. They took away my Second Amendment rights. Ah, this is how Deflategate started. Okay, that one was the kid's fault. You should stop before you turn blue. I don't care about the other kids suffering, but my own suffering makes me cry. Never get your Christmas presents from Wish. Oh boy, an officially licensed cocaine bear.
Oh, teddy bear.
Well, there's the problem. Someone filled your teddy bear with Kraft macaroni and cheese. A crowd of miserable kids. It's like a Where's Waldo designed by Roald Dahl. Our carny's off the booze long enough for Life Day this year.
Now it's here, bringing lots of joy. It's here.
Human George is delivering the mail to Human Dinkletown. Keep your eyes on the road. Don't glockenspiel and drive.
There is a Santa Claus.
You listening, Virginia?
But once a year, now it's here, now it's here, bringing lots of joy and cheer. Da, 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 da.
And I thought it was annoying when the Lyft driver just wanted to talk. At what point does Andrea Martin send Anya away from this snowy orphanage?
What's the matter in here, I wonder?
Now, this is the only short to feature Grampy here without Betty Boop. They just got her voice doing those shrill orphans, so that's fun.
Looks like a pretty gloomy Christmas for those poor kids. What can I do?
Well, I certainly can't lip sync.
Huh?
I'll adopt them. No, I'm unfit to care for human life. Chalamet's Wonka steals that hat.
Got it?
Good thing I'm fashioning these boots out of these Carvel ice cream cakes. He came in through the kitchen window. But what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own Christmas? Enough of these tools, I just want to play with the box. You know, somebody presumably cleaned this kitchen up the way they like it. Here, I'll just break all their own stuff and give it back to them. And spin. This is the perfect time to pivot to a cooking channel. This is what happens when you do your Christmas toy shopping at IKEA. Oh, why'd I do this? I'm going to be spitting blood for days. This sled later recycled by the robot from A Grand Day Out. Grampy, why are you wasting time here when you should be at rehearsal for the Betty Boop musical? I guess that scrap of parchment fell to rigor mortis. He made the plane first, but he released the steamboat before it. Alfred Hitchcock's North by North Pole. Come on, skip through this and get back to Pee-wee's Playhouse. Well, that's just mechanically unfeasible. Doesn't this orphanage have adult supervision? There, the newest edition of Guitar Hero. In an old house in Paris, all covered in vines, live 12 little girls who do nothing but whine. They're still sobbing, but I'll let them suffer a bit longer. Ah, and there's Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving feast. Animator's really proud of this gag, huh? Has Grampy been hit with Joker gas? What's with all the laughing? You've heard of closet cosplay? Well, here's kitchen claws play. With this coat and this hat, I'll look just like St. Nick. You're a weird one, Mr. Gramp.
Another surprise!
He's a Salvation Army Santa. Wasn't there a puppy at some point? You gave us crummy toys, you bastard! Get him! Santa then sued Grampy for identity theft. So the toys he threw together in 2 minutes have better structural integrity than the toys that were actually bought on purpose. Couldn't you have done this prep before you woke the kids up? If any kid touches that track, they get electrocuted to death. Whose coffee pot is that? No adults work in this orphanage. Feathers McGraw's gonna hijack that train. Yoshi's Crafted World is less fun than I remember. The way this train's built, there's always a fork in the road.
They'll never recognize this stairway.
They'll be lost in their own house. Ah, the soap they'll load into the gun from a close shave. There, I referenced the full original trilogy. How many kids are in this damn orphanage? I'm gonna take these umbrellas and open a shop in Cherbourg. Good thing they were stacked in order of size. The end of Spoonful of Sugar was less chaotic. I got soap in my eyes!
Come on, everybody, come on!
Move over, ballroom scene from Beauty and the Beast. You could have saved time just by giving the kids the toys that are used for the 3D backdrops. Holiday greetings? Man, the war on Christmas started decades earlier than I realized. Santa Claus will return in Oops, Christmas Came a Second Time this year. All right, Tony, Charlie, now that Steamboat Willie is in the public domain, we can finally do what nobody has dared do before. Make fun of Mickey Mouse.
All right, let's break some ground.
Maybe we should call him a rat. That'd be edgy.
Steamboat Willie drives a boat in his underwear.
The first ever sound effect synced to a cartoon. An Atari farting.
Why does the boat have a smoker's cough?
Well, it was Walt doing the voices.
Wait, that's not Buster Keaton.
I'm on a boat! I'm on a boat! Everybody look at me, because I'm sailing on a boat!
Is he twerking?
He's whistling while he twerks.
Quit spinning the wheel like that, you idiot! You're careening all over the place!
I've wanted to do that all my life!
Get to work, you lazy communist.
God damn it, the ship's infested with vermin again. See? Edgy AF.
He's Mr. Phantasmic.
Oh, is this what a tummy tuck is?
Get down there and help adjust Irene Dunn's bustle.
I stand up to authority. That's why Disney's so pro-union.
Mickey tries to fly away, but Plane Crazy hadn't been released yet.
Mickey the Slinky.
Splash Mountain's not all it's cracked up to be.
Oh no, Mr. Cotton lost his parrot.
Wish underperformed.
You know, the inside of that bucket is still a better tiki room than under new management.
For God's sake, somebody watch where the boat is going!
There's nothing like taking a bite out of souvenir brick.
Always chew your tobacco 130 times before swallowing.
When out from his teeth came a bubbling crude.
and the fight is on!
This was before comedy was invented, so people mostly entertained themselves by spitting on bells.
The Marx Brothers used to stand in a circle spitting on the same bell over and over, until they replaced the bell with Margaret Dumont.
God, the squawking's worse than the Camp Snoopy truck horns. May they rest in peace.
Sounds like Sybil Faulty laughing.
FOB, the cow's a member of Fall Out Boy?
We didn't milk the otters!
Cow noise is provided by one of those things that goes moo when you turn it upside down.
Shouldn't Gertie the dinosaur be in that field?
All right, home on the range, cows. You can be part of the Phantasmic finale.
They're testing the zipline that Tinkerbell uses to fly over the castle.
I sentence you to be hung by the teats until dead.
Okay, that's a fetish shot, right?
Nah, this was made before sex was invented.
See, Mickey, this is what happens when you steal Clifford's dog collar.
No, don't click on that hey until you've rescued King Antony.
This is exactly how Mac gained all that weight for season 7 of Always Sunny.
Later, Mickey prepares for his drag show.
I've got to deliver this ukulele to Miranda Sings. Maybe it'll work this time.
Hey, you forgot the tacked-on love interest.
Why weren't they this accommodating when I tried this on Storybook Land?
Are you sure this isn't a fetish movie?
Look, back then it was just accepted that women were transported via wedgie.
Guys, this is a cartoon from the 1920s. Either all of it's someone's fetish or none of it is.
Would you eat it on a boat? Would you, could you, with a goat?
See, the Hook is a perfect gentleman.
Come on, goat, that's not dynamite.
Not bad, but I could use some tuning.
Careful, the goat's gonna start talking in Alan Tudyk's Clayface voice.
Did the goat swallow flubber?
And my jaw's broken.
Go on, Minnie, jump in his mouth and see what happens. Okay.
Good thing he moved that goat's head a quarter-inch to the right, or this would have never worked.
Good, another song with a racially questionable history.
Yeah, not bad for the time, but of course now everyone has Goatify on their phones, playing all the music you could ever want through a goat's mouth.
You know, this character's suspiciously similar to Oswald the Lucky Rabbit.
Ah, you're crazy. Oswald's actually interesting.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Music here, music there, music everywhere.
This is exactly how Lars Ulrich recorded the drums for Saint Anger. Lars Ulrich bashed himself in the head with spoons, too.
I don't get it. Why aren't we learning the state capitals?
So this is how you reseason a cast iron pan?
Wait, Professor Grampy's gonna need that washboard to make a Christmas present.
I'm gonna assume that's the captain's son, and PJ is also in the public domain now.
This is for devouring my whole family, you feline bastard!
Seems cruel now, but slingshots made out of cats were the must-have toy of 1928.
Okay, you're telling me there's absolutely nothing phallic or suggestive about this?
I don't know how you could possibly get any sort of double meaning out of, I'm gonna go choke my goose.
As a young mallard, Scrooge McDuck endured brutal cruelty working his way to America.
I thought you said we were having steamboat clams.
No, I said steamboat hams.
How does he know which piglet's tail produces which note? How many times has he practiced this?
Jeez, Heaven's Gate didn't have this much animal cruelty.
The new Hogcordian. You can play My Bologna, then turn it into Bologna.
The kids are really into watching their mom's nipple play.
Look, folks, in 12 years I'll be up on a glorious mountaintop controlling the universe like a god with my magic hat. But for now I gotta pay my dues and play the pig nipples. How long do you need me to crank this for?
Okay, maybe there was some kink involved in this.
I think this Crocodile Dentist game is defective.
Every cow watching this was thinking, have your fun, little mouse, but someday we will have our revenge when Roseanne voices us and we destroy 2D animation!
Should really get that tongue tuned.
It's not that Mickey's slacking. Pete's just mad because he's an animal rights activist.
You can't spell PETA without Pete.
Now you get to work building Potato Land before Goofy gets here.
Mickey's punishment is Sam Gamgee's heaven.
Seems like a wasteful cut of potato.
He just doesn't think they're neat.
Hang on, did Disney just reuse animation? Oh well, at least they'll never do that again.
Let's just torture one more animal before we wrap things up.
He got rid of Chapek the exact same way.
The most recognizable corporate symbol on the planet ended his debut on the world stage by laughing sadistically at the suffering of others.
Yep, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
But seriously, this wasn't Oswald?
Charlie Marlowe, thank you for joining me to riff Peg Leg Pedro.
Didn't you just do a riff about him? With another Charlie?
No, Pete didn't have a peg leg yet in Steamboat Willie, and this is Pedro, completely different.
So it doesn't boss around Miguel Mouse?
No. This cartoon's about someone called Nicky Gnome.
Nicky Mouse? It wasn't quite Technicolor yet. It's a process.
Oh god, the flag's gonna eat me!
No, I think it's just belching.
It was a sailor just come from Hong Kong to me way.
Stunning choreography.
Not since Gene Kelly and the Pirate.
Give me some time to blow the man down.
Come on! I promise I'll get to blowing the man down. I just need some time.
Behind the 8 ball, he has wasted his prime. Oh, give him some time to blow the man.
The chorus shows solidarity with his request for a deadline extension.
A mutiny led by Soapy the Germ Fighter. I have a plan to clean up piracy.
15 hairs and a dead man's chest, you punk!
Okay, Pedro does not recommend the parrot chest wax.
Meanwhile, on Popeye's OnlyFans.
So much effort into that toe wiggle. This was animated by a very talented pervert.
Oh crap, it is Popeye.
And he's in a lazy boy?
In which to stay home and lie around.
Ah, Prince Alexander is looking for the land of the Green Isles.
Dave, what if I told you about making Sierra references instead of LucasArts references?
Calling all pirates, calling all pirates.
Let me at him! Let me at him! Parrot power! Abusing a parrot. Are you sure this isn't Steamboat Willie?
It can't be. We've heard more than 2 melodies already.
Symphonies. Melodies are the other guy. Ah, it's funny because those don't have those. So they're running 2 flags?
Yeah, they have dual citizenship in the red versus blue world. Oh no, it's the Christmas Comes But Once a Year orphans.
The island is shaped like a baby dinosaur shrugging.
Come on, babykins, get dressed. We're going to have company.
I ain't gonna do it.
Wait, the parrot has the racist Mexican accent, not Pedro.
This Pedro's made in New York City.
The decoy.
Hey, you stole that from the exterior of the Hyperion.
The what?
You'll learn if you ever come to Anaheim.
Shut up, you brat.
Wow, I didn't know they made garden shears that look like chain chomps.
I guess they're going for a Bowser's airship vibe. What are the kids supposed to think those shears are?
Sharks, but not great white sharks, more like small black sharks.
Not hammerheads, more like scissorheads.
Not Megalodon, just Mega Dumb.
She just goes by Meg now, Dave.
To the rescue!
They fell for it.
Guybrush is gonna climb inside that cannon.
Thank you, much better.
Hey, it's everyone's least favorite Animaniacs character, the boring Candle Flame.
You apologize to the Hip Hippos right now and return their title. Jerry Mouse has been evicted.
He's just looking for Gene Kelly to dance with.
Dental plan.
Wait, the parrot has a peg leg. Is he Pedro? Is the sidekick the title character?
We named the parrot Pedro.
$1 Billion Limited running wild.
Better cover up before the hook grabs you.
Fine, maybe this is Steamboat Willie. Trogdor!
And there's 2 of them.
And the EO was for OK Dragon. Sounds like they've gone all the way from Pirates of the Caribbean to the Tiki Room.
Can't wait to get that joke someday. Well, now we know how a grasshopper would wear mittens. In case we were wondering, which, we're not.
Where?
So is Nicky Gnome related to David the Gnome?
Not all Davids have brothers named Nick. The pelican, the deep dish seagull,
and the Pelican's theme tune, Flight of the Bumble Can.
Someone dropped the flaming voodoo cannonball!
Look, we could have filled this whole thing with Monkey Island references, but they'd be expecting that. So if Pedro's the parrot, who's the pirate?
Dave, everyone knows the pirate is Pedro's monster. Why is the visor an essential part of the accounting uniform?
You gotta shade your eyes from all that shiny money. Well, what do you know? Trickle-down economics do work.
As long as you steal from those richer than you.
Now I can buy me a purple shirt with pearl buttons.
Careful, if you buy a purple shirt, you may fall victim to the purple death.
That's where Indiana Jones learned that trick.
Big Nicky Gnome fan, that Indy. The radio dial safe gag. It won't make you laugh, but it will make you wonder if you're having a stroke.
Not a lot of, Nicky Gnome in this Nicky Gnome cartoon.
Still more than there was Superman in some of those cartoons.
Why, that dirty crook.
Ah!
You can't trust anyone these days.
Yeah, that punchline was worth over a full minute of setup.
I was just born and already I hate you.
Nicky tattooed his own initials on the bird's wings.
You just don't understand branding, Dave.
Where to?
And where is this in relation to us?
Was the cave labeled by a Batman 66 villain?
Oh, must be more than $1 million. Oh, shucks. There's more than 1,000, I betcha.
The invention of mansplaining, 1938, Technicolor processized.
Ah, yes, when I think of birds to use as a crane, I think pelican.
Well, it is a living. Is the Chevy now cursed to turn into a car's frame under the moonlight?
Cars have frames? Wow, they're just like houses. Synchronized sneaking never really caught on as an Olympic event.
So cars are the best anti-piracy measure?
Well, you wouldn't download a car.
And me what wants peace and quiet.
I've been a bad boy. I should have listened to my mother.
Or any actual joke writer.
Uh-oh, they drove their Chevy to the levee, but it doesn't look dry at all.
But gosh, how can we get home? Worry, 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 worry.
Well, excuse me for having anxiety, you judgmental prick.
He really only takes a flag? Susie Eddie Izzard was right.
She played Long John Silver once. Who's a pirate? That's on topic.
There's none like Nancy Lee at home. Your home, my lad, your home. See, there she stands and waves her hands upon.
Wait, they're pulling the boats through the water with the car.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang's even weirder than I remember.
Okay, but you can't actually do this with a car. This is false advertising. The only car feature being advertised in this car commercial is a trunk. Get a car, it has a box on it. You like boxes? Right, kids? It's like a treasure chest.
Ooh, Pedro's gonna Cape Fear them.
So did Nicky have to special order a vanity plate? Or does he just have access to them as lord of his own private island?
Oh, okay, this isn't Steamboat Willie, it's a Donald Duck short. Then the car ran out of gas and sank outside the Bermuda Triangle.
Nicky Gnome was rescued, but immediately tried for violation of maritime traffic laws and sentenced to 150 years in the brig.
Hello, Joseph. Trouble?
Frontiers of Science.
The final frontier of science.
A series of information films presented as a public service.
Sorry, as a public menace.
Documenting the latest developments in medicine and science in the space age.
Developments you'll never be able to afford. Smoke under titles. Ooh, Lionel Hutz is ready for another lawsuit.
The future can be found in many places.
Like inside this guy's lungs.
It can be seen reflected in the eyes of those who are privileged to look at it.
Ah, Jeffrey Tambor.
Here at this Bell telephone exhibit,
I appear before you as a mighty tree.
and form.
Are these the Mr. Rogers Neighborhood models? Rami Malek?
And made from the metal and the wire.
In this stick of dynamite.
The time and the effort.
Of this General Electric disposal.
Create it. Now I'd like to show you what our recent development, the transistor, may do for future telephone service.
It'll make radios for Alan Sherman.
Switch. Turn back the clock to the days before you could talk on the telephone.
Roll back the clock to the telephone line.
Miles. Now I want you all to listen in while I talk on this telephone.
Ooh, Professor Lyman's gonna be so jealous of all these phone touchers. Hang on, I think Miss Othmar's already on this line.
Well, I don't think any of you could really understand what I was saying.
Who can?
But let's throw another switch. Start coming back to the present. Now you can hear...
Yeah, why am I being stared down by an insurance adjuster?
Distance. That's because we now use repeater units.
Can you repeat that?
Taking sound amplifying vacuum tubes to give your voice a boost as it goes across country.
Just giving the sound a little something to take the edge off. Joan Crawford?
Will still be hearing as well as previously. But look how small this repeater unit is.
It's pathetic.
Smaller, easier to make amplifier was made possible by developing the transistor.
And by viewers like you.
A piece of sound amplifying equipment that requires no warm-up time and has an almost indefinite lifespan. Our research people are hard at work finding out what else it may be able to do.
Can it do my taxes?
We may be able to put it to use. This is a business that has always dealt in the future.
Future looks like the past.
That's the way Alexander Graham Bell thought of it when the business was started back in 1876.
Played here by Ike Barinholtz.
I was in some haste to invent the telephone, but it has urgent work to do. Talks, sings, and makes you laugh.
It slices, it dices, and it dances the Macarena.
In my view of the future, the novelty will wear off. The instrument will be behind.
The broken soundtrack is accurately portraying my telephone service.
Convenient and familiar to every hand.
And older generations will blame their kids' depression on staring at it all day.
Of every factory, business, every home. And connected to a central switching office which can connect any two subscribers in a matter of seconds.
But what about likers and sharers?
And then I see its lines and poles marching thousands of miles, connecting the head office of every city in the land to the head office of every other city.
I didn't know my city had a head office. I need to get more involved in my community.
Perhaps in the next century, the tiniest, farthest hamlet.
What, like that German one that was on MST3K? Hey, who's this poser sitting at Sheriff Taylor's desk?
Always be looking ahead. It was that way in 1922.
Let's witness the birth of Jack Klugman.
Kind of conversation by some engineers who had the job of looking into the future.
Prophecy engineers?
Say, Charlie.
Is every month's riff gonna have a Charlie?
Got a minute?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Take a look at this chart. What do you make of it?
Well, the lines are going up.
Well, if we keep on adding customers as we have in the past, and if our customers continue to place more and more calls, with the manual equipment we have in now...
We won't be able to give the kind of service our customers expect from us.
That's life.
I'm making you a little bet that never happens.
Oh, what's the answer?
Boy, someone messed up Dave Thomas's Bob Hope
That's
makeup.
a question telephone people have been asking themselves for years now.
Stop getting wistful and just give me a solution.
Finding the answer in a type of telephone service that switched calls automatically.
These men are all working round the clock to determine what makes a ball bounce.
Energy of many telephone people who made use of what was already known about dial switching systems.
The real dial of destiny.
New equipment and new techniques which would make this better, faster, automatic service a reality.
Shoot, I forgot what number I'm dialing.
The future had been met before it ever arrived.
Like when Lyft says your driver's here even though he's not?
Most telephones are dialed. There were problems, sure.
Lives were lost.
Dial is a pretty complicated affair.
So you should use Irish Spring instead.
They'll tell you.
Which two of the 9 old men are these?
I can still remember how we sweated it out together.
It got real steamy.
A dial exchange that could be produced not only on a sheet of tracing cloth, but on an assembly line as well.
A thing that had to be drawn and built? Meanwhile, in the room that powers the Tiki Room animatronics.
Experience. It's tough enough to make a change on a production line that's already in business, let alone starting from scratch to set up a new one for something we'd never made before.
So instead, we just did the same old thing again. Let's finish unloading before Tommy Wiseau's football game.
People have always had the problem of installing the new stuff and cutting it into the line without interfering with anyone's service. Our customers like to feel they can use their telephone anytime.
And who are we to break that delusion?
Possible has always been part of our job.
But it's a part we ignore. There's never an open seat at this bar.
Finding a new spot for the operators who handled the manual switchboards that preceded dial.
And that's when we invented layoffs.
What happened to the operators?
Are they still smooth?
There are thousands more today than there were before dial.
They just keep springing up. We don't know where they're coming from.
Service mean more calls to handle. More calls mean more jobs to do. And more people to fill those jobs.
Automation. Companies use it to increase the size of their staff.
The best equipment we could provide produced the best results, not only for the people we're in business.
That's some Costanza-level hand modeling.
But for those who helped to make that service possible as well.
I think you're cheating at tightrope walking.
Like Frank Dubrovnik.
Jay Johnston.
Mary Jane Holmes, service representative.
Seen here with a phone. Relevant.
Eleanor O'Brien.
Conan O'Brien?
Operator.
Abe Vigoda is Bob Hoskins.
Representative. Each of whom, in his own friendly fashion, made that service a reality on an ever-increasing basis.
I killed Captain America, and I'll kill again.
Telephones installed.
The vast spaces of America that represent a living for the farmer
and the cowman.
A tremendous problem for anyone with the responsibility of providing telephone service in those places.
Is this the barbed wire film we saw on How to Use Classroom Films?
Construction work. A lot of telephone poles to bring in a telephone to someone in a rural area.
I don't know. I thought this was the exit for downtown Chicago.
We're still using poles today.
This guy's pole vaulting.
Since the end of the war, we put up about 2 million of them. The difference being we now use wire that requires 1 pole for support, whereas 3 were needed before. How come?
Why 4?
Ask the men from our research and manufacturing organizations how come. They're the ones who...
It began with the forging of the great ringtones.
Where the test ingot was poured through the prescribed heat treatment.
All right, you might want to let these mozzarella sticks cool before biting into them.
To the making of the test wire, that in time became a red-hot snake of slithering steel.
If I typed the phrase red-hot snake of slithering steel, I'd be permabanned from Tumblr.
Turned into the extra-strength telephone line.
Ask your doctor if extra-strength telephone line is right for you.
New wires, speedy, power-driven augers that burrow out of the earth a place to set a telephone pole. Sharp-tongued wire plows that bite into the ground as if they really enjoyed it.
Nope, they're just faking to spare your ego.
Covered wire, as well as a new way of using power lines as telephone pathways.
Because they listen to each other's heart?
Stretch the long arm of friendly telephone service to many a friendly farmhouse door.
The unfriendly farmhouse doors can stick with the telegraph.
Besides serving as a path for telephone wire and acting as a highway for the newest transcontinental airplanes...
Is Back to the Future 2 starting?
They cannot be seen, only heard.
Boy, this new Soren sucks.
The air above the earth serves as a highway for something else that can be heard but not seen.
A massive sensory overload.
The only visible sign of these conversations is the radio relay tower they come from.
In a prison yard.
Through whose lens pass microwave radio beams.
A microwave radio. You can listen to Meatloaf while reheating your meatloaf.
But the radio programs you hear...
Which will be killed by the video star.
The television shows...
Dude, I haven't seen this episode of the Twirly and Housecoat show yet.
Tower on a hilltop 25 miles away, which receives the signal and sends it to the next hilltop tower. And so on until its destination is reached.
The beacons are lit. Condor calls for aid. Oof, the Achievement USA parade's backwoods cousin.
Future is to be found in coaxial cable.
Isn't that what they were looking for on Smuggler's Run?
Coaxial cable can handle 1,800 telephone conversations at one time.
And all those calls are very important to us.
Not to forget television programs, teletypewriter news services,
telegraphs, Telecaster guitars, and Telesavalis.
Coaxial cable like this has already crisscrossed the country, pushed past some of our last frontiers, guided by a 20th century type of pioneer who swapped his covered wagon and team of oxen for a diesel-powered cable plow.
Which still drowned fording the river on the Oregon Trail.
Wagon trail, but a network of electronic highways.
It's the map outside of Bubba Gump. So wait, which birds of prey follow this migration pattern?
Another frontier in the everlasting campaign to improve service is to be found in the town of Media, Pennsylvania.
I don't trust the mainstream media, Pennsylvania.
It's Monday morning in Media.
You're butchering Piano Man.
Douglas of the Hillcrest Avenue Douglases.
Not the Green Acres Douglases or the Michael Douglases.
To order a real bargain she spotted in her Sunday paper.
But first she pits her watch and clock against each other in a battle for timekeeping supremacy.
It's an out-of-town call, but she dials the number directly without having to reach an operator.
Well, la-dee-da.
One of the most important problems that had to be solved to furnish this service was finding a way of automatically keeping track of how long Mrs. Douglas's conversation lasted.
So we could fire the intern with a stopwatch.
Telephone number, so she could be correctly billed.
Oh good, your sales pitch to us is, don't worry, we'll still take the right amount of money from you.
Of impressive-looking equipment in the central office went into action to do just that.
Just watch the action.
It's not enough for the equipment to remember, it's got to make a record as well.
Then a cassette, CD, and MP3.
The billing information from Mrs. Douglas's call, and others from Media, is punched out in code on a reel of tape.
That's just quilted northern. The guy with scissors doesn't seem to be displaying the precision you're bragging about.
In Philadelphia, the information is processed by machines.
Specifically, Furbies.
Brains and them that they can translate the coded perforations into a record.
I'm assuming words are getting cut off, but I can't follow this anyway, so I have no way of knowing.
An early step in the development of an automatic message accounting system. In the laboratories,
we're designing Epcot.
New equipment, and the men who will have to build it are always at work, not only improving what has been developed, but creating new things as well. Like the
Dr. Strangelove is on.
Switching system, whose automatic switching of telephone calls
James Urbaniak
made possible operator toll dialing. However, it's one thing for highly skilled scientists and technicians to develop our equipment in the laboratories.
Wow, I forgot how big multiplane cameras were.
On a production line.
What goes into it? Where do we get it?
Whose voice is this?
How much does it cost?
Why study industrial arts?
What are the conditions under which it must be handled?
Who's on first?
What tools will be required for its assembly?
Why come only one girl?
What production procedures will be followed?
Why do we park in driveways and drive on parkways?
Required by people employed in this operation.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
What training will they need in addition to their previous experience?
How many questions will the narrator ask?
Is adequate test equipment available? What rate of production is indicated by the specifications?
Who are three people who have never been in my kitchen?
In this case, as in all cases, the combination of Western Electric working with the Bell Laboratories on crossbar switching equipment from the very beginning made it possible for those questions to be answered before they were ever asked.
Then why did that guy spend so much time asking them?
Way for operator toll dialing, a new technique in telephone service that makes it possible for operators to dial long-distance calls directly without going through other operators along the way or at the distant place.
The other operators along the way and at the distant place know what they did.
When you consider that in 1927, if you wanted to make a long-distance call, You picked up your telephone, and then something like this took place.
Oh, I just miss Coyley's voice. No rings.
One moment, please.
Da-da-da-da-da.
This is long distance.
I want to call Chicago. The number is Wabash, 2098.
Thank you. We will call you when ready with Chicago.
Now please leave me alone.
Long-distance operator passed the call on to a line operator who found an available line to Chicago. And over it reached an operator at the incoming switchboard for Chicago long-distance calls.
Chicago?
I'm trapped behind these cables. Can you hold?
The Chicago operator put the call through to the Wabash central office.
If they don't mention that a man made the call, does this seem past the Bechdel test?
And finally, the operator was able to ring your party. Time required, about 5 minutes on the average. And in 1927, that was good long-distance service.
So you can see why their minds were blown the next year by a mouse torturing farm animals.
More on the way. You give your long-distance operator the number, and she calls into action the crossbar dial switching system, which sets in motion the corresponding equipment in Chicago. And the next thing you know, Wabash 2098 is ringing.
But the line's busy because the guy in Wabash is making obscene calls to his secretary.
Required about 1 minute. We've come a long way since 1927 because we wanted to come a long way.
Where's the other 7 angry men?
Tough has been the complicated equipment necessary to give telephone service.
Oh, it's giving telephone service. You serve that telephone, baby.
When we develop something new, it's a physical impossibility and financially impractical to rip out everything we have in service one day and replace it with all new equipment the next.
Why are they building bank teller windows?
Besides, who is to tell this man that his call is not so important, but that it can wait?
We are. Screw you, random man.
Or this girl.
Did they really get pinned? Oh, no? Who cares?
The country's telephone service can't be turned off while the telephone company changes over to new models.
It can only be turned off for no reason at random inconvenient times.
Wherever you go in the Bell system, from the operators at the other end of your line who take pride in the part they play in furnishing your telephone service.
In fact, it's really gone to their heads.
People who see to it that tomorrow's telephone lines are put in today. You will find telephone people building for the future.
Curly Joe Dorita? Why are they dragging an old-timey pencil sharpener along the line?
The future of the telephone business is bright and rich with promise.
I forgot this was the same film.
Telephone users like yourselves, whose quick acceptance and ready use of each improvement in telephone service has helped make possible an endless chain of accomplishments. What will it be this time?
More questions.
An operator dial call to Cleveland?
Whoa, let's not get too ambitious.
Or the ballet on Channel 2 by means of coaxial cable?
I think the screen should only take up 12% of the set. Yeah, Ben Shapiro.
Service to a transcontinental truck on US 1.
Driven by Ben Murphy.
To a ship putting out to sea.
Ooh, I hope Charo's in this one.
Or to a train racing across country.
The $1 billion Limited is running wild. Is that the book from Making Books?
The American people who have invested their savings in the Bell system in the present.
Commissioner Dryden and Mayor Randolph look different.
The desire of telephone men and women everywhere to keep on furnishing more and better telephone service in the future.
Shot at unsettling angles.
This story, a story without end.
And now, the end. Encyclopedia Britannica Films will either have no music or the most intense possible music. The Helicopter, a guide to the hippest new parenting style. I'm nervous about how close we are to these blades. Are we sure John Landis didn't direct this? Ah, Princeton, the safety school of the Ivy League. Folks, this is your captain speaking. There will be a slight delay as we finish paving the runway.
Modern aviation has made great progress in recent years.
The doors only fall off the plane sometimes.
Huge airliners carry into the sky each day an ever larger tonnage of cargoes and passengers.
With even more screaming babies next to you.
Possible extremely high speed.
Ah, crap, I missed the on-ramp and now I have to take back roads to the danger zone.
Yet, in one aspect, these aircraft have become more limited than before, since they need exceptionally long runways.
Oh, you're so self-conscious about length.
The need for an aircraft independent of huge airfields is being met today by the helicopter.
Harold the helicopter.
Land in any area big enough for its whirling rotor.
Don't forget to load it up with ocean life repellent bat sprays.
Helicopters are being used today for a wide variety of jobs.
This helicopter's a Walmart greeter.
Aircraft. In larger cities, they are delivering thousands of pounds of mail every day from outlying airports directly to the post office.
Why are outlying airports writing so many letters?
400 pounds of mail on each trip. And in some cities, trips are made throughout the day at 20-minute intervals.
Even faster when Launchpad McQuack's flying and with a flashier landing.
Flying over
Oop, Robert Redford's landing on the wrong roof.
Can land directly on the roof of the post office itself, in a fraction of the time needed by mail trucks, thus greatly speeding the delivery of mail.
But don't worry, we'll still be sure to deliver it to the wrong address.
Helicopters have found important uses in the country, too, where they are used for dusting crops.
So not like traveling through hyperspace.
Equipment. The helicopter's great maneuverability makes it possible to spread dust over every corner of the field, no matter how irregular it may be.
Try to outrun this, Cary Grant.
The whirling rotor causes dust to swirl among the plants, thus giving them a more thorough coating.
This advancement in fog technology will be a huge boon to Six Flags Fright Fest.
The helicopter's slow speed makes it useful for any kind of air search.
He's looking for someone, he's looking for someone, he's looking for someone. Helicopter.
If anything unusual is spotted from the air, the helicopter can hover
awkwardly
to give the inspector a better look.
This was before they just put the copter blades in the inspector's hat.
Equipped with pontoons, the helicopter can land on water.
That's blasphemous.
It penetrates swamps, which were previously inaccessible.
To rescue Bernie the agent. Whoa, landed on a mine there.
In war,
I knew we'd get here eventually, folks.
But all these values will eventually be secondary to the helicopter's use as a passenger vehicle.
Astute prediction.
Its ability to fly with the automobile's ability to go directly to and from its destination, this versatile craft is almost unlimited in the variety of uses to which it can be put.
The best way to show off a helicopter is to shoot it at an angle where it's obscured by a house.
To understand the helicopter,
talk to its therapist.
See what makes an ordinary airplane fly. It isn't the propeller which lifts the airplane off the ground.
It's love that lifts it up where it belongs.
Airplanes can fly without propellers. But all ordinary aircraft must have forward speed to fly, and this forward speed is provided by the propeller.
The propeller's a dealer.
Speed is necessary lies in the shape of the airplane's wing. A careful examination will show that the wing has been designed
by a moron.
Its upper surface is more curved than its lower surface. Therefore, the distance from the front to the back of the wing, measured along the lower surface, is less than the distance from the front to the back, measured along the upper surface.
Then some witchcraft happens, and then flight.
When the airplane is in motion, air rushes past the wing.
Well, technically, the wing rushes through the air.
Moves a longer distance in the same time as the air passing the lower surface, and therefore moves past the upper surface faster.
What a show-off.
This difference in air speed increases as the airplane itself moves faster.
What about the airspeed of an unladen swallow?
Along the upper wing surface.
Surface has stopped sounding like a real word.
Air pressure under the wing lifts it into this partial vacuum, which enables the airplane to fly.
Then the wings retract so the bulleteers can crash through headquarters.
At first glance, a helicopter seems to be able to fly without wings. Actually, however,
to be fair, nevertheless, in our defense,
are shaped much like the wings of an airplane. The upper surface of the rotor blade...
Boy, the MCU went in an unexpected direction for their version of Blade.
When the rotor turns, air moves past it in much the same way that it moves past the wing of an ordinary plane. Thus, there is no need for the helicopter itself to be moving.
So let's just leave it parked here.
When the blades move fast enough, they provide the lift necessary to raise the helicopter off the ground.
So you can chase Amy Smart's cheating ex.
Thus, helicopters are called rotary wing aircraft. while conventional airplanes are called fixed wing.
What about X-Wings, Y-Wings, and TIE fighters?
The helicopter's development stemmed from an earlier craft, the autogyro, shown in these historical films.
Was this shot by the camera from The Camera Speaks?
Power, since the rotor was freewheeling.
It really needed to get its life together.
Many devices first developed for autogyros are being used in today's helicopter.
Tomorrow's helicopter will be forced to find its own devices.
The helicopter is a free-swinging body.
Someone's trying to write helicopter erotica.
The turning rotor sets up an action which tends to turn the body of the helicopter in the opposite direction. This action is called torque and is counteracted by a tail propeller called the anti-torque rotor.
I'm not anti-torque. I respect all the monkeys equally.
In any direction, independently of the direction of travel.
How long I gotta demonstrate this? I'm getting dizzy.
To understand how forward movement is accomplished, let's see what happens with a toy rotor like this. If you hold the rotor flat, it will fly straight up.
Just think, kids, you could be playing with toys instead of watching this.
But if you tilt it in any direction, it will fly in that direction.
Over Harvard Boulevard at 9 p.m. as Disneyland guests try to find their Ubers.
A helicopter rotor works the same way. Tilting it in any direction with relation to its shaft
I can dig it.
Causes the helicopter to fly in that direction, whether it's forward, backward, or sideways. The direction of flight is determined by the tilt of the rotor, and not by the direction the nose of the helicopter is headed.
So the copter doesn't follow its nose. Toucan Sam must be fuming.
Let's take a ride in a helicopter.
Must we?
While the controls are comparatively simple, a helicopter pilot must be as thoroughly trained as the pilot of any other type of aircraft. A self-starter starts the engine.
I could be a self-starter too if I wasn't paralyzed by a cocktail of attention deficit issues. Joey, do you like movies about gladiators?
The collective pitch control, whose handle is also the throttle, determines the amount of lift which the rotor provides. Once in the air, the pilot uses foot pedals, which control the tail rotor to turn the machine in the direction he desires.
Usually towards the liquor store.
The front of the pilot controls the angle between the spinning rotor and its shaft. When the stick is moved in the direction the pilot wants to travel, the helicopter is on its way.
They can spy on Homer and Marge skinny dipping.
Flying a helicopter.
Roger Moore's going to drop Blofeld into that smokestack.
Wing craft. Although this craft can cruise at about 85 miles
Wow, none of those cars have ghosts.
Need to maintain airspeed, so there's time to look around. Should the engine fail, the rotor would act much like a parachute.
And down will come baby copter and all.
Most landings are with power.
Now you're landing with power.
There are a number of different kinds of helicopters being flown today.
We mostly use them to watch car chases.
Some are designed with two rotors, which turn in opposite directions. Each rotor counteracts the torque action of the other, and thus eliminates the need.
Why do they look like two brothers having a slap fight?
Twin-rotor helicopters have been built large enough to carry 16 persons.
Big deal. So can a Revenge of the Mummy ride car.
15,000 pounds. The jet helicopter, powered by tiny jet engines on the tips of the rotor blades, works much like a fireworks pinwheel.
Try this at home, kids. Go on. It can only end well.
The jet engines are the only source of power.
Left on Earth, so everybody's fighting over them.
Helicopters are simpler in construction, lighter, and easier to operate than conventional helicopters, although fuel consumption is very high.
Also, we forgot the walls.
The continued development of this and other types of helicopters...
That one's clearly built out of connects.
...freedom of movement and the wide range of uses to which they can be put holds great promise for the future of transportation.
Just wait until the sky has traffic.
Who could have predicted the vast changes which the development of the automobile and the truck have brought about in our society?
Me. I could predict it because I'm a genius.
The potentialities of the helicopter are just as great. Its versatility as a transportation vehicle...
Hey, everything everywhere all at West.
...an important role in reshaping the pattern of our daily living.
Or just invest in better railroads and more buses? Sadly, this helicopter was later killed with a car by John McClane. And on your way out, look under your seats for the keys to your brand new helicopter toy storage locker.
I figured out what the big name riffing shows have that I'm missing. A mad scientist. So, Agatha Vile, you want to watch this crustacean short with me?
I thought the mad scientists were the ones who tortured their victims. Not the victims tortured us.
Look, sometimes turnabout is fair play. Besides, it's a subject you love.
That's true. Why not? I could spare a couple of minutes.
Well, good, because that couple of minutes are going to feel like an hour.
I hope you have good insurance. Oh god, that music! It's terrifying!
At least this one has music, but the orchestra might be drunk.
So they mention lobsters, barnacles. They don't mention crabs. Why am I here?
Well, they're the surprise cameo. You can't reveal it all in the title.
Since the beginning of history, the waters of the earth have provided an inexhaustible supply of food.
And many deep-sea horrors.
Gilligan's Island theme song is less catchy than I remember.
Who daily unload their countless tons of seafoods at docks around the world are those who find crustaceans as profitable a haul.
Profitable? Is this a crustacean MLM pitch?
Fishing, for one example, is big industry.
Shrimp, big industry, waka waka.
Or crustacea form an important class of animals.
The best kind.
The largest phylum in the animal kingdom, the Arthropoda.
Arthropoda, king of the Britons.
Look at the little baby.
Without backbones.
No backbone? Sounds a little judgmental.
We are stronger without spines. Like Fallout New Vegas, they just take your spine.
Insects.
Don't laugh, you've never played that game.
Millipedes. And all invertebrates which have jointed appendages.
But we don't have stock footage of any others.
The crustacea-like trilobites, which lived millions of years ago, are well-known prehistoric relatives.
And good at napping.
Abundant fossil remains show that the trilobites had segmented bodies.
And had the sickest abs.
The ladies will be all upon.
Crustaceans. But modern crustaceans have a wide
get out of here, lobsters. Get out of here.
Adapted to the particular needs of each species.
Oh, look at the baby. Hello, goodbye.
Well, at least you don't play crustacean favorites.
Offense and defense.
Defense.
Many kinds of locomotion.
Defense.
A hard, crusty shell.
What, like on a calzone?
Encloses their segmented bodies and gives the crustaceans their name.
They're called crustaceans because they have crust? I thought I was lazy.
While nicknamed insects of the sea, they also live on land and in fresh water.
So they're insects.
So it's a bad nickname.
General body surfaces. Most crustacea have two pairs of antennae.
Antennae, gee willikers.
Look at those eyes.
A wide variety of crustaceans.
The devil's eyes.
Microscopic to immense in size. We shall observe in this film representative members of the class.
Did the class get to choose their own representatives?
I didn't vote for them.
Welcome to Lake Branchiopeda. Please avoid any masked killers.
Each early spring, as if by magic.
It's not magic, it's climate.
Water ponds in eastern North America suddenly teem with a delicate crustacea, less than an inch long, the fairy shrimp.
Hey, listen!
The scientific name, Branchiopeda, refers to their branched legs.
All these names had nothing to do with the Vile family, I'm just saying.
They also breathe through their legs.
They breathe through their legs?
I hear Ginger Rogers did too.
Don't tell Hideo Kojima about this.
The male has an enlarged second pair of antennae, which serve as claspers to hold the female during mating.
Hey, no, consent.
Man, animals are disgusting. They should not be allowed near our kids.
This female has laid eggs.
Good for her.
She is carrying them around in an egg pouch.
And she's a strong, independent shrimp. She can do this.
Hell yeah.
At the bottom, when the temporary rainwater pond dries up. Neither the hot summer sun nor the winter freezes harm them.
Because they're badass.
Yeah, but this garden looks terrible.
A new generation recurs within 2 days after rains flood the pond again.
Imagine waking up and thinking, where's my mom and dad? Oh, they're dead.
Oh, hey, John Hammond's Flea Circus.
I have to squint to look at these little things.
The Ostracoda
hey, nerd.
is being studied in this research laboratory. A close look reveals that this tiny crustacean's body is not segmented. It is covered by a bivalve shell, which is hinged along the...
And you can fit so many experiments in this, baby.
What's the tiniest experiment you've ever done?
I don't know because I lost it.
Oh, and there it goes.
Cypress reproduce by parthenogenesis.
Now you're just making words up.
Males lay eggs from which only females hatch. no males are known to exist.
Hell yes! I'm taking notes. No offense.
Nah, I get it. You go, Crustacean Themyscira. I feel like Huckleberry Finn should be on this creek. Those are some advanced-looking crustaceans.
All right, boys, we're gonna film you. Just throw the net into the water and act naturally.
Behind a boat to collect some of the minute plant and animal organisms known as plankton, which drift about in bodies of fresh and salt water.
You're gonna need a smaller boat.
Imagine this is your legacy in a very boring film.
Copepida.
Bless you.
After their oar-shaped legs.
Wait, Copepida, because they're oars. Sure.
I thought it was because they have to cope over not getting the Krabby Patty formula.
Size, it is so plentiful that it is the diet of some whales.
Whales?
Whales.
Is this Stewie Griffin?
Food for larger fish and other animals. Commercial fishermen search for areas rich in plankton.
Go to the Bikini Bottom.
Numbers of fish feed in such areas. Here is a sample of a wide variety of almost transparent tiny animals.
Almost transparent? I can't see a damn thing.
That's all in your water. Drink water, kids.
Copepod, Cyclops, has only one eye.
Oh my god, I wasn't even joking. We did find plankton.
I'm impressed he could build a computer wife.
I'm jealous. What?
The world. The Cirripedia.
I tried to look up something on Cirripedia and just got no results.
I gotta donate.
Living on these rocks are born free swimming, but they soon fasten themselves by...
Oh no!
Cirripedia can feel like a storm raging inside your body.
Trigger warning for Silent Hill monsters.
Boy, that shot awakened something in somebody.
Yeah, mostly a phobia. Kill it with fire.
To pull minute organisms into the mouth. Thousands of barnacles...
David, I had nothing to do with this. I disavow these Silent Hill monstrosity flesh-lip bullshit.
All right, we've found the crustacean that is too evil for the Vile family.
It's all the holes mushed together. I don't like it. I don't have that phobia, but I don't like how they... In your face.
The Malacostraca.
Lionel Atwill as Dr. Malacostraca.
They include a few landforms that live in damp places, such as truck gardens.
Truck gardens? That's where you grow trucks.
Where Dr. Malacostraca grew his robot-controlled truck.
The familiar sow bug.
Timon and Pumbaa's buffet.
Decayed vegetation is its chief food.
Are these like pill bugs, where you poke them and they roll into a ball? Because that was entertainment in the 90s.
Not to be confused with Pillsbury Doughboys who you poke and they go woohoo.
Poisons must then be used to destroy them.
And destroy your food.
Oh,
look at the little baby.
Include the crabs and shrimp.
Oh, look at the little baby. Hi. Get out of here! Get out of here, you ugly bastard! Ew!
Thus called decapods.
More like dickopods. Because stupid.
In countries around the world. That few live long enough to attain full size.
They should be caught and then kicked.
Grow as long as 2 feet and weigh over 30 pounds. Lobster meat is one of the tastiest seafoods.
No, it's not. That's just an opinion.
I didn't realize we were getting this guy's Yelp reviews.
Many crabs are edible too, such as the blue crab of our Atlantic coast.
It has depression. Stop calling it blue.
The hermit crab lives in borrowed shells, which it trades for larger sizes as it grows.
So it's more like a couch surfing crab than a hermit.
I hate you. Look at the guy in the back. Hey, get out of here. Hey. Hey.
Is he hailing a cat?
Hey.
Which they wave about in an amusing manner.
Like a claw? Like I amuse you?
The crayfish, or crawfish.
Crawfish or crayfish?
Let's call the whole thing off.
And streams. We have transferred this colorful species from its muddy habitat to a clear water setup.
Yes, so much clearer.
The crayfish has 2 distinct body regions. A jointed abdominal region, or tail end.
Isn't that the position Taylor Swift's boyfriend plays?
Or head end.
What are you looking at, loser? Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's telling the stock footage, Agatha.
Its tail often serves as a paddle for a quick getaway.
Beep, beep, beep.
The crayfish is much like the lobster, only smaller.
Well, yeah.
Its entire body is covered by a hard exoskeleton.
Yeah, just tell us what's different.
Its long antennae.
What is with this guy's pronunciation of words? I don't like it.
Learned phonics from the cast of Hee Haw.
Zoom.
Mounted at the end of a movable stalk.
Zoom.
Consists of
Zoom in more. Too much!
The eyes are especially adapted to detect moving
Well,
objects.
it's lidless, but not quite wreathed in flame.
I see you.
Beneath the protecting exoskeleton are the gill chambers.
Hi, I'm Gil Chambers, attorney at law.
Oxygen. Some of the gills are attached to certain appendages which assist in the breathing process.
Oh, see, that's what Cherry's made of.
Oh.
The fluffy stuff on the inside.
Right.
And that's her teeth.
Powerful claws help the crayfish defend itself and are also used in attack.
Michigan versus Ohio State. Common fights I see every day.
In such encounters, serious injuries are often inflicted. The claws can cut and crush almost any body part.
Almost.
Except the tenacious uvula.
Has suffered a badly wounded leg.
Been there.
A serious injury for most animals.
Yeah, but he can still dance better than the cast of Luck of the Irish.
No, he says leg, and he tears his arm off.
Sever the wounded leg voluntarily between certain segments, leaving only a stump.
The Mr. Potato Head strategy
stops the bleeding automatically. After several months of gradual development, wonderfully, a new leg of full size will finally replace the injured one.
Is it a leg or is it an arm or a claw?
I already don't trust this guy with words.
Is the life cycle of the crayfish. After the mating season, the female lays eggs which are fastened to...
Hey, David, you want some boba tea?
Not right now.
The egg cluster so resembles a blackberry.
Not a Palm Pilot?
Females with eggs are said to be in berry.
Who says
the female
that?
Moves her swimmerette appendages back and forth in the water to aerate the eggs.
Boy, I'm glad I'm watching this after Boysenberry Fest is over.
Another species in berry.
I wish this was being narrated by Matt Berry.
Right?
The eggs develop and hatch. The young crayfish cling to the mother's swimmerette for a few days after hatching.
Mom, she's pushing me. Mom, he's touching me. Mom, I want to go to McDonald's. Mom, I'm going to throw up.
Molting occurs about 7 times the first year and once or twice a year thereafter.
It's harder to get so ticked off that you're molting as you age.
Soft-shelled, but refers only to the softness of the shell immediately following the shedding of the exoskeleton, since the shells of malacostricans include the hardest shells of all crustaceans.
So what we're learning is that all names are inaccurate.
I don't think any of my relatives were in charge of the naming, because we would have done something much cooler.
Well, can't your crab experimentation involve experimenting better names?
No, we can't change the names. It's a little too late. It's not like Blizzard Entertainment.
The crayfish eats both vegetable and animal matter, dead or alive.
So an omnivore?
And on a steel horse it rides.
To capture and tear the food, but the smaller appendages are used to hold the pieces of food which are torn up by the jaws and swallowed. A group of teeth in the stomach...
Oh, it has teeth in its stomach too? Just like Cherry.
Is that what the movie Teeth was about?
Yes, we see, it's eating.
Feels rude to still be watching.
Yeah, see, look, that one's shy.
Crayfish cause considerable damage at times by eating cultivated crops or by destroying lawns and levees with their burrows. The damage is small.
You can do better, crawfish!
Tons of crayfish.
Oh no, they didn't do good enough!
Without the
Escape from Walt Disney would have had a more boring podcast. Stop with the flesh lips!
Are fascinating to man.
Hey, OG Mario Brothers.
Oh.
The delight of many tasty seafood dishes.
So this was all about how we can selfishly take from this subphylum?
Look how cool these animals are. You can eat them. Oh, the music is back.
And it just kind of runs out of movie, I guess.
We don't know what else to talk about. Here's some bugs and you can eat them. And now, nightmare fuel.
Well, Agatha, did you learn anything?
Of course not. I already knew this stuff. How dare you? There was barely any crabs in this film. I feel ripped off. I want my money back.
Blink and you miss it credits.
People ride buses to places near and far.
To plays near and far, Broadway and touring companies.
Long bus ride. The bus station, we must first buy a ticket.
From a bank teller?
George and his father are buying their tickets.
I guess that's a complete thought. Boy, all 3 of these people can't wait for this process to be replaced with an app.
They are just in time for us coming into the station. It is big and full.
That's interesting.
Mr. Fisher drives our bus,
while his sister solves mysteries in Australia.
This man tells us when the bus is ready.
He doesn't get a name.
He talks through the loudspeaker.
Oh, good. 2 voices glitching out.
Coach for Somerville, Easton, Harrisburg, Bedford.
I mean Pottersville.
West. Time to go. Many people are going with us.
And they'll regret it soon.
The porter puts away our baggage in a space under the seats.
Under the seats. Under the seats.
Mr. Fisher takes George's ticket.
And checks it against George's fake ID.
Inside, the passengers are finding their seats.
Finding them to be subpar, I mean.
George likes to sit in front, so he can watch the driver.
Leeringly.
Before Mr. Fisher starts the bus, he closes the door.
A lesson he learned the hard way.
Then he backs the bus away.
Into a semi.
Out of the station we go, and on our way.
All right, first person to sing Wheels on the Bus gets chucked out the window.
Right on time, too.
This is a fantasy.
Mr. Fisher drives carefully in crowded city streets, watching out for cars and people.
But Ralph Cramden in front of him doesn't care.
He switches a signal to warn drivers behind him that he wants to make a turn.
There is a signal, turn, turn, turn.
One last look at the tall buildings as we leave the city behind.
It's quaint to see a film from before traffic was invented.
Soon we are out on the open highway. A highway that is like a river.
Highways, the ever-flowing river. Welcome to Jurassic Parking.
Buses and trucks roll over it day and night.
And it just has to take it. Hey, son, I never loved you.
George likes to see the big trucks.
He likes big trucks and he cannot lie.
Hauling all kinds of goods to factories and stores.
And with no lines dividing traffic, we may be seeing one of those trucks up close and personal soon.
Mr. Fisher keeps his eyes on the road, watching the road and the other cars all the time.
I'm watching you, rodent cars. Always watching.
A traffic light stops us.
Oh, you're gonna let a traffic light stop you, you sheep?
We will lose a minute or two here, and Mr. Fisher has to keep track of the time.
He loses another minute just pulling out the watch.
9:56. He's still on schedule.
The lightning won't strike the clock tower for 8 more minutes.
But now the stoplight is changing to go.
That ruins everything!
He shifts gears.
His new strategy is to ditch the road and drive through the field.
He moves ahead quickly. He still has many miles of driving to do.
Okay, Robert Frost.
He knows just how fast to go on each part of the road.
But he's stuck behind this slowpoke.
And to drive safely.
Look, Dr. Maldor's robot
now
truck.
Watch this driver coming out of a side road.
Ah, that's when you were hit by the other car you didn't know was coming.
Mr. Fisher has to look out for all kinds of careless drivers on the highway.
Most of them are Jenners.
He sees in a big mirror.
Or what?
Cars coming from behind. Here comes a car past now.
Beep, beep, get off the road, Frizzle.
Here comes another.
Yikes. And another.
Mr. Fisher always drives safely and never passes another car when he can't see the road ahead.
He drives safely and he stays on time? Most buses I ride do neither.
We're riding through a fine farm country.
Maybe we'll find the Watson feed barn and rescue Professor Dodge.
Look there. Farm boys and girls.
Saying as you wish.
Good luck as we roll onward.
That was the only joy we'll get to experience all month.
The train is coming.
Thomas wants a rematch with Birdie.
But we need not stop for trains.
Then why bring it up?
It goes under the railroad through this underpass.
So it doesn't affect us when the $1 billion limited runs wild.
As our bus goes on, the passengers are having a pleasant time.
There's a suitcase poking me in the rib. There's an elbow in my ear.
Watch the scenery. Others read.
Couldn't actually find anyone watching the scenery.
Find napping the most pleasant way to travel.
Mr. Fisher also takes a nap, and that's how the bus ended up crashing into roadside America.
Look ahead. There's a car stalled on the highway.
Oh, guess that car does have ghosts.
Our driver puts on the brake.
But it's too little too late.
And he turns out carefully.
Carefully? I haven't seen wheel spinning that reckless since Sajak retired. Feed the birds.
At last, we're coming into another city.
Well, I mean, Harrisburg.
The bus turns into a station much like the one from which we started.
Right by the train station that would have gotten us here faster.
Here, some of the passengers are leaving.
They got to get to the Harrisburg Mall to see the Bass Pro Shop, and no, that's pretty much all that's left.
For Mr. Fisher, too.
Yeah, get your hands off me, creep.
And so George tells him goodbye.
George has formed a parasocial dependency on Mr. Fisher and will instantly distrust the new driver.
A new driver, Mr. Thompson, will take us on from here.
Only one Thompson? The other one must be harassing Tintin on his own. Yeah, keep an eye out for this George kid. He's a real little weirdo.
Everything in order? Mr. Thompson is ready to go to work.
As a part-time FDR lookalike.
Soon we are leaving the city on the second part of our trip.
Across what is clearly the Susquehanna River. Are you gonna shout it out at all?
We cross a broad, beautiful river.
Guess they were warned not to say its name by Lou Costello.
Out on the road, Mr. Thompson settles to his work.
His work of obeying the honk if you're horny bumper stickers.
In a little while, we reach the entrance to a great superhighway.
What makes it super? Was it a regular highway who got a mushroom out of a question block?
On this wide superhighway...
It's the Pennsylvania Turnpike. There's nothing super about it.
Easily. And passengers can ride more comfortably, too.
Highways make the cushions bouncier.
Cars that cross this highway have to use bridges overhead, like this one.
Which is too short for our bus to clear. Crash!
Wide, separate lanes and well-built curves.
Oh my.
Faster, safer driving.
And immediately that other car careens down the hill into a ditch.
We are nearing a mountain ridge.
A store brand Mountain Dew.
It is a high wall across our path, but we plunge into this tunnel.
Metaphorically.
And right through the mountain. Out on the other side.
Into Toontown.
Down the mountainside into the valley beyond.
Penn and Teller's Desert Bus, the movie. A jam-handy production.
Now we come to a place where the bus stops to give us a short rest.
A short rest where Elrond will decipher the runes on our swords.
A place to stretch our legs.
Are these legs actually stretching?
A nice lunchroom by the side of the highway.
Dayhawks is a less evocative painting.
While George and his father and the other passengers have lunch, Mr. Thompson makes sure that Big Motor, plenty of water and oil.
Mr. Thompson will be fed scraps after work and he will like it. All right, the food poisoning should kick in at the bumpiest part of the road.
In a little while, we are on our way again.
This trip will never end.
Passengers settle down for the last hours of the trip.
There's only enough time left for 8 screenings of The Irishman. A toddler is having an in-depth conversation with the woman in the seat behind him.
Mile after mile goes by.
Miles and miles of bus ride styles.
Now we cross a valley.
The Great Valley?
A valley of steel mills and factories.
I thought Billy Joel said they're closing all the factories down. Boy, look at all the future pollution.
Mr. Thompson's work for the day is almost over.
Soon he can beat himself up over not getting enough done during his downtime.
The passengers get ready to leave the bus. Hats and coats go on.
Grab your coat, grab your hat, leave the bus in seconds flat.
Mr. Thompson has driven another long bus trip safely and on time.
Oh God, the bus is on fire!
Tomorrow, he will drive back over the same road.
But tonight, he sleeps in a hostel overrun with street urchins.
Now it's goodbye to Mr. Thompson. And goodbye to George.
And goodbye to garbage.
Let's hope we'll take a bus trip together again. Very soon.
George's dad clubbed the narrator before he could finish suggesting another bus ride. Well, after the creepy music abrupt ending of Crustaceans, I'm glad to be back to a creepy lack of music abrupt ending. Thanks, Britannica. Trolley Troubles, what I call it when I can't remember the name of the trolley problem. A Henry Winkler production. All he did was fix the camera by hitting it with his fist. I bet the names Universal and Disney will always go together and never be pit against each other. Maybe the trolley would have fewer troubles if it wasn't being used to launch kids into a bucket. Are these kids all Oswalds? He really has been the lucky rabbit. You can build this exact launcher in Tears of the Kingdom. It'd be easier to clean if kids weren't actively scuffing it up at the same time. That's why I never get any cleaning done. I don't have a detachable ass. Oh my, this is a pre-code cartoon. Ah yes, mustn't forget to oil the trolley's blackhead. And that kid died. The latest in transportation technology, fusing a jack-in-the-box with a pull-string doll. I just know that trolley should sound like Mel Blanc as Jack Benny's car. But I don't want to go to the neighborhood and make believe. Those puppets are terrifying. Oswald's Runaway Trolleyway. Alright, let's do a wheelie the whole way. Or not if you hate fun. Still a better boarding experience than flying Southwest. Oh, I hated this part of Mario RPG. When does Gromit start laying down tracks? Twisted Colossus really messes you up even before the lift hill. This is really making me less impressed with Reed Richards. Hey, Clarabelle's cousin, who wears glasses to appear more intellectual than the rest of her hick family. Oh, look at that pose. He's definitely bunsplaining. Boy, I bet Oswald wishes he had a classroom film about barbed wire right about now. Come on, don't make me force your mouth open to play music. I guess in black and white we can't prove this isn't a purple cow. There's never a twister when you need one. He wasn't trying to move her, he just thought her tail would detach like his did. Are the animals in the trolley standing on top of each other? It looks like a concept sketch for the stuffed animal pile from E.T. That's it, we're gonna have a casualty. Oop, cow beats trolley. These new rock, paper, scissors editions are tough. Director of Photography, Captain Hook. Now why couldn't the car who T-boned me in the intersection just do that? Humph, I'm off to go misspell things on a billboard for homophobic chicken. Rub it in, Oswald. Hubris is only ever rewarded. Oh no, they ended up on the hang time track. Oswald the Sisyphusian Rabbit. Oh, this is my favorite scene in Spider-Man 2. This was before goats just sat on the side of the track eating dynamite. Get the trolley going with a double concussion. And twice the butt pain. I know, I'll pole vault over the mountain. They're auditioning to stand outside a used car dealership. Ah, medieval times is getting goat scabs to do their jousting. The little engine that couldn't without the help of a goat. 10,000 feet up the side of Mount Crumpet. This feels like the track layer's fault for not just having the track go around the mountain. At this point, can he still be considered a lucky rabbit? Or losing passengers left and right, but it's still safer than flying on a Boeing. And the bunny hops at the end of Incredicoaster. This short really predicted every park in SoCal. Boy, they've really built up San Francisco since then. Calvin and Hobbes' sled is safer than this trolley. Ooh, Nelvana's Tintin is starting. Ah, the end of North by Northwest. Ah, and again. Okay, are all your body parts detachable? Please don't answer that. Previously, in this same cartoon, shouldn't one of these tunnels get him out of Toontown and back to live-action LA? Oh, and Shonash Ravine is renamed Oswald Ravine. And he's fished out in Forrest Gump's net. I could have done this whole short with only Zemeckis references if I wanted to. So that's how Huckleberry Finn starts, huh? Detachable tail and credits? Oswald's ass is versatile. Animat, thank you for joining me to Riff Drawing Account.
So is this a safe for work drawing account or a not safe for work drawing account?
Depends what we can get past YouTube censors. Wait, Robert Allen got to play Allen, but Jack Davis had to play Reynolds?
Well, it's better than Ross Hertz getting the animator role.
Yeah, that should go to Mark Henn. The ending of Casablanca always makes me cry.
And the sequel's a bit disappointing, I see.
Folks, this is your captain speaking. The educational short will begin momentarily.
Surprising how much power they get out of an engine that doesn't look so very big.
Nah, great. Now I'm stuck with one of these guys.
Oh, no. 1,000 each. About 4,000 or so all told. Well, looks like I'm getting curious at the right time.
Oh, my.
Seem to know the answers. I'm an engineer. Automotive.
This is an airplane, though.
Oh, what's the difference?
That's the man I need. My name is Allen. Reynolds is mine.
From Cheat Commandos?
But there's some things I'd like to ask you. Well, you won't bore me by talking about engines. You see, I'm a cartoon animation director.
I did not know that's the official title. Cartoon animation director. Quite a mouthful for the credits.
With a bunch of little imps using an automobile to win a war.
Why?
Everything is swell except we get in trouble whenever we try to show the engine.
You see, my imps are inspired by that little fellow right there who is on the wing, just taking apart the pieces.
That one's from our Ben-Hur Babies pitch.
I always wondered how they did it. Well, maybe we can dicker a bit.
Dicker? I hardly... Never mind.
A day or two at the studio. That sounds okay to me.
I'll just cancel all of my appointments so that I can go to the studio tour.
I didn't have any other plans when I booked a flight to California.
Fine. And when you come over to the studio, I'll show you what we finished.
This is going to be a long 8 hours. Meanwhile, at Cartoon Films, Inc.
Good thing they grabbed that trademark so early.
I think it's pretty clever the way you fellas combine cartoon figures with something that looks as real as that automobile. We've made tracings from photographs of a real car.
So wait, that's a tracing?
Traced by a photocopier, I guess.
Cartoon Films, Inc. is the inventor of the Xerox process.
It ought to be here by now. Well, let's go and see.
Because this cartoon is due in just 2 days.
That's awfully generous.
These are the animators, the boys who make the original drawing.
Just because Walt called everybody the boys doesn't mean you have to.
If Cartoon Films aspire to be like Disney, then everybody has to be the boys. Because the boys are only toys. Who knows where it's...
Let's have one of the little
I got
on
nothing.
each valve. They could be in the special uniform of a mechanized unit.
A great idea.
Well, an idea.
The imps' hats in the shape of valves, and then have them jump up and down.
I'm actually seeing it right now.
Chamber with their valve hats.
That sounds good. Except this engine that belongs in the car you're showing has overhead valves.
And cartoons need to be accurate.
Well, you know there are going to be those commenters.
These guys are prepared for Reddit.
Oh, well then we'll put the imps up on top. And because the fuel comes directly into the head, that means greater economy.
Greater economy for what? For the country, or...?
Vote for this engine for our nation's future.
Doling out just the right amount.
A stingy-looking fellow with whiskers who just hates the idea of waste.
Jimmy, shut up!
The valve mechanism is spatially designed for quiet operation, just like everything else in this engine. Why not have monitor imps walking around with quiet please signs? Say, we'll make a cartoonist out of you yet.
We'll just fire 3 of our own, and you'll fill in for all of them.
The valve imps will look. 10 or 12 drawings will be filled in between these two just for one complete movement.
The imps are from Whoville?
All drawn, the action of your imps on the valves will be perfectly smooth and natural.
Well, as smooth and natural as you can go on 3s.
When we get to the place where the general calls for more speed, why don't we turn this thing into an airplane engine?
Like the Bulleteers did.
The imps go so fast they're just a blur. We fog out the shot and change to an airplane engine.
You know, to be honest, he doesn't actually work here. We just let him ramble on.
That gag is older than you are, fellow. Not bad, though. Remember what I was telling you on the plane, Alan? Aeroplanes have valve and head engines, too. Because they want the greatest amount of power.
Unlimited power, Nintendo power, the Rings of Power, Turtle Power.
At the same time for long-range operation. As a matter of fact, all the engines that hold major speed records are this same valve and head construction. We have enough trouble making these drawings look like an automobile engine without asking for more.
Don't worry, you can always trace them with your pictures.
90 horsepower for plenty of pep and performance. Why not have one of the imps in charge of the horses? Someone who could really handle them. What would you think of a Roman chariot driver?
Oh, you mean like the one that I drew?
The one you already saw in the portfolio?
Guy with a whip.
Yeah, because I always like to think about animal cruelty in my engines.
You don't want to know how they get the horsepower from that horse.
To meet the needs of different operating parts most efficiently and economically. So, some of the imps could be dressed like a crew of oilers.
How imaginative, some oilers for a car-themed cartoon.
They're making such a creative cartoonist out of this guy.
That's the water jacket. It runs around all the cylinders to cool them off. With the valves in the head, you have more room for cooling around the cylinders.
That's where our Navy comes in. Imps in submarines. Maybe even mermaids.
Ah, crap. Alan is horny again.
Were animators ever not sneaking their fetishes in?
It's a proud tradition.
Let me show you. We use a regular actor whose voice fits the personality of the character we've created.
Then we replace him with Chris Pratt.
The general of the imp army does most of the talking. Put on more speed. Give it the works.
Okay, let's do it again, but actually
the
be
voice
good.
Is on film now, on the soundtrack. Put on more speed! Give it the works!
All right, so right over here, we're going to go and cut that line out.
We make a note of how much film is taken for every syllable. That is, how many frames or separate pictures. There are 16 frames to every foot of movie film.
16 frames on a dead man's chest. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of film.
The animator knows he has 12 drawings to make.
The mirror is so the animator could check himself before going on his hot date. In this scene, the imp is about to throw up.
It doesn't have to be crazy, but it helps.
You know, crazy enough to suggest those wacky ideas like unionizing, fair wages, and not working overtime.
Our musical director his tempo. We photograph the drawings with a moving beater showing on the edge.
Oh, now these guys will riff it for us.
We check our action and record the music to this tempo.
But Carl Stalling took one look and quit.
This is the tracing and pegging department.
Pegging department? The animators are horny.
Been checked, traced with ink on transparent celluloid. We call them cells.
And the angry ones over there complaining about the women working here are called incels.
Between the lines to give the character body to block out the background.
Block them out! I hate backgrounds!
These are the backgrounds over here.
May I please have a raise?
No, you're in backgrounds.
In a 10-minute animated cartoon, there are 15 to 20,000 separate drawings. Wow.
That's really wasteful. Animation is irresponsible.
We already cut down 10 trees for this cartoon.
Line and they're photographed one by one over the backgrounds.
And now Tchaikovsky's Dance of the Animation Cell Fairies. God, it's so boring when it's not being shown to Robert Benchley.
Well, at least we don't have to animate the wheels.
Ah, it's the Knott's Berry Farm Volcano Devil.
But what do these devils have against this car in particular anyways?
Chevrolet! Our cars are so good, they're feared by Satan.
And how are the bullets doing absolutely nothing? And how is the car moving when the imps are sleeping?
Charlie Chaplin's Modern Times.
Why does the guy on the gas look so evil? He looks like one of the devils shooting the car more than the imps.
I'm guessing because it's some sort of unfortunate stereotype.
It's the 40s. There's gotta be at least one.
Did the imps get this car from Nicky Gnome?
Even behind a car, animation is under attack. Which side are you on?
2 people came up with this chariot driver idea and we barely see him.
Not to mention the horses. 200 imps did not survive the war with the devils.
How do we know the imps are the good guys in this battle?
It's anti-devil propaganda, I tell ya!
Justice for Satan! That's it?
Wait a minute, where are some of the ideas? Where are the submarines? Where are the mermaids? I've been ripped off by this!
Hashtag release the Allen cut!
Oh my god, I just realized that they actually cut out the put on more speed line!
Ghoulish Gabs, thank you for joining me to riff the Mad Doctor.
The prequel to The Good Doctor.
I am a surgeon! Haha! Pluto, get on top of that doghouse and write about this dark and stormy night.
Nice storm, ASMR. No wonder they're sleeping so soundly. The lightning flash turns on a TV to the Twilight Zone.
This, as you may recognize, is a Mickey Mouse cartoon, no longer under copyright, waiting for you.
Wolf has been practicing.
Well, being the only doctor in town has driven Dr. Wade over the edge. Good thing the doctor walked through wet paint.
How else can we get Scooby-Doo shenanigans?
Castle Grayskull? Better call He-Mouse and the Mousters of the universe.
Dr. Triple X? Did Ralph Bakshi direct this?
Nah, in old cartoons, Triple X means booze. It's a speakeasy. Oh, he's in Super Mario World. I bet he wishes he got the cape instead of the fire flower now. I don't think they're going to let us in, R2.
You got vored by Jacob Marley! Oh, it's a trap set by the Looney Tunes.
You don't see a lot of pull-string-operated security systems.
Be our guest.
Cheap 3D gimmicks.
The Mad Doctor's renting a timeshare from Snow White's stepmother.
Still less animal cruelty than we've seen from Mickey himself.
Oh my god, he's wandered into a Windows 95 screensaver!
Oh, now you're stealing Goofy's yell, Mickey?
Better falling down the stairs shot than Psycho.
Oh, that room was way too hard to animate. This looks easier.
These twins are still less bloodthirsty than the Army Hammer Winklevoss twins.
Oh, it was just harmless shadow puppets.
Maybe those silhouettes can do the riffing now.
Oh, hey, what's going on? Uh-oh.
Come on, I've riffed that already.
Oh, Mickey's about to do the time warp.
The Mickey Horror Picture Show. Geppetto made this one during a dark period.
Come on, buddy, there's no smoking here.
Nobody tell Walt.
Man, the skeletons get rambunctious between dances.
Mickey should know better than to stand near bricks that are clearly cells and not background. Hey, stop climbing on our bunk bed.
Oh, these are better sleeping conditions than a travel lodge.
Mitch Hedberg was wrong. Escalator temporarily, not stairs.
Oh, this was what Trump saw on TV.
Sid Haig?
Well, Rob Zombie's Mickey is at least as good as Rob Zombie's Munsters.
And now. This is what anti-vaxxers think Pfizer is doing.
I'm a roaring, tearing wizard.
Wait a minute, are you a wizard or a doctor?
Maybe he's Doctor Strange.
I can grab the chicken's gizzard on the wishbone of a pop.
Okay, but the internal heart transplant is way more impressive.
Here's the great experiment.
If you're into weird crossbreeding impregnation, you could have just become a Sonic the Hedgehog fan artist.
Find out if the net result will bark or crow or cackle.
Playing God just to find out what sound the hypothetical animal would make?
We found a dog napper that makes Corilla's goals seem pragmatic.
The chicken dog says, "Oh my God, kill me, please!" Ah, that's what happens when you climb a ladder from Wacko's bag.
Please, sir, we just met. This is way too early for you to move into my rib cage.
It could be his head wasn't screwed on just right.
Mickey, wait until the elevator unloads before getting on.
It is the Tower of Terror.
Ah, it's the Harlem Ghost Trotters.
The first cartoon depiction of eating ass.
Dr. Triple X? It's filthy.
Hey, how are ya? Great to meet ya. We get so few visitors. Ow! Road!
Is this the new Widow's Maze at Scary Farm?
I don't know. I'm not in that one.
Why does the spider only have 6 legs?
I don't know. Why does it have bones? Why the William Tell Overture?
Still less bloodthirsty than the Army Hammer Lone Ranger. Okay, ghosts can be defeated by fire, skeletons can be defeated by tickling.
You can learn so much from cartoons.
Okay, I definitely fought that in one of those Hobbit video games.
Yeah, but it's no silly little guy.
How is the shadow gonna help crossbreed the vocal cords?
Wow, Peter Pan's shadow got off easy.
Man, King's Quest II gets really tedious after a while.
Oh, let me in! I have a check from Publishers Clearinghouse!
Maybe he just needs to speak friend and enter.
Oh, it was a push. I feel silly now.
Make Vale School for the Gifted.
Power releases, all right.
Why is there a bat signal aimed at him?
I don't believe that man's ever been to medical school.
This cutscene's taking forever. I just want to play Epic Mickey.
You gotta do more sterilization than that.
Maybe these are real desperate conditions for surgery, like on MASH. Like on Monster MASH.
Oh.
I deserve that.
Time for your prostate exam, Mickey.
I want a buzzsaw, Louie.
I wish my stomach had teeth so I could eat the buzzsaw.
That's what the movie Teeth was about. It was all a dream? Disney's been trying to own Wizard of Oz since before it came out.
This is for all the garlic spray at Disney World.
Why does Mickey wear more clothes to bed than outside?
Well, hopefully this dream teaches them to secure the doghouse better. Pluto's actually having a dream that Mickey's head is an ice cream sandwich.
Oh, sure. You don't give me a part in this one, but I'll hold the end card for you, dear.
Wait, nobody told me about all the earlier free services. What am I missing out on? Orville Rettenbacher and L. Ron Hubbard have fused into a supermare! It's not my Dearborn Public Library. Don't put this at my feet. A History of New England as told through the eyes of Michigan. This is an instructional film, so it'll teach us how to settle New England. The end. Oh.
It is 1626.
Didn't we fly over this in soaring over California?
Coast, there are several new settlements.
Every July, peas
It's a
grow
small
here.
community numbering scarcely more than 30 people.
Still more than attended Jimmy Fallon's
Grant here is
Tonightmares.
a fisherman. He built this bark wigwam with Albert Sims,
Inventor of
and Jason
Simlish.
Conway. As yet, there are few women in Nomkeg.
Soon to be renamed Man Cave.
Beds are hung up like this every morning.
You gonna tell us why?
Fires dying out is a rare occurrence.
A secret unlockable cutscene.
Over at the Fox dugout nearby,
Young Lizzie Borden gets her first taste of axe wielding.
Mr. Fox is hewing newly felled bird.
Well, he's
That's
brushing
something that
it
has
with
to
an
be
axe.
done in carving a home out of a wilderness. Lucinda Fox is grinding Indian corn.
With the corpse of a
Important
catawampus.
to all the settlers. While Brother Oliver
Cousin to the Bradys.
Goat, a highly prized possession brought from England.
Sadly, it later wandered off to chew on a stick of dynamite.
Jason has laid the new fire and must borrow a live ember to light it.
The live ember will be voiced by Billy Crystal in the American dub.
Here he is at the Fox place.
It looked taller in Die Hard.
your fire for some careless bachelors, John? That they would, Jason. And you'll be welcome.
They talk like MRAs commenting on a woman's negative review of a Joker
The
movie.
Nomkeg settlers share dangers together, and they gladly share comforts too.
But they don't share anything in between.
How seems Master Robert today, Mistress Fox?
I fear me there is little change.
And I can't stand him.
In these many days.
Yeah, that kid looks sick.
When you're well again, laddie, you can hunt deer with Jason.
Oh, wait, I'm playing Jason. Can we do a second take? What do you mean,
The
no?
fireplace doesn't always give adequate heat.
Yeah, but the kid has a
Especially when
fever.
there is
Heat's not what he
sickness in the
needs.
house. Sickness that may be very serious.
He'll feel better once Peter Falk comes over to read to
Today,
him.
as always, there's a full schedule of work ahead for the bachelors
And the Bobby
and the entire
Soxers.
community. It's time for Mr. Fox and Oliver to set out for the fields.
The fantastic Mr. Fox and Oliver and Company crossover we didn't know we
Just
needed.
Over beyond this ridge of rocks.
A good place to hide from
There's a
Crebain
good
from
view of
Dunland.
The ocean from the ridge. And Mr. Fox and Oliver are glad to see their neighbors.
Oof,
hauling
traffic
in
jam
a
at the
plentiful
Davy Crockett
catch of
canoes. One day,
Food
son,
from
this
the
ocean
sea,
will all be
fish, food
yours.
From the land. The settlement will need both when winter comes. The first corn crop is coming along well.
Inedible, but
Thanks
well.
partly to the Indians who abandoned some cleared land in these parts, even before the settlers came.
They left before we got here, we swear.
The sight of ripening corn makes John Fox feel confident.
Sorry, I meant
It makes him
inadequate.
eager to clear the ground for larger plantings. It isn't easy, this clearing of a wilderness.
Why does destroying nature need to be so
The
hard?
stones from the rocky New England soil.
Rocky and soil,
But it makes a
Winkle.
difference when you're building something new.
Something new on land that was definitely left willingly for you.
Jason here,
Fighting
repairing
Freddy.
the roof of the bark wigwam, had a far more comfortable house in Dorchester, England.
More like
But this
Dorkchester.
is a new home in a new land. It makes a difference.
Not a positive difference, but
Albert Sims, who grows and harvests his own tobacco.
a crop that
takes
never
as much
hurt anyone.
satisfaction in his small crop as do the big plantation owners of Virginia.
Let's compare our heroes to some of the worst humans in American history.
Thus, in the field and in the home, the non-keg settlers carry on day in and day out.
Turns out this is just M. Night Shyamalan's The Village.
Food supply must be carefully doled out. And with tallow scarce, pitch pine splints are fashioned by hand for candles.
I can't believe white people used to be even less interesting.
There may be heavy burdens to bear, but there is faith and gratitude.
Our Father,
how's it hanging?
Please thee to set us upon this alien shore.
It's an alien planet. That's why he's speaking in a Shatnerian cadence.
Hath granted us shelter and our daily bread.
Unfortunately, we're gluten-free.
Blessings. Our hearts are humbly grateful.
Yeah, grateful, sure, whatever.
If it be thy will,
Wednesday Addams?
that in thy great mercy thou wilt spare this, our little son.
But only if you feel like it. We can always make another one.
This is the non-keg of 1626, close by the New England coast, where the waves surge against the shore.
I guess that's true of every coast.
3 years pass.
Oh no, Crustaceans is starting. I gotta hide from Agatha.
Non-keg is now called Salem.
Basin is now Chinook.
A number of craftsmen from England have joined the growing settlement. These sawyers are cutting the timber of the New England forest.
Though their mines are not for rent.
Strong, straight boards for houses. Others are making shingles for some of the better homes.
Infect the good homes with shingles to bring them down to the bad homes level.
And shaped by skillful artisans.
Ooh, Conan the Barbarian's on.
The newly built brickworks, clay dug from the earth nearby is ground and mixed and moistened, and then placed into molds.
Into molds?
Sized and shaped by the wooden forms, the blocks of clay will be dried in the sun.
Will Vinton just tearing up at the murder of all that perfectly good clay.
Bricks for chimney and hearth and fireplace.
And discount bricks for throwing at Homestar.
Nearby, the newly arrived blacksmith
is shot by Buford Tannen.
For the ever more numerous houses.
Between forging rings for the Elven Kings under the sky.
And the coal for the forge have to be brought from England.
But the blacksmith is borrowed from Knott's Berry Farm.
Manufacture can now be accomplished here. Even so, to the local supply must be added nails of English make.
Then Acme will send that anvil to an unlucky coyote. Hey, careful or you'll break a nail. Oof, can you get tetanus from watching a film?
Yes.
That thatched roof cottage looks ripe for burnination.
Settlement. Blending practices old and new, men mold materials domestic and foreign to the purposes of a growing community.
Ah, they gotta update windows.
No longer merely a few dugouts and bark wigwams. Dwellings have improved.
It's the village from the Muppet Show in the Navy number.
An outpost of settlers has become an established village.
Concept art for Disney's America.
New and increased activity.
There was no hero quite like Gallivant.
It has brought a code of established law.
Yeah, Salem, famous for its reasonable laws.
Those who would break the law. As newcomers have established themselves in the village, the older settlers have joined with them in many community tasks.
This is the old-fashioned way to brew Monster Energy drinks.
Here's Susan Fox, whose little boy was so ill.
Yeah, how's her boy doing now?
Recent arrivals to prepare a kettle of soap.
Delicious soap.
The ingredients she uses are animal fat and lye prepared from wood ashes.
Plus a dash of cilantro to make it taste right.
Out in one of the new clearings near the settlement, John Fox is giving another newcomer a lesson corn planting.
In a sandbox?
Following the Indian method, he uses fish for fertilizer.
And below the fish is Luca Brasi.
Now he takes the carefully saved seed corn to place on top of the soil covering the fish.
And it grows into a beanstalk to reach the land of the giants.
'Tis a manner of planting the savages.
Oh boy.
And a good one.
Yeah, almost like they're smarter than you, like they're not so savage.
Planting in England. There'll be many new ways to be learned. Many.
This is a really detailed Stardew Valley walkthrough.
There are new ways to be learned in this new land.
Here we play with construction paper Christmas trees.
The community, however, have made but little difference to Robert Trent.
Robert Plant's in this? Where's Jimmy Page?
Catches and dries are now shipped to England,
where they will be cooked into a stew.
Digging for clams.
Now he's just reading Tinder profiles.
It's still a task for the children. This is a task that children enjoy.
Kids love labor.
Which is very important to settlers who still must wrest their food directly from land and sea.
Ooh, add this to my pod collection.
Food must be taken from shore and from field, from lake and from stream.
And stolen from ducks.
And there's game to be had in the forests, too.
The most dangerous game.
John Fox has learned well the paths of the nearby forests, which harbor many turkeys, but recently brought from abroad.
But how many turkeys? We need a man who can guess the volume. And he's attacked from the side by another turkey. Clever girl.
In the gardens of the settlement, medicinal herbs are grown.
Far out,
Some
man.
of local origin and others transplanted from England. Mistress Lane, who is skilled in their preparation and use,
spends her day sabotaging Master Kent at Ye Olde Daily Planet.
Later, she carries her preparation to a case of serious illness in the home of Harold Perry.
Harold Perry White, Mistress Lane's boss.
Here's a draught of herbs, fresh brew for Mistress Perry.
'Tis most hearty and welcome, for the pain is still sharp.
Yeah, could you sound even more condescending?
Yes, there is still sickness. And there is still the helpfulness of neighbor toward neighbor.
There are still beautiful days in the neighborhood.
In a new land where the settlers face the uncertainties of a new way of life.
Who knows what people will oppress
Perry
next?
knows that building a better world requires courage and faith. And these men writing back to England, they know that too.
Dear Penthouse Forum.
We are sorry to send back the ship without better lading, but there be much sickness among us, and many of our number lack strength to survive the winter's cold.
On the plus side, the annoying people are dying.
For the most, we remain of good heart and make what haste we can to build our plantation.
Yeah, I approve of that word. It's not going to age horribly.
Those of divers motives, some mainly prizing liberty of conscience, and some chiefly seeking worldly gain.
And some really just like killing people.
One body politic, joined by common consent.
Well, common consent of the men. The women can just roll with it.
There is resolve and hope.
The naive
and
fools.
Promise, here where men still build. Here on a shore where men can say, we form one body politic.
And I'm sure Salem will treat its women fine too. What could go wrong? They should put the EB Films globe outside Plymouth Plantation like the Universal Studios globes. Wait, they made a Wizard of Oz movie before the Sam Raimi one? It's grand to be a polyscope in 1910. Yeah, the goat from the Achievement USA parade. So this is the donkey wreaking havoc in Shrek Swamp, huh? The Pleasure Island Revolution has begun. The wizard's mediocre. It's the Scarecrow that's wonderful. The Scarecrow played by Ronald McDonald. So, talking scarecrows are native to Kansas before we even get to Oz, huh? Or is this just some random guy Dorothy's rescuing from a crucifixion? If I only had some tendons in my legs. And the Scarecrow was arrested for fare evasion. Yeah, up there. Yeah, that would be the perfect sniper tower to take out Miss Gulch. Again, rescue King Antony before clicking the haystack. Oh, why are the farm animals humping the haystack? Maybe some animals deserve to be tortured by Mickey Mouse. Kermit's production of Oklahoma is really going off the rails. I don't see why you can't do this without harassing Cousin It. Ah, now we're going to see some New York roller coaster footage. So, you just want me to wave this shower curtain behind the cutout? That's it? Maybe they were right to replace this with Race Through New York. The Cyclone, played by a pile of dung. This is what it looks like when I try to empty my vacuum into the trash. Jeez, this is getting more and more vulgar. So, the house doesn't fly and doesn't crush the Witch of the East, so, might be a slightly aimless jaunt down that yellow brick road. And they give each other a TSA pat-down. They enter the jungle and Shere Khan immediately kills them. Oh, great, you're still here. Mamba number 5, a little bit of Mamba on the Oh, it's the orcs from the Soviet Hobbit. So why are the chimney sweeps' uniforms modeled after a black and white cookie? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And now a letter. Is this a Ken Burns documentary? The only word I can make out here is Omaha, so I assume this is a Mutual of Omaha contract. Leaving it up longer isn't helping me read it better. At least there's a picture of a wad of gum stuck on a kazoo. So Emerald City is where they planned the trip to the moon? Doing. Oh no, our army must flee! We are outnumbered by this one witch! Oh, one of those gas bombs they threw at Grant's car got loose. Sid and Marty Krofft stuff only really works in color. Oh, she is defying gravity. Is this the footage Bakshi rotoscope for Helm's Deep? Oh, I thought that said Prospector. I want Toto to become Whittles. We already have Brutus. The McDonald Land apple pie tree just staring in horror the whole time. Yeah, what's up, Doc? Oh, catch your balance, Glinda. Honey, I did it. I blew up the dog. Yale versus Penn State. They turned Toto into something that better not awaken anything in Dean Pelton. Man, Hundreds of Beavers is even wackier than I heard. Hey, Glinda, you couldn't have done anything way more helpful? Julie Taymor's first attempt at The Lion King was lacking. Look, a wedding announcement between Cosima and Alhazred. Oh good, more illegible handwriting. I will give my crown to anybody that releases me from the power of Mamba the Witch so that I can go back to... What is your obsession with going back to Omaha? We're off to see anyone who can decipher this handwriting, really. Ah, the old cliche of scarecrows and cows as mortal enemies. I mean, who isn't grateful after a good oiling? Oh, wow, a costume that actually looks like the version of the costume that we're used to. That's something I'm not used to. Got a bit more nose, though. Maybe he axed the wrong piece of wood and contracted Pinocchioism. I'm confused. When do Tom and Jerry show up? Still using that axe better than the early settlers of New England. Even the silent film has a musical dance number. A dance with the animals humping each other. The haystack wasn't enough. Boy, they were right to cut this jitterbug sequence. Do you think this film's audience also had to be told not to sing along? Fine, there. Are you happy? I'm participating. I would give anything for Nipsey Russell to show up right now. Now swing your partner to and fro, mosey down the yellow brick road. Ah, the two who were picked last begrudgingly have to pair off. Hey, they're not my friends. I hardly know them. Oh, it wasn't just the haystack. The Witch's Forest is also from King's Quest V. The giant mushrooms are explaining a lot right now. And she pops out to tell Carlos not to be chicken. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Peter Pan Lizard. Really proud of this set, huh? Whoa, sorry, we wandered in from a completely different movie. Imagine if this was the version they put in the Great Movie Ride. I didn't know a silent film could cause a sensory overload. Murphy's still down, Maleficent on a stick it is. Turns out Mamba is one of the aliens from Signs. Well, villain immediately defeated. I've never felt like I was watching Cliff Notes before. Hey, we're selling magazine subscriptions to raise money for... Whoa, never mind! And they free the dwarves and send them to Lake Town. And don't forget to unlock Jermaine Clement, Ray Liotta, and Danny Trejo. Queen Dorothy, somewhere under my regime. The door looks like something Raleigh Crump would design after a particularly bad trip. So the wizard wasn't in the jail, he was just under her power somehow. Maybe it was explained in one of the letters I couldn't read. Are the guards marching in a circle like that scene in Top Secret? Oh, no, here comes the Traffic Cone Headgear Brigade. Now down on the floor and give us 20. Sorry, gang, I thought this was an early filmed version of Cats. Oh, the Scarecrow is Mrs. King. Palace Guard ZZ Top. Can I just toss this scroll anywhere? Oh, no? The lion's just giving in and deciding to become a rug. Oh, the wizard's Groucho. I guess Oz is Fredonia. No way, man. I feel like you've got lice. Well, that was a quickly determined chain of command. Look, whether wizard, girl, or scarecrow, it's essential that the ruler of Oz not be from there. Maybe the wizard is Hank Azaria as Gargamel? And goodbye! And hello, I guess. Anyway, kid, I'm a charlatan. Or maybe I'm not in this adaptation, who knows? I am fearful for the lives of all these performers. I can't believe this version feels more dangerous than the one that almost killed Buddy Ebsen. The wizard puts his seat back in the upright position. Gotta admit, that is a pretty swanky-looking airport lounge. Oh, time clock's ringing. Yabba-dabba-doo! A legible sign? Since when are those allowed? Oh, it's a Southwest flight. They're dancing and telling jokes. And thus continues the ballet of the Oompa Loompa cosplayers. Aren't we out of story by now? Oh, look, a hilarious joke about how unionization efforts are inconvenient to the true heroes, the ruling class. And also goodbye to garbage. Hey, Dorothy, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. He's just gonna bounce up and down in the middle of the Heffalumps and Woozles room. A wizard is never late, although he's going to be late if he doesn't take off soon. Sucker, I'm escaping without you, Dorothy! It's raining cocaine, which also explains a lot. Aw, crap, I'm losing all my Rice Krispies! Okay, so he just keeps dangling there, littering from the sky. What a wonderful wizard. Aw, crap, D.W. Griffith's crew is interrupting. Oh, how are camels some of the only real animals in this thing? Ah, screw it. We'll just ride the camels to Omaha. It's faster than the balloon. This is one of the weirder numbers from the bandwagon. And Dorothy never made it home, but she had already abdicated the throne to the Scarecrow, so she ended up working as an intern to the Lollipop Guild's accountant.